1, 2, 1, 2. People of Stoke, welcome to the Potteries Centre, where we are outside River Island and H. Samuel and the Entertainer. And we are going to be broadcasting live all day from the Hanley Arena here in the heart of the Potteries Centre. The Hanley Arena is a magnificent, purpose-built Grand Prix circuit that has been designed especially for the people of Stoke. Today, we're going to be hosting Scalextric racing all day here in the Potteries Centre, and you are very welcome to come and compete against one another. So all we are looking for is perhaps friends, partners, arch enemies to come together and compete in the Stoke Grand Prix here at the Hanley Arena. I am Graham, and I'm joined by my colleague Craig, and we're going to be bringing you live action coverage all day.
That's right. Good morning, Graham. Good morning. If you're here in the Potteries Centre, and good morning if you are listening around the world. Yes, as Graham said, a very exciting day in prospect here at the Stoke Grand Prix. Yesterday, Graham, a day of thrills, spills and broken records. I don't mean broken records as in things repeating themselves. I mean in records tumbling. We are operating under Section 43 of the Slot Car Racing Code, agreed in Geneva in that year. Of course, 2 minutes, and the winner is the person who can complete the most circuits in that 2 minutes. And yesterday, throughout the day, the bar was set higher and higher as the day went on. We started in the morning with Jade with her 18 circuits. We thought that was going to be a bench setting number, but throughout the day that slipped further down the leaderboard. So at the end of the day, we ended up with Harry, Rich and Riley jointly topping the leaderboard with 23 circuits. So
that's right, Craig. Yeah, it was a phenomenal day, wasn't it? We just kept being surprised by the gamesmanship, the level of enthusiasm here in Stoke, and the astonishing technical capabilities of our drivers. And there were a lot of highlights yesterday. Craig, I'm just, if you can cast our minds back just so that viewers who are just tuning in from around the world can get up to speed on what we've been up to.
Yes, indeed. If you were listening yesterday, I'm sure you'll remember the incident with the giant invaded our track here, lifted up the grandstand and threw the small crowd to the floor. Luckily, it was quickly rectified and no one was injured. We had people from all over the country, as far away as St Neots, Market Drayton, joining us. So if you are listening somewhere else in the country or indeed the world, the Potteries Centre here today is the place to be. If you think you can beat 23 laps of Harry, Rich and Riley, then get yourself down here. We're here till 4 o'clock, so you could probably, with the time difference, I think you could probably get from Central Europe to here in time to compete today. If not today, tomorrow.
Yeah, these are relatively short days, aren't they, Craig? We're only doing 6 hours continuous commentary here at the Potteries Centre, whereas obviously when this was first devised, we did the full 24 hours Le Mans. Well, I say Le Mans, it was actually
Birmingham.
But here, as part of Appetite's Remix Festival over the weekend, we have brought you the Stoke Grand Prix. For the very first time, the Grand Prix has come to Stoke. was in Monaco last week, but we started yesterday with day one of the racing, and we had about 580 people engaging with our Scalextric. In fact, there was about 40 different races throughout the course of the day.
That's right, Graham. 43 races yesterday. Saw those records tumble throughout the day. It's a magnificent setting here. Just to paint a picture for those listening around the world, we are under a spectacular glass atrium here in the Potteries shopping centre. The cauldron of racing here in Hanley. A balcony on the upper level, giving a spectacular bird's eye view of the track below. Track specially designed and created for Stoke, just to paint the picture at home. So the start line is just on the Stanley Matthews straight there. That's a fast section of track that leads into Robbie Williams corner, which yesterday, Graham, there was a lot of casualties on Robbie Williams yesterday.
Yeah.
A lot of people coming off on Robbie Williams
so many
yesterday.
of the drivers coming a cropper on Robbie Williams there, and unsurprisingly, a lot of novice drivers, a lot of juniors were going speeding a little bit too quickly into that corner and paying the dismal price.
That's right. So after Robbie Williams corner, past the first aid hut, and then we go into a little shimmy past Wedgwood and the commentary, the press office there. Then there's another little straight with a little chicane there where cars can come together past the second stand. Then we're into Spode, which shimmies again past the engineering section of the track. Then it's into Armitage Shanks, and you're back onto Stanley Matthews Straight and past the main stand there. So
yeah, just to paint the picture, Armitage Shanks is like a U-bend in the circuit. So you have to approach it with great caution.
Yes, indeed. So a few challenges on the track. Some people mastered it very quickly. Others took a little while. Of course, also under 1948 protocol, it means that cars don't belong to the teams. Every competitor has the same type of car, and they must race that car. So it's not been tweaked, adapted, designed for the driver like those Formula One fops. These are everyone. It's a great leveller. The Stoke Grand Prix, a great leveller.
Having said that, obviously there are some teams who arrived yesterday at the Grand Prix already quite prepared, wearing their endorsed jackets, and one of which we had an aficionado and regular driver with Mercedes Petronas. That was our friend Jade, who was so enamoured of the circuit that she actually joined the team afterwards, didn't she? As the
kindly
flag waver.
volunteered to be the flag waver as well in a very busy racing schedule, but she found a little bit of time to wave the flag here. So we had a few celebrity guests yesterday waving the flag. Liza as well was another great flag waver. It's Friday morning, River Island. The staff there are on patrol around the shop, just tidying up the clothing there. So the great thing about the Stoke Grand Prix, of course, particularly for drivers who come from across the world, is you can do a little bit of shopping while you're here as well. And we know that race drivers have got a little bit of cash to splash, so here is a great place to do it. Do your racing and then come along afterwards and do a bit of shopping. So we got our first racers here today coming to join us at the Stoke Grand Prix. They are now being briefed by Mr. Thompson, who has flown in from Geneva on Wednesday, one of the world's most respected Scalextric slot car adjudicators, so we're very lucky to have him with us here today.
He's ex-military, ex-SAS, so he's an absolute stickler for detail, and he's not going to let any little infringement pass, so we're lucky to have him on board. And I'm very pleased to say that Jade, our celebrity driver from yesterday, is just making an appearance from Mercedes Petronas, and we might get her to wave the flag in just a moment if she's willing. But we're just about to kick off with the first race of the day, and we can confirm that our racing drivers are...
We've got Jacob in the blue car, and we've got Henry in the yellow car, cousins from Stoke. Oh, and straight away they come a cropper at Robbie Williams.
Terrible accident.
Obviously not listening yesterday, and
yeah, the feedback will betray the fact that we had to step right into the breach there to try and rescue the vehicles before they burst into flames.
They've got it now. Nice and easy it goes on this practice run. So the crowds are beginning to gather now here at the Potteries Arena. And Jacob and Henry are lined up on the start line. Again, Mr. Thompson giving some instructions and making sure that there's no shenanigans. Yesterday, had to give out a few penalties. Just reminding them that it is competitive, but it's also supposed to be fun. And Jade's arrived, our celebrity flag waver. Great to see them back here today from the Mercedes Petronas team. So we are going to have our countdown any moment now from Mr. Thompson. His hand is in the air. He's waiting to count 3, 2, 1, go. And they are off. And Henry takes the lead slightly there. They go, oh, now, but Jacobs in the blue has now overtaken. Oh, lies. They are neck and neck now. It's just slightly Jacob in the lead, and Henry has come off the track there, but he's quickly back on by the technical team. This is going to be close. This is going to be close. They're round into Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews, into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Spode, back down into Armitage Shanks, and so far it's Henry who has just got the nudge here, I think. And
Jacob stalling a little bit past the grandstand. He's
spun off again
spun
there.
Off again. It's a
oh no, it's on the wrong track. It's got to be on the yellow track. Oh,
and
the technical team there just
disaster from the technical team who've struggled a little bit. They're a little bit rusty first thing in the morning through the chicane. That's Jacob in the blue. Seems to have the edge on it, but this track has
a bit of a coming together there, and it's just come off the track in the blue.
Been nudged by the yellow car, I think, there, and caused a little bit of a problem down the Stanley Matthews.
So halfway through the race here.
Past the mini grandstand and round the Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews again, and is speeding through very confidently, driving at a good, reliable speed there. And it should be pointed out that the track has some modifications to yesterday's track. The engineers have been working flat out overnight to adapt the track, and we must be coming to the end of the race very, very quickly. Jacob.
Oh, and it's just come off there at Robbie Williams. That's a spin off there for Henry in the yellow car. And now he's got a little bit tentative. He just needs to get back into rhythm now. And a bit of showboating there from Jacob past the main stand. And they are neck and neck out as they head to... Oh, there's a bit of a coming together in front of the mini stand there. I don't know whether that was deliberate there from Henry, just hoping to catch the edge. That's right, now they're back on track.
Down the Stanley
just
Matthews,
a few seconds left.
And there we are.
Time is up.
Race is up, and that is quite a spectacular first race for Jacob and Henry there. I suspect that Jacob's got the edge, but we'll only know when the adjudicator has made his final
close
judgment.
Indeed. The results have just been sent over to Geneva to be double-checked. They've come back. I'm just going to check in my earpiece that all is well. I got the nod from Mr. Thompson, I got the nod from Geneva, so I can confirm in the yellow car, Henry with a magnificent 15 circuits, Jacob in the blue car, a great crowd, they're appreciative of some excellent driving there, Jacob in the blue car, 16 circuits, oh, it was very, very close, Jacob just nicked it there in the blue car. And that's going to set the mark for the day. Yesterday we had 23 laps. Can people come along today, racers from around the world, can they top Jacob's 16 laps? The support team there just congratulating their drivers. And there's some lovely show of support. Hugs all round here at the Stoke Grand Prix. Magnificent scene, magnificent scenes. What a start, Graham. What a start.
Great first race there. Just get everybody in the mood. The assembled throng. It's not quite full yet, the arena, but it's getting there. And the crowd really excited by that. Now, what we're going to be treated to next, I suspect, is an exhibition race as Jade, our celebrity driver from yesterday, joins the driving crew, and she just needs a competitor, and I suspect one of the team from Appetite might be prepared to help out. Yeah, so Jade is going to be almost challenging her own record yesterday. You may eagle-eared listeners may recall that Jade yesterday did 2 races, and each time very consistently completing 18 laps, which was a magnificent score at the time, and indeed a record-breaking display early in the day, but sadly her record was beaten. So I think the trick here with the yellow car seems to be to pick up some momentum as it comes round the Wedgwood bend. But yeah, yellow car seems to be struggling a little bit here at the moment. And
so we're on our practice laps here.
In the yellow car we've got Ashley driving, who's one of our volunteers for Appetite, who are our sponsors for the event today. Appetite Stoke, of course, local legends in these parts. Now, Ashley's just gone into the pits there and come out with a refined vehicle, so he's actually gone for vehicle number 2 for the yellow team. They seem to be having some technical issues with the primary vehicle, but both drivers just cruising around the circuit at the moment, just warming up their tyres, checking the circuit, checking the pitfalls, just testing exactly how fast she can drive her vehicle up to along those Stanley Matthews straights. And I think both drivers in a very competent position to be able to start competitively racing here. Lots of people spilling into the Potteries Centre at the moment. Lots of new spectators just taking a seat, having a good look at the this is the Stoke Grand Prix coming to you today and tomorrow here in the Potteries Centre. It's absolutely free, and you can come and play Scalextric here at the Hanley Arena. If you don't want to play, you can just come and watch. Now, it may interest listeners around the world that Stoke is famous for many things, obviously for the potteries industry, and Josiah Wedgwood is commemorated in this circuit with a little Wedgwood. But also, listeners may be interested to know that Stoke was the home of Mitchell, the great designer of the Spitfire. So engineering is very much at the heart of the spirit of the North Staffordshire folk here. We're broadcasting live from the Hanley Arena, and I believe we're now in a situation where our drivers are ready to race. we have Jade in the blue car, and we have Ashley in the yellow car. The two of them just eyeing each other up, just trying to intimidate each other psychologically before the race. But Jade, as we know, is absolutely determined. So Ashley looking a little bit more nervous, perhaps. It's his first time racing, of course. We've got our flag waver. Aaron, our flag waver, is ready with the checkered flag. Our adjudicator is about to count down. 3, 2, 1. And they're off, and the blue car immediately screams around Robbie Williams' corner, up through the chicane. And Ashley takes a tumble on the Robbie Williams' corner, but he's back on track. And Jade through the chicane, round the Armitage Shanks, down the Stanley Matthews, and around the Robbie Williams' corner. Ahead has managed to lap Ashley, but he's not. He's determined he's going to catch up. He's right behind her at the moment. But of course, it's quite perilous. You have to really control that speed as you come into the Robbie Williams, as he's just found out to his cost. Another tumble at the Robbie Williams. But now the car seems to have developed a few technical problems there. But he's back and screaming down the Stanley Matthews straights around the little wiggle at Wedgwood. But nothing is going to stop Jade, though, in the blue car, as she's very consistently screaming around. No faults so far. She's not come off the track, which is quite extraordinary. Even yesterday with her consistent driving, or 1 or 2 spins off the track, but not today. I think that she's well on course for beating her record, even though the course has been modified, and this is the first time she'll have been tackling the modified track. They're subtle. And poor Ashley has just taken a tumble, crashed into by Jade, but that does not put the blue car off track at all. It's still going strong, very consistent speed. She knows how to regulate that speed. Ashley catching up. It's a little slow spin around Wedgwood. There seems to be some problem there. Maybe there's a bit of an oil spill from that previous accident that's just slowing the vehicle down at Wedgwood. But and it's come off again at Robbie Williams, which caused another obstacle, and that's it. The time's up. The allotted 2 minutes is now up. So it's up to our adjudicator to check the... just look back through the circuit, make sure all the manoeuvres were legal, that no penalty points would be incurred. And I believe we're about to go to Geneva, have the confirmation on that. Here we are. The results are in. I suppose the big question for this one is, can Jade beat her record, which she set yesterday, and then repeated later in the day? That was 18 laps, you will recall. I can tell you, we've got confirmation that Ashley, for his first bash at the drive, has 16 laps, which is a magnificent first score. Very, very respectable indeed, despite those few mishaps and occasional spins off the circuit. 16 laps. And Jade has got a score of 23 laps, which is a personal record for her and equals the record number of laps for this circuit. Yes, that's right. Yesterday, 3 drivers made sure of 23 laps. Jade was, perhaps you might say, kind of cautious for that first attempt this morning, but nonetheless has managed 23 laps without spinning off the track, which is a magnificent score. So congratulations to her. And the assembled crowd up at the top of the stadium are fully appreciative. We've got a huge rounds of applause for our victor there. Well, Craig, wow, what can we say? That was quite a splendid attempt. We've discovered a few problems with the yellow car, though. The yellow team seemed to be having some technical issues there. A few spins off at Robbie Williams. overnight, the Robbie Williams corner has been attended to by engineers, so they've tried to mitigate against the dangers that particular manoeuvre poses for drivers.
That's right, Graham. I've just been trackside. Lourdes is a little bit quiet there, just trackside, checking what's been happening down trackside. Just a few modifications around Wedgwood there, just to for safety as much as anything, really, just to help cars get through there safely. We did have a few crashes yesterday. All seems well down there now. Engineers and ground staff working hard down there by Wedgwood. I think there's a little bit of water ingress there. A few leaves on the track from Wedgwood after it was quite windy yesterday. It's all set fair today, though, so we're looking good. Jade is going to be very pleased. She's going to be topping the leaderboard alongside Harry, Rich and Riley now.
Yeah, she tops the leaderboard for today. It's equaling the record for the circuit, which is magnificent. I think anybody would be hard pushed to get more than 23 laps on this circuit, quite frankly, in the allotted 2 minutes, but they can but try. The actual length of the circuit here today is marginally longer than yesterday's circuit, which makes it even more impressive that you can achieve 23 laps in the 2 minutes. But there we go. The sun has come out and is, what would you call it? It's casting its light and warmth.
That's what the sun does. And
well, you don't often see it here in Stoke, but today it's coming through the skylight here at the Henley Arena.
Hanley
Arena. I keep forgetting because I live in Henley.
Yeah,
so it's an easy mistake
missing your Riverside mansion in Henley there. It's first time in Stoke for Graham, of course. As he says, sun streaming through our magnificent glazed atrium here. Later in the day, that might cause a few issues as the sun moves around for our drivers. A little bit of dazzle coming up from the floor here as well, shiny floor, as the sun comes through. At the moment, though, it's a nice even spread of light, no wind to interfere with racing today. Although some of the trees over in the Spode corner there do look like they've been subject to some breeze. Hopefully they're not going to fall on the track during our racing.
Yeah, that's right. Yesterday, some of the speeds that the drivers were getting up to around this Wedgwood shimmy were such that the trees actually took an impact from that and were blown over. It's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. We've got some new people coming into the arena now. And Jade here has brought in she's driven in her Mercedes vehicle, which is magnificent. There's loads of fans outside in the car park just admiring this wonderful specimen. It looks like what is it, a GT? It's a Mercedes GT. It must have cost an absolute fortune. We know what Jade has been spending her winnings on, don't we? That's beautiful, beautiful. Well, we're absolutely treated today. And I think we'll be seeing a lot more of Jade throughout the course of the day as she helps out.
We've got 2 new racers there, just signing in with Mr. Thompson. And he'll have to make sure all the paperwork is done, that the driver's got the right credentials for racing here in the Stoke Grand Prix. You have to have reached a certain level before you're allowed to race here, so there are different stages. So if you are at level 4, then you are allowed to compete here at Stoke.
Of course, all the administrative protocols necessary for racing, we don't want to bore you with, all you listeners at home. Needless to say that our adjudicator has been checking all the licenses of the drivers to make sure that they adhere to UK regulations. And the drivers just taking their vehicles round the circuit, just testing the lie of the land, you might say. Around the Wedgwood shimmy, down past the mini grandstand, the Spode corner, and up to the starters grid.
These two experienced drivers there, not needing much practice, just 1 or 2 laps, and nodding to Mr. Thompson that they are ready to go. Jade is poised with the flag. Mr. Thompson there, just making sure it's a clean race. We've got Myla and Esme, local drivers, and I'm sure they're familiar faces here from motor racing fans.
Just to check, Myla is in the blue.
Myla's in blue.
And Esme is in the yellow.
Indeed, we're just waiting for Mr. Thompson's arm to go up in the air, the international sign that we are ready to go. Just waiting for his countdown now. Any moment now he is going to count down, I think, when he is ready. We're just waiting for that first number to come out. The arm's gone down, there must be a problem. Not quite sure what's happening trackside.
Yeah,
just waiting
I think there's
for
some distractions.
the arm to go up. The arm is up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh,
and
they are
the blue car, streaming ahead round Robbie Williams' corner, down past the mini grandstand, round the Spode end, and back into the Stanley Matthews Straits. Magnificent driving. And there's a tumble there from the yellow car. That's
Armitage Shanks again, beautifully round Robbie Williams for the yellow car there. Oh, and coming off just round Spode there. And again, Armitage Shanks.
Yeah, yellow car is having some terrible technical issues there. I think a little bit trigger happy for the yellow vehicle there, but back on course. And terrible accident there.
And now blue's
That's
come off.
Gonna hurt.
Robbie Williams
That's
as well.
Really going to hurt that one. The blue car back on the track through the chicane and round the Armitage Shanks, down past Robbie Williams, and once more the yellow car spins off the track. This is much more delicate than you might think necessary. It's much more subtle than just being trigger happy and zooming round. You've got to really think strategically about how you're going to approach.
Oh, she's off
this
again,
circuit.
Robbie Williams. So we've just a few seconds left of the race. Can Esme pull something out of the bag there? She needs something to go badly wrong, I think, for Myla. And she's going to be able to pull anything out of this race. She comes up. This is good.
Terrible
Possible advantage there for Esme, but she comes off at Robbie Williams as well. And again, off at Spode. It's tricky around there. And again, now Myla's come off, but Esme can't take advantage. Oh, now she can. Power on. Go on, Esme. Oh, she's come undone now. She's come stuck. That's because
we've developed some carburetor issues there, I think, with the yellow vehicle. And sadly, Esme in the yellow vehicle just stumbles into the pits. They're rather sad. We've got some news from the adjudicator, and it's confirmed that Esme completed 12 laps in the yellow car, and Myla 21 laps, which is a magnificent score given that this is her first attempt at the circuit. 21 laps. Esme in the yellow car having all kinds of problems there, spinning off the track. And some of those accidents are really going to have hurt. She'll be frustrated with herself, but that's racing, that's motor racing for you. Welcome to the Hanley Arena for those of you who are just arriving. This is the Stoke Grand Prix, day 2 of a 3-day program hosted by Appetite Stoke. And we welcome you all. You can come and play Scalextric. We'll take you on a little tour of the circuit now. So following the yellow vehicle, we're around the Robbie Williams turn, then through the Wedgwood chicane, the Armitage Shanks, down the Stanley Matthews Straight, and in past the press box and the mini grandstand. The yellow vehicle currently having a few problems, which I think the engineers and the teams will have to attend to. But you're all very welcome to come and race. Our record of the day has been set by Jade, who is no stranger to listeners of the Stoke Grand Prix, of course. Jade is one of our celebrity drivers, and she has set the benchmark today with a magnificent 23 laps, and closely followed by Myla in that last race with 21 laps. Just to let you know, there is a time trial here. You have to complete as many laps as you can in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So if there's any budding young drivers out there who'd like to have a go, come and meet Dom, our adjudicator in the black. If you come round the circuit, I think Craig's just doing a few engineering things. We need one driver to come and compete. So this is our junior category. And we have the two drivers just familiarising themselves with the vehicles. Now, just to reiterate, this is a very challenging circuit here at the Hanley Arena. You have 2 minutes, and 2 minutes only, to complete as many circuits as you can. Now, there are certain pitfalls along the circuit, which means that your car can spin off if you're going too fast. So, you will have a little test circuit initially, just to get the lay of the land, get used to your cars. Both cars are exactly the same, so there's no advantage of one to the other. There's the blue car and the yellow car. Now, a terrible thing at the first aid centre, one of the St John's ambulancemen has just been knocked over by a vehicle, which is, at least he's near to the first aid kit, which is quite helpful for him.
So
he's
we've got Evie
holding his back at the moment. He looks like he's sustained a bit of an injury, a bit of a back injury. He might need to go to the osteopath on Monday. Right, the two drivers just taking their vehicles round the circuit, getting used to it. It's very easy to go too fast down the Stanley Matthews Straights and come a cropper on the Robbie Williams bend there.
So we've got Evie and Alexa.
Evie and Alexa.
So yellow car, slight advantage being on the inside, but also a slight disadvantage having to take some slightly tighter corners. So it's a balance there of speed and skill, knowing when to throttle up and when to just ease off a little bit around those corners. So Mr. Thompson just briefing the drivers.
There's considerable excitement in the arena, a lot of nervousness there. We got, I think, Alexa's family are in, and right on the sidelines, they're anxiously waiting. Here we are, the adjudicator. 3, 2, 1, and they're off, and the yellow car steams down. Stanley Matthews round the Wedgwood is a little bit overtaken by the blue car, and the yellow car, driven by Evie, I believe, is back on course, but they stream down the Stanley Matthews Straights round the Robbie Williams corner and past the chicane, but the yellow car again too fast into the Spode bend. Armitage Shanks there, straight into the Stanley Matthews Straights, and the yellow car proving that the Wedgwood bend is a little bit slow there, where there's a bit of an oil slick there, but they're taking their time to get round that bend. And the blue car streaming ahead much more confidently at the moment, but the yellow car having a few technical issues, keeps spinning off at Spode corner, which is bit of a problem there, slowing it down, but nonetheless, lots of fun being had. Past the mini grandstand, and every time that yellow car comes through Spode Corner, it has an issue. Armitage Shanks proving no problem there on the U-bend, straight into the Stanley Matthews Straights. And yes,
beautifully done there.
Magnificently done by Evie past the grandstand, but no, Spode Corner again causing all kinds of problems. I think the blue car is well ahead at this juncture, has probably lapped the yellow car a couple of times, and it's that Spode junction which causes all the problems once again. Still, both drivers getting into their groove, so to speak, at the moment.
Tricky again there around Robbie Williams for the yellow car, and just stumbling there past Wedgwood, back up to speed, nicely down there, beautifully done. Now down Stanley Matthews, ease off round Robbie Williams, power up now past Wedgwood, ease off on Spode, and she doesn't ease off on Spode, and comes a cropper again.
A consistent issue there,
and
the race is over. Plenty of new spectators just arriving in the Hanley Arena for the Stoke Grand Prix. We are on day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix, and we welcome you. Come and watch. We've got 2 drivers just completed, Evie and Alexa.
So yes, Alexa there with 10 laps, found it a little bit tricky there to get a feel for the track. Evie there with a magnificent 19 with her help from her co-driver there as well. So good work.
A big round of applause from everyone in the
crowd
arena.
Here. Rapturous applause for that performance. Some magnificent driving there. So now it looks like Alexa is staying on. And she's going to be competing with her sister, I suspect. Scarlett versus Alexa. It's a family grudge match. Who is going to be going home with the spoils? Who's going to get treated to something special in a cafe after the event? Who's going to be made to sit outside? So she takes it very cautiously this time, Alexa. She doesn't want to make... but she has made the same mistakes as last time around Robbie Williams. It is tricky, that, for the yellow. You've got that tight bend. You've got shorter distances, but you are more likely to come a cropper. Slow and steady often does it. Nicely. Now power up around the yellow. That's it. Now ease off, that's it.
That's it, perfect.
Beautifully done.
And they're up to the starters grid, where the adjudicator is just going through final checks, make sure all the vehicles are right up to the millimetre, right up to the front of the grid, ready for the start of the race. Now, just for those of you who've just arrived, the race is only 2 minutes long, and you have to count how many laps each of the cars does in 2 minutes. So how many laps do you think they can do in 2 minutes? See if you can count.
Jay's ready. Drivers are ready. Mr. Thompson is ready. The arm goes up. The count begins. 3, 2, 1, go! And we're off.
The blue car screaming
Scarlett's
around
in the
Robbie
blue
Williams
there,
and
tentative.
into the Spode corner. The yellow car immediately takes a tumble right in front of the press box.
And again, straight into the technical area as well. We haven't seen that happen for many years.
That's going to hurt the technicians in there. The engineers were just having a cup of tea in that technical box, and that will have hurt. But both drivers now getting the measure of it. The terrible...
Both come off at Robbie Williams. And it's Armitage Shanks now for Scarlett in the blue car. She's pumping the throttle there. Maybe needs to be a little bit more consistent rather than pumping it. That's it. She eases off. Beautifully there now round Spode. But again off at Robbie Williams there for Alexa. Thought she'd got it there, but she came off nicely round Wedgwood. Into Spode again.
Every
spins
time
off
the Spode is causing all kinds of problems for that yellow vehicle, as is Robbie Williams for the blue vehicle.
That's beautiful there though for Alexa round now. She just eases off too nicely round Spode. Can she catch up? Ease off. No. Too much there going into Robbie Williams.
The yellow vehicle just stumbling past the press box there. Nice, easy does it round Spode Corner and into the Stanley Matthews Straight, round Robbie Williams Corner and Wedgwood Bend, round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews. It's the yellow vehicle now really getting into its stride, but Spode Corner still proving quite testing for that vehicle. The blue car now really into its own. It's got a nice rhythm.
Oh, that's the lap from Alexa there. Now she's got it. That's the lap. Oh, commentator's curse there as she comes off again at Robbie. Oh, nearly took off her sister there. Time is up. And some beautiful laps there. Also some catastrophic ones as well. Mr. Thompson there just checking on the scores. Alexa's going to be pleased. She's broken her personal best. Last time she had 10 laps, this time 11, but with a magnificent 16 and many treats to come for the rest of the day. It's Scarlett, 16 circuits. Well done though. Crowd very appreciative. And a big crowd now gathered here at the Hanley Arena for the Stoke Grand Prix.
We've got two young drivers who are just making their way over to the grandstand now. And where are they from? Where are you from? Biddulph. And these two young, the Biddulph boys. What was that? Biddulph and Small Form. Yeah. Where's that? Is it? I don't know that. Small Form.
So Mr. Thompson just doing the paperwork, signing in our drivers here. Where are they from, Graham?
Biddulph Small Form drivers.
Biddulph Small Form.
The Biddulph Small Form duo ready to take control of the cars.
We've got Teddy in blue, Jacob in yellow. Teddy in blue, Jacob in yellow. They are competing in our novice drivers circuit here, sponsored by Hot Wheels. Oh, Teddy there, just a bit heavy on the button there. And again, comes off at Robbie Williams. Mr. Thompson doesn't like having to do this, but has to bend down there and put that back on the track.
It's quite difficult on the knees, this job, actually.
And nicely round Robbie Williams there. Oh, beautifully done now. In the yellow car, but just coming off.
Commentator's curse once
Robbie
again.
Williams.
The yellow car
and again
spins
and this
off at Spode Corner.
Crash bang wallop here from the Biddulph Small Form boys. It's more of a spectator, less racing, more thrills and spills for the spectators here. But the crowd are loving it. The phones are out. They don't want to miss a moment of this action here.
I think Biddulph Small Form are much more used to stock car racing. And
they are. It's a bit rough around there. That's what they like. And,
down in the Biddulph Park there, but
more used to motorcycling 2 wheels, so 4 wheels is a little bit trickier for them to get their heads around, but they look like they got it. Mr. Thompson lines them up, millimetre perfect as always for our international adjudicator. He just goes through the rules with the riders, the drivers once again. No funny business, no cheating, otherwise penalties will be incurred. The crowd are ready on the edge of their seats. Jade is ready with her flag.
Paying great attention to all the rules.
This Mr. Thompson is not going to like this. They have gone before the magic word go and before the flag has dropped. I think
Mr.
he's going to give them the benefit of the doubt this time.
Particular for detail there, and he's not going to like that. He's giving a warning, I think, then to the drivers.
This is typical Biddulph Small Form here, typical of them. You have to keep your eyes open. Thank goodness we got Mr. Thompson. We're waiting for the arm to go up. It's just reminding them of the rules. Oh, he's checking on Jay, he's checking on the drivers.
Jade's ready with her
the arm goes up.
Flag.
3, 2, 1, go! And this time they go, and that's off nicely there, but it's a bit slow progress for yellow. They both come off at Spode Corner now. The crowd waving their balloons with excitement. Off at Robbie Williams again, but blue manages to keep going round there. And the yellow car round the main stand, nicely through Spode. Down Stanley Matthews. Oh, too much drift there round Robbie Williams. Down Armitage Shanks. Oh, and takes out the blue car there.
That was an absolutely horrific and cynical attack from the blue car into the yellow car, I think. There, it drove straight into the side of him, trying to put him out of the race altogether. But the yellow car is not going to fall for that. Absolutely not.
Beautifully
Both cars
done there
neck
now.
and neck as they come
Oh,
through the
lovely
chicane
round
down
Armitage
Stanley
Shanks.
Matthews.
Oh, and a terrible crash there at Robbie Williams. They come together. Oh, a chance for the yellow car to take advantage there around Armitage Shanks.
Carnage.
But it comes off as well. Now can they press home that advantage as they go round Robbie Williams into Spode. Down Armitage Shanks. Stanley Matthews. No, again, too much drift on that tight corner there for the yellow car. This is tricky racing. And they're down Stanley Matthews. Again, drifts off. Easier there for the blue car. Nicely round Spode.
On Spode, the yellow car spins off, but he's back on track down to Stanley Matthews round the Robbie Williams corner.
Now power up.
Wedgwood.
And ease off round Spode.
Yeah, the yellow
neck
car.
Neck and neck round there. They both come off.
Slowing
Robbie
down
Williams.
in front of the press box.
Yellow car again comes off at Spode. Blue comes off at Spode as well. We must be getting towards the end of this race now. I can see Mr. Thompson checking his watch as he counts up the laps. We've got seconds left now. Can anyone press home an advantage as they go into the final laps?
Clearly not the yellow car, which is stalled.
I think the yellow car might have taken one too many tumbles.
I think the gasket has blown well and truly for the yellow car as it came to a halt right outside the press box, stopping for a photo opportunity perhaps, but the car is an absolute wreck. And rarely have we seen a race with so much carnage and so much damage to the vehicles.
So I think there's had to be some deliberation there whether there was any foul play, but
classic Biddulph small thorn, classic Biddulph small thorn activity there.
But yes, they'll be cheering at home in the on the streets of Biddulph Smallthorne for those two drivers there. We've got the results in. They have been confirmed. Jacob with a magnificent 10 laps.
Let's give him a round of applause. 10 laps for Jacob.
Teddy wins the day though for Biddulph Smallthorne with 13 laps. And the crowd go absolutely wild now. Up on the balcony, they are clapping as well. And no one can believe what they have seen here today.
13 laps is unlucky for Jacob, but very lucky indeed for Teddy. He's got a massive smile on his face. And both drivers equipping themselves magnificently there. The crowd absolutely in raptures. I can tell what they're going to spend all their winnings on. I've no idea. But it could involve sweets or it could involve a magnum of champagne.
Typical racing driver there. Finish their races, says, can we go to the shops to spend our winnings there? So magnificent scenes here. New drivers arriving every moment, flying in from all parts of Staffordshire today, making their way
beyond,
around.
In fact, I think actually just for the benefit of listeners and for the assembled masses here at the Hanley Arena, yesterday we had drivers from Bangladesh and from Australia, as far afield as Market Drayton and Congleton. But today, so far, Biddulph Smallthorne has been as far as they've come, I think. We've got the Hanley Arena completely full now on 3 levels above us. The sun pouring down through the skylight and casting its glow over the circuit here at the Hanley Arena. This is a let me think, it's probably probably a 10 kilometer circuit here in the Potteries Centre, so it takes a little while to get round the circuit. Our winning number of circuits, number of laps so far is at 23. set of course by Jade in one of our first races of the day. But we've got two new contenders now here at the Hanley Arena.
Where are you from? Fairgate. Tunstall. Oh, Tunstall. All right.
So it's the Tunstall 2 here, driving for Tunstall, or Fairgaze? Fagaze. And our drivers just listening to the rules and putting themselves through their paces for a little circuit just to get the cars warmed up, get used to the engines. As, the vehicles obviously have their own little quibbles, little technical idiosyncrasies, one might say.
So great excitement here as our drivers get ready, helping each other out here. It's good to see that bit of teamwork, even though they're competing. They are still able to give each other a little bit of helpful advice. Mr. Thompson is checking. Our drivers are ready, I think. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. Oh, it's a massive crash there at Robbie Williams.
Yellow car spins off the track and attacked one of the commentators. But it's back on course, obviously a little bit shaken by that initial crash. The blue car spins off at the Armitage Shanks corner, and now they're both coming down the Stanley Matthews straight. The blue car takes a tumble at Robbie Williams corner. The yellow past the press box and down the straight past Interspode corner and the Armitage Shanks. The yellow car now getting into its own pace, slowing down once again for the press box. It's obviously showboating, trying to get into the newspapers. The blue car through the chicane overtakes the yellow car and tries a bit too hard and comes off at Robbie Williams' turn. And the blue car here again just trying to regulate its speed through the chicane, down the... Oh, that's far too quick. You'd think he would have learned by now, but not so. He's straight off again at the Robbie Williams corner, a little bit overzealous there, around the Armitage Shanks and down the straight, the home straight of the Stanley Matthews section. The Wedgwood curve causing a few problems for the yellow vehicle there, but it's off again at Spode corner and round Armitage Shanks down into the straight, Stanley Matthews straight, and magnificently taking the Robbie Williams corner. Nice and easy does it for the yellow car, but that's the way to go, I think, on that inner circuit. Still having a few problems there at Wedgwood corner, but they're off. The blue car into its own. I think it's fair to say that the blue car has got a few laps on the yellow car now, but still speeding a little bit too quickly into that Robbie Williams corner. But now, yes, the driver has found his milieu, his milieu, you might say. And the race is over. The 2 minutes are up. Very reliable driving there. And we have the results through from Geneva. And it's 11. I'm just going to have to check this with Geneva because this is... Yep, Geneva have confirmed that Barner's got 11 laps and Andy 20 laps. The blue car takes it, but a magnificent performance from both drivers. So the Tunstall 2 can go home very happy, very proud of their efforts. Congratulations to you two. Well, let's have a little recap. Time for a pause in the programme here at the Hanley Arena. You are listening from around the world to live continuous commentary of the Stoke Grand Prix. Coming to you from the Hanley Arena, this purpose-built mega stage, this magnificent circuit, motor racing circuit that has been built inside the Potteries Centre here in Hanley, one of the 5 towns of Stoke-on-Trent, of course. And the arena now just emptying a little bit. We were very busy for this morning's programme, but a few people have gone off for refreshments, popped into River Island for a pair of socks. But the sun is out, and I dare say a few people are out on the high street just sunning themselves, because the excitement has been almost too much to bear this morning. We had Jade in our celebrity driver earlier, obviously, and fresh from her wonderful victories yesterday in 2 races where she got a consistent 18 circuits, and Jade managed to beat her own record with 23 circuits this morning. And let's hope she'll be back once she's fully recovered from the ordeal of being put through her paces. Then she'll be back racing with us in a short while. Now we've got a young family who've just come to have a look. They've just arrived, and we've got 2 young drivers, I suspect. No, they've had a look at the circuit. It's far too challenging for them. They don't like the conditions at all. It can be quite intimidating, can't it? Once you look at the circuit, it's very challenging. Just to kind of talk you through the circuit, the starting grid with its magnificent grandstand is in the east side of the building. You go down the Stanley Matthews Straight and you hit the perilous Robbie Williams corner, which is into the Robbie Williams corner. Then from Robbie Williams corner you go into the Wedgwood Bends, which have been causing all kinds of problems for the yellow vehicle. And Jade just saying her farewells, getting a big round of applause from the assembled crowd who recognise her now.
Got 2 new drivers now just being signed in by Mr. Thompson, who are representative from Geneva, who flew in on Wednesday to be with us today. The crowd just starting to gather now for this next race in the Stoke Grand Prix. Everyone is signed in. We've got Ezra in blue and Dan in yellow. Ezra in blue, Dan in yellow. It's intergenerational family fight, this one. And who is going to go home with the bragging rights? A massive crash there at Robbie Williams, and a crash there in Spode. Dad there just in the yellow car, taking it nice and steady round Spode, and comes off there Robbie Williams, the son in the blue car, just taking it a bit steadier now, getting the measure of this track, getting a measure of the car. And of course everyone has the same car here. There's no nothing made bespoke. Dad comes off at Robbie Williams. They're just going to Armitage Shanks nicely there round Wedgwood.
Oh, a terrible accident on Spode corner, which causes all kinds of problems for the drivers there. The yellow vehicle just rolling over there and got hit by the blue car. And let's hope the drivers are both okay. We've got the first aid centre just to our immediate right here in front of the commentary box, but sadly we might have to get a service vehicle out to just check them, give them the quick once over. Now the flag is just... Aaron is taking control of the checkered flag here. So Aaron, of course, wearing the regulation blue from Appetite, our sponsors.
Hand is up in the air from
Aaron
Mr.
is
Thompson. Anticipation in
Two.
there. 2, 1. Go! Flag
And
goes
they're
down.
off.
Drivers go off nicely there around for both of them.
Magnificent start for both
And they nearly come
vehicles.
together. Yellow car comes off at Spode around Armitage Shanks. And just manages to sneak past there at Armitage. This is beautiful driving. But forgets to come off the throttle there at Robbie Williams. It's through Spode and Armitage Shanks. Spins off there at Armitage Shanks. The blue car taking it nice
really
and
taking
steady.
it nice and easy. He knows.
Tortzen Hare we've got here, I think. Again, just forgets to come off the throttle at Armitage
right.
Shanks.
Ezra
Yellow
really
car.
knows how to take this circuit
Nicely
in his
done there,
stride
round. This is
down
beautiful
into
racing
the-
now. I think Dad's got the measure of the track here. And again, drifts off a little too much there at Robbie Williams. And it slows down the track there. It's a little bit oily, the track round Wedgwood, which makes it a little bit tricky for the yellow car. Shorter distance to travel, but it does slow down a little bit round there.
Yeah, the Spode corner causing all kinds of problems, as is the Robbie Williams corner for the yellow car. I think Dad getting a bit anxious now. He knows that he's actually well behind. He's a lap or two behind Ezra. So he's really trying a little bit too hard now, but Ezra's cool as a cucumber, just taking it nice and easy around the circuit, totally within his stride, round the chicane, down the... but he's taken it! Both vehicles spin off at Robbie Williams' corner, which is going to... It's going to really hurt. I think Ezra really trying to kind of showboat. He's got a little bit too overconfident at the end, round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews, past the little grandstand, and I think... he's managed to stabilise the vehicle now, but it's caused all kinds of problems. We've got 10 seconds remaining, and it's coming to the end of the race. It's very, very speedy racing now, but another accident. And the end of the race. Well, what can you say, Craig? That was a splendid race. Some superb racing from the blue vehicle, I would say. We can now confirm that the results are through. We've had them verified by Geneva. And we can tell you that Dan came through with a magnificent 15 laps. 15 laps. But Ezra made 20 laps. 20 laps, which means that Ezra wins the trophy and is the champion driver of this race. Congratulations. Great sportsmanship from the two drivers who shake hands, and he's looking very pleased with himself, Ezra. It's going to take him days to kind of come down from that high, I think. I think maybe he's just wondering what he's going to spend all his winnings on now as they head into the Potteries Centre with huge smiles on their faces. So great racing there from Dan and Ezra. Well, I think that just goes to show, doesn't it, that tortoise and hare, the hare wins through, because you can't be too cautious on this circuit. There are all kinds of problems there to befall you and just bring you down a peg or two, as Dad just found out there. The engineers are now on the circuit making some changes. Just testing, because we've had all kinds of problems around the Wedgwood bend there. So a length of the track is being replaced at double speed. Obviously it's going to take time for the tarmac to actually settle and to dry, but fortunately the sun is out, so I think the conditions are right for a rapid return to racing. Now the Spode is, just for listeners at home, The Spode bend is like an S bend, you might say. It's like a double S bend, so it's particularly tricky, and it's been slowing vehicles down as they come through. In fact, it's actually been stalling some vehicles. Now, the press box is positioned just at the very end of the S bend of Wedgwood, which means that that frustration of a lot of the drivers has been captured and published in the Motor Racing Times. So got repeated problems in that area. But anyway, I think that we're back to full speed. The other problem area on the circuit is the Spode turn, which again seems to be causing problems, particularly for the yellow car on the inner track. But fancy having a go? Fancy coming out having a go? So racing continues. This is day 2 of the Hanley Grand Prix, well, the Stoke Grand Prix here at the Hanley Arena. Hanley being the centre of motoring excellence, of course, in North Staffordshire. And we've got a couple of young drivers who are just having a look, and they're just getting the measure of the circuit. But do you fancy having a go? Fancy coming and having a race? I think they're going to be persuaded. So we've got 2 vehicles, the blue car and the yellow car. And our adjudicator, we're just testing the circuit, and you can come round. Mr. Thompson here is our adjudicator. He can sign you in and let you know what the rules are. So if you make your way over, do you want to come round? That's it. Now here at the Hanley Arena, this is day 2 of our motor racing program.
Yes, indeed. Crowd beginning to assemble here. It's a bit of an early start for racing, so it takes a while for the crowd to appear. Our drivers, I think, are signed in now by Mr. Thompson. 2 local drivers, so there'll be familiar faces here. We got Erin in the yellow and Amelia driving the blue car.
Blue car immediately spins off the track there.
Coming up cropper at Robbie Williams' corner there. She's it's a practice lap, of course, so everybody gets a little practice. And slowly round Wedgwood. That's it. Now nicely done there by Amelia in the yellow car, in the blue car.
Amelia in the blue car really getting into her stride there. I think she's looking confident just before the race begins.
Mr. Thompson lines the cars up, millimetre perfect. The support team are watching on from the sidelines for Amelia here. Erin, the more experienced driver. Amelia, though, full of the vigours of youth. She's ready to go. She looks at Mr. Thompson for the arm to go up. Our flag waver is ready. The drivers are ready. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go! And we're off. Oh, and Erin in the yellow car there. She can't believe she's done that. She should know better than that. She's been watching this for quite a while now. That's better now. So she's just got to...
The blue car round the chicane and the Armitage Shanks down the Stanley Matthews straights and round Wedgwood corner, straight into the Spode, straight past the...
Oh, and off at Robbie Williams there for Amelia, giving Erin the chance now to take over past Wedgwood into Spode. That's it now. Erin's got a chance, but she blows it there in Armitage Shanks by being a bit too trigger happy.
Part of the problem, of course, is that it's too much excitement. You have to just learn to just take your foot off the pedal a little bit and be nice and controlled and regulated. The yellow car takes over the ball. They're neck and neck as they go into the chicane and round the Spode corner, round into Armitage Shanks and down past the Robbie Williams.
Beautifully done by Erin there, but she stalls a little bit at Wedgwood and overdoes it, overcooks it at Spode as well. And right over the new safety barriers that were put in specially yesterday. The team worked tirelessly overnight there to build that, but
I think
still
the car
not tall
has
enough for
taken
Erin.
some damage,
and
clearly.
again she comes off there at Robbie Williams, but Amelia nice and steady around our circuit here in the blue car. Overtakes at Robbie Williams, and Erin limping around here.
I think there's clutch problems on the yellow vehicle. There's a stuttering progress round the circuit, just juddering along, and real bad. Yeah, there's terrible technical issues on the yellow car.
That's better there down Stanley Matthews, but again gets to ease off going into Robbie Williams there, and it gets to ease off at Spode as well. So it's carnage here for the yellow car and Erin, but nice and easy does it for Amelia. We must be getting close to the end now. I can see, there we go. Mr. Thompson has called it. Time is up for that race.
I think it's clearly a victory for the. I mean, I hate to call it before the official adjudication, but the blue car had a terrific run of that with Amelia. Was it? And,
that's right.
Yep.
Results are in. Erin there paid the price for some erratic driving and pumping of the throttle there with 11 laps. But our winner of that particular race is Amelia with 19 laps, and the crowd go wild here. She'll be greeted jubilantly by her support team there, and she's all smiles as she gets taken away for a mid-morning treat, I suspect, having won that. Balloons are flying here, and the sun is out. The crowd are gathering on the balcony above us now for that aerial view. So special, that aerial view.
We're expecting
under
a military
the glass.
fly past in a short while. I think we'll have the Red Arrows, and followed by the Battle of Britain fly past. Of course, Stoke, well known for its connections to the building of the Spitfire, as it was the home of Mitchell, the designer of the Spitfire. So, as our two new drivers test drive their vehicles, just taking them round the circuit. The blue car, a few problems there.
That's
on that
right.
outside
We've got Zach
circuit.
in the blue there, just overcooking it a bit. Becky in the yellow is taking a more cautious approach, and that can pay off often, although got to take it easy through Robbie Williams and then power up past Wedgwood. Now put the power on yellow, that's it. Past Wedgwood into Spode. Power down in Stanley Matthews, but ease off round when we now power up yellow. Power up, that's right, to get there through. And Mr. Thompson there, he won't be happy with that. He was trying to get the line set at the start line, and he's just asking the drivers to line up.
With military precision, Mr. Thompson lines up the vehicles on the starting grid.
He's a stickler, and he's a stickler for the rules as well, so he's just reminding the drivers that this is supposed to be fun. It's Zach and Emily, I think. Becky, beg your pardon, Zach and Becky, and it's a family affair here. Mr. Thompson takes over flag duty for a moment. Hands it back to Erin, and Erin, of course, you'll recognise from previous flag waving duties. Checking the drivers are ready. Checking Erin is ready. Yes. Waiting for the arm to go up. There it goes. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. Nicely done there. Slow and steady. Oh, a little spin off there, but keeps it on the track there. And they're neck and neck. Not much to call in this one, I think. I think yellow probably has the advantage at the moment, because blue is going a little bit heavy on the gas, and that's giving the yellow car a chance to just take it nice and easy through those tight corners.
It's classic.
Oh, they both come off there at Robbie Williams.
Classic hare and tortoise here. The blue car trying a little bit too hard to catch up, but it consequently keeps spinning off the track, whereas the yellow car taking it nice and easy and getting some consistent driving in.
Now
down
power up yellow, power up past Wedgwood, into Spode, Armitage, Shanks. Now blue's got the measure of the track now, and It's going to be very close. I think this blue now seems to be much more in control, and it's
Oh, but the
yellow
yellow
now.
spins off.
Yellow now who are in
That
trouble.
gives blue the
pressure
advantage.
is on. Now the pressure is on. It's a little bit slow there around Wedgwood. You've got to put the gas on. Now that's it. Power up, yellow around there. That's it. But ease off before we get into Spode. This is a chance now. This is going to be very close because blue comes off at Robbie Williams. Can yellow get safely round Wedgwood and into Spode? Yes, they can. And again, blue comes off at Robbie Williams. They're neck and neck playing past Spode. Armitage Shanks down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams for yellow. And past the little chicane into Armitage Shanks down Stanley Matthews. This is good racing now from yellow, taking it easy. Robbie Williams corner again, causing trouble for blue. And again at Spode, so yellow, this is looking good for them, I would suspect. That means blue comes off again at Robbie Williams, blocking the path of the yellow car. And they're both having a little bit of trouble there around Spode. Yellow now coming off at Robbie Williams. They've been so good round there, but just struggling a little bit, and time is up. This is going to be very close, I think.
Magnificent
very
race,
close.
Craig.
A lovely
this is
race
like a
here.
hair's breadth between these two, because although the yellow car was taking it nice and easy, the blue car was spinning off a lot more, and now I mean, it must be a dead heat. That's my prediction as a dead heat,
Well,
but it must be so close.
It is very close. Who is going to be taking home the spoils? Who's going to be cooking dinner tonight in this household? Is it going to be Zach? Is it going to be Becky? So, just waiting for confirmation from Geneva that they're happy with Mr. Thompson's arithmetic. They're just checking the footage. Yes, they are. So, Zach in blue with 15 circuits. Very respectable.
15,
and
very
the crowd
respectable indeed.
give a big round of applause there. Becky in the yellow car. Becky can put her feet up this afternoon. She got 17 circuits. She's going to be waited on for the rest of the day. Zach, head in hands, can't believe it. Becky celebrates, punches the air in celebration, nods her head, and they are going to go home very happy there. So that's
Zach,
a win for yellow. 17 circuits. Nice
Zach
and
just
easy, does
pulling
it?
a grimace there. He can scarcely believe it. He's almost
He doesn't want to
reluctant
leave.
go
He
home.
can't believe
He's
it.
determined. He wants another race, I think. But, well, it's normally winner stays on, but perhaps he'll come back later or tomorrow for a rematch. He's definitely not happy, though. He wants to compete.
Such scenes here. Drivers there having to be
That's the way
torn
it
away
goes.
from the track.
It can be terribly frustrating at times, can't it? When you've invested
Got
so
a member
much.
of Stoke City first team just walking past there. It's a Saturday off, of course. The season's ended, so they can relax a little bit, do a bit of shopping, and
Also knowing that they've just, they've scraped missing relegation by several points there, so he can justifiably wear a smile on his face.
that's
Another
right.
season survived.
Got a few weeks before pre-season training, so can probably eat what he likes as well for a few days. The sun is out. The crowds are out. There is great excitement in the air here today at the Potteries Shopping Centre. The Stoke Grand Prix, of course, cancelled last year after the first day because of the incident, but back here. It's our second day of racing. The leaderboard, it's very tight at the top of the leaderboard. We've got 23 laps, 23 circuits so far. The winning number, we've got Harry, Rich, Riley and Jade, all on 23 circuits. 23, the most anyone's got today. That's with Jade. So I think maybe the circuit a little bit trickier today. A little bit trickier could be the conditions. So we'll wait to see how it pans out for the rest of the day. If you're listening at home around the world, you're tuned in to the Commentators, bringing you live coverage of the Stoke Grand Prix here at the Potteries Shopping Centre.
This is day 2 of the racing, and yesterday was a magnificent day. We had a huge crowd here at the Hanley Arena, just to put it into help you visualize it for all those listeners around the globe, we are in the magnificent Potteries Centre, which is, so our circuit is built on the base level, and we have several levels, galleries you might say, above us, so hundreds of people can stop by and watch the racing as it happens. We'll be bringing you continuous live commentary from the Hanley Arena, and throughout the day, lots of budding motor racing drivers will be making their way to the circuit to test their mettle, test their nerve on this specialist circuit. Now, there's lots of challenges to this circuit, of course. You can build up speed along the Stanley Matthews Straight, but you have to be mindful of some very perilous corners. The Robbie Williams corner, which is at the beginning of the circuit. Then you've got the Spode bend, which is like an S-bend, a double S-bend, which can really test drivers. And then you're into the past the mini grandstand, past the Spode corner, and into Armitage Shanks. And we've got a leak drivers. We've got a leaky vehicle.
Got an oil leak. Oh, and a terrible crash there.
We've got an oil
on the
leak and a
practice
water
lap.
leak.
They'll soon learn about Robbie Williams, that you can't go too fast round Robbie Williams. You have to just ease off, otherwise you will come a cropper.
Our two drivers are Dexter and Holly from Leek. And Dexter's in the blue vehicle, Holly's in the yellow vehicle, as they just test the circuit. They're taking their vehicles on a little round just to test where the danger areas are.
You can tell there's some experienced drivers here, some nice control there around those corners, knowing when to ease off, knowing when to throttle up. Mr. Thompson gets them lined up with the official clipboard, reminds them of the rules. 2 minutes racing. Whoever has the most circuits in that 2 minutes is the victor. The crowd beginning to gather, and it's a lot of people from Leek will be listening, watching at home, hoping that they do that town proud. They are ready. Mr. Thompson just gets the flag now.
And the adjudicator getting
Flag
ready
goes
to
up.
count down. Flags up.
3,
Lots
2,
of excitement.
1, go!
Go!
And
They're off, and the yellow vehicle steaming ahead. There's Holly in the lead at the moment as the first circuit is completed. The blue car, Dexter, spins off the track
comes
at
off
Robbie
there.
Williams' corner.
This is looking good for yellow here, nice and easy. Now Dexter's got the measure of it. He's back on track now. Can
But
he
Holly
catch up
is
in the
still
blue
in the
car?
lead. Oh, Holly spins off
comes
at
off
the
at
Spode
Spode.
corner.
But she's in safely through Armitage Shanks now. She's gone too fast now. The pressure on. You see Dexter has put the pressure back on. Can Holly just maintain her composure now? Dexter comes round Spode. Armitage Shanks takes the lead, but he overdoes it.
That was so predictable there from Dexter. He took the Stanley Matthews too quickly and spun up at Robbie Williams' corner.
This is looking good now for yellow, I think. Blue possibly about a lap behind.
But then the yellow car is off.
This could be an opportunity for Dexter now. Can they overtake going into Spode? No, Holly just maintains that advantage round Wedgwood. We're halfway through the race. This is it now for Dexter,
And Blue's
possibly.
in the lead. Blue's come round to the Armitage
Holly's
Jackson
come
down
off
the
there
Stanley Matthews.
at Spode. Now she comes to need to power up. Take it easy round Spode. No, she forgets that little trouble at Spode. Now she's nicely round Robbie Williams. Needs to power up there past Wedgwood. That's it.
Dexter
This
really
is going to
now
be
into his
very
own.
close,
He's
I
ahead.
think. Holly's now just losing her composure when she sees Robbie Williams and forgets to ease off a little bit.
Blue car.
A little drift there.
in
Again,
control
Robbie
now
Williams
because-
gets the better of Holly. It's the pride of Leek at stake here today. 23 laps. The top of the leaderboard. Can either of these two stars from Leek top that? We must be coming to the end of the race now. Mr. Thompson counts the lap. He checks his watch. He checks the circuit again. He checks his watch, and it's time. Stop racing. Let's see. Magnificent that was.
That was terrific racing.
Up and
Really,
down all
really
through that. It's going to
excitement.
be very close. Mr. Thompson's face tells the story
Okay,
here
well,
today at the Potteries.
Holly.
In blue, Dexter, 19 circuits. In yellow, Holly. Sorry, just checking with Geneva. There's a little possible infringement. No, we're okay. Holly, 19 circuits as well. It's a dead heat for the family from Leek. And that puts them in the top 5 on the leaderboard with 19 laps, but falling short of the 23. But they've done Leek proud here today in Hanley at the Potteries Shopping Centre, and they can go back home very happy. The crowd appreciative as well. They're greeted by well-wishers as they leave the circuit. They'll be heading to a restaurant, coffee shop now for some refreshments, just to reflect on what could have been, where they went wrong. Could they have got 23 laps? It has been done today. It has been done by Jade, but she is the only one so far today to get those 23 laps. I'm sure we'll be seeing Jade again later.
Absolutely. And Jade speeding off in her Mercedes GT, which is one of the treasures afforded by being a championship driver like herself. Those two leaky drivers really nose to tail right throughout the race there. That was a very exciting contest between that mother and son combo.
That's right. Great to see that understanding of the circuit, understanding of the car grow as their confidence grew around this tricky circuit. There's something in it for everyone here today, for the careful driver, for the one more prepared to take risks. Here we are in the magnificent cauldron that is the Potteries Shopping Centre, underneath this spectacular glass atrium. The sun is out, there is barely a cloud in the sky. Crowd just on the balcony looking down with a wonderful bird's eye view of this circuit. If you've just joined us, listening around the world, online, watching around the world, we're live from the Potteries Shopping Centre for the Stoke Grand Prix. Our circuit looking resplendent in the sunshine, the cars purring on the track there, waiting on the Stanley Matthews Straight. And that's a fast section of the track which leads into Robbie Williams' corner, which has caused a lot of grief today, past the first aid hut, strategically placed there at Robbie Williams' corner, where most of the accidents do happen. In fact, tragically, we saw one of the medics at the first aid hut be mown down by a car coming off the track earlier.
I can tell you, Craig, actually, we've got some news from the hospital from Jim. Jim is okay. He's back out of hospital. He's got some serious back problems.
He's going to be a little bit sore, I imagine, for a few days.
Very sore. He's permanently holding his back at the moment.
But he's back, though. You can't keep Jim away. He is back. And, at the first aid post.
Jim lives and breathes Formula One, and he would not, it would take wild horses to drag him away, wild horsepower to drag him away from the Hanley Arena. You are here at the Stoke Grand Prix. We've got an influx of new spectators and potential competitors here at the Stoke Grand Prix. Just to give you a little heads up, this is a 10-kilometre circuit. You have a blue or a yellow car designated to you. Both vehicles are exactly the same specifications, and you race them round this circuit. The two drivers will have an opportunity to test the circuit beforehand.
And there we go. That's the ultimate test. Is Robbie Williams there. So crowd are gathering. They're on their phones to get people to watch at home all around the world. Mr. Thompson's got them siding.
So it's quite sobering when you first drive on this circuit, when you realise that you cannot rely on power alone. You need a strategic approach to this circuit. You need to know when to pull back, take your foot off the pedal, slow down into the corners, and then speed up on the straight. But there are a couple of very perilous spots on the circuit. The yellow car coming off on the Armitage Shanks U-bend there. Both vehicles up to the starters grid where the adjudicator...
Marrower on the blue car, Cashrow in the yellow car. Mr. Thompson's got them signed in. He's got them lined up. It's millimetre perfect. Just reminds him of the rules. 2 minutes. Who can get the most circuits in those 2 minutes? He's reminding them that it's competitive but friendly as well. He's very strict, ex-military, of course, Mr. Thompson, and most respected adjudicator in the world.
You certainly don't want to get on the wrong side of him, as we have found out to our cost in previous Grand Prix.
Indeed, the flag now being unfurled. We're waiting for that arm to go up that signals that everyone is ready. Up it goes, waiting for the countdown. 2, 1... go, and they are off safely round Robbie Williams for both cars there. Yellow car slightly behind, but catching up there on Robbie Williams, but comes the cropper there. Can they get going again? Power up now for the yellow. Oh, and blue comes off at Robbie Williams. Yellow car, chance to catch up. They've just got to take it a bit easy round there. And they're both now safely into Spode. Yellow car takes the lead. Nicely done there. Power up past Wedgwood. Yellow, that's it. This is looking good. Very tidy racing. Oh, until Robbie Williams catches them out again there. Yellow car slightly behind, but they can catch up. They've got the shorter routes round, but they've sometimes got those trickier corners. It might just be a slight advantage for blue now as they head into Spode. Toppling over the yellow car, blocking the path of blue. And yellow car again. Too much drift going into Robbie Williams, but it's looking good for blue. There, yellow going to be hoping that... oh, again, overcooks it. They both overcook it. Chance for yellow there to catch up, but they come off at Robbie Williams. It's neck and neck now into Spode. Round Armitage Shanks for blue car. They've got the advantage now, I would say. Yellow car back on track. They tumble again now. It's difficult when you're back on track just to regulate your speed. The temptation is to really hammer down too much, but they're both off at Robbie Williams now. The crowd are gathering. They can't believe what they are seeing here. They watch on in stunned amazement to see such fascinating racing here today. They're coming out of River Island to watch this as well. They're gathering on the balcony above. This is the race of the day between these two riders here. Limping round Wedgwood now, the yellow car. I think tiredness has got the better of them now. Can't be long left to race. Mr. Thompson checks his score sheet. He checks his watch. The yellow car comes after Armitage Shanks. A few seconds left now. Can yellow pull this back now? They've got the slight advantage going into Stanley Matthews. Nicely round Wedgwood. Oh, time up. This is going to be close. A lot of crashes for the yellow car there.
Well, that was a tricky and very emotional kind of ride there. The yellow car spinning off the track too many times on Robbie Williams' corner, coming on a cropper there. But the blue car seemed to have a better measure of the circuit there. A bit more luck on its side, but the yellow car, limping a little bit at times. I think it sustained some damage on the first crash. But we'll have to see when the adjudicators' results are verified by Geneva.
So we've got Cashrow with 10 circuits, Maroa with 18 circuits. So it's a win there for Maroa with 18 circuits.
The crowd go wild. A big round of applause for Roa there and a magnificent 18 circuits.
Hang on. Mr. Thompson making a rare mistake here. And I thought there was some confusion from the teams.
We're going to have to take this to VAR.
Sorry, apologies there. We've had to have that verified by Geneva. So it's Cashrow with 18 circuits, Maroa with 10. And the crowd now, once that's been settled, polite applause there. Ripples around the crowd. Slightly spoiled there by Mr. Thompson's rare mistake, which did cause some confusion.
And indeed, the crowd were actually very confused then. There was a kind of difficult moment there when the crowd were turning against the commentary team.
That's right, we can only report what happens. We can't
influence,
of course. So Mr. Thompson there will be taking a hard look at himself and hoping that he doesn't make the same mistake again. He takes on refreshment and new teams come in to compete. Mr. Thompson will get them signed in, make sure they've got the right credentials.
Obviously, the protocols are very, very strict when it comes to the racing. So all the licenses have to be checked, make sure that they're legal drivers, and also the cars inspected to make sure they've not been souped up. The cars supplied are identical for both drivers, so it should be as easy or as difficult for both drivers, but they just have to get the measure of the circuit, which is why they spend the first couple of minutes just testing it, just sending their cars around. So we have Liam in the blue car and Toby in the yellow car, and they're both from Stoke.
Both from the Alpine Stars racing team. We're going to have a little practice first. And again, Robbie Williams causing trouble there for our racers. It's a yellow car, just got to take it nice and easy, then power up going round there. That's it, keep the power on. This is looking good for yellow at the moment. Nicely done round Robbie Williams, keep the power up past Wedgwood. They both got the measure of this track. I think this is looking good. It's going to be close. It's going to be close, I think.
I think Dad is taking a little bit more cautiously there, but I think as the more experienced driver, he's aware that it's all too easy to be able to spin off the track. So he's going to be taking it a little bit more gently perhaps, but we'll see. This promises to be a very exciting contest.
Father and son, who's going to go home with bragging rights this afternoon, who's going to be buying the milkshakes later on. The crowd have got their phones out. They don't want to miss a moment of this today. We wait for Mr. Thompson's legendary arm to go up into the air, signalling that we are ready to race. He reminds them of the rules. 2 minutes. Most circuits in that 2 minutes. The arm goes up. And a little bit of... this is not going to go down well with Mr. Thompson here.
There could be a penalty deducted for the younger driver there who sped off before the checkered flag had been waved. So that is a very serious offence.
I think Mr. Thompson's going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's one of the younger drivers here today, but he won't let that happen. We wait for the arm to go up. There it goes. 3, 2, 1, go. Now we're off. And beautifully caught there by my colleague Graham as the car comes flying off at Robbie Williams'
It's almost as if I
corner.
predicted that then, but I know that this young driver is very keen.
That's
and
beautifully done over there.
Absolutely fearless.
Beautifully done. But he
And
comes
once
off there
more,
at
the yellow
Armitage
car
Shanks.
comes off.
Dad's got the measure of this circuit now, I think.
As predicted, Dad, I think he's just taking it nice and easy because he knows that
yellow car comes off.
easy does it because it's hare and tortoise here and Dad is playing the hare. He knows that if he takes it nice and easy, he's going to win this race.
Colossal crash there at Spode for the yellow car. And Dad's just showboating now, really. It's turned into a procession now, really. You'd think he might give his son a little bit of ease off a little bit, but no. You don't learn anything by that anyway, do you?
Absolutely no quarter. But now, the young driver's really coming into his own.
Unlucky there. A little bit too much drift on Robbie Williams there. So this is now they're
terrific driving.
Beautifully done. He's got a little bit overcooked it there on Robbie Williams. And Dad now just...
Once again, the commentator's curse is... we think that the young driver is about to get into his stride, and then he comes careering off.
See the pressure. Dad's put the pressure on now. He can take it easy. He can just ease his way around this track. Lovely done there, though, by the young man there, just going out of Robbie Williams. Just got to get the measure of Spode as well. Beautifully done. Power up now. Dad's come on. Now's a chance for the son now. If he can keep his composure. Yes, he can. This is looking good. Can he complete? Yes, he has. This is a beautiful lap now for the young man. Beautifully done. Past Wedgwood into Spode. This is looking good. Now he's got it. Dad now, he's under pressure now, Dad, and now he blocks the route there, the young man, and they're just waiting for the technical team to get the cars back on track. This is looking, now beautifully done there by the young man at the end there.
Very exciting at the end.
Had he had a bit longer on there, I suspect we would have had a slightly closer contest than we got from the Alpine Stars Racing team.
And the results are through. The audience in the arena think that they know who the winner is, but we'll just confirm that. Toby has got a magnificent 14 laps, which is terrific.
That is a very
for a first
respectable
attempt.
for the young man. Very
14
respectable. The
laps.
crowd very appreciative. They're looking down from the balcony above. They're waving down at Toby to give him there he goes. Toby waves back to the fans up there.
The question is, has Dad Liam got more than Toby? Well,
and can Dad Liam also get himself onto the leaderboard, today's leaderboard?
It's confirmed now that Liam has, in fact, got himself onto the leaderboard with a magnificent 22 laps.
So, in joint second on 22. Didn't quite make the 23. He could have done, I suspect. That's the Alpine Stars Racing team. They pump the air. They salute the crowd on the balcony above, and everyone is delighted with that.
And they're going to be off to spend their winnings now, I suspect, and celebrate with a big bottle of fizzy something or other, I should imagine. Or a packet of Haribo.
Maybe.
Yeah, and, well, that was very exciting. And, of course, we've had the second highest lap count of the day there. Liam with 22 laps. Of course, the day's record was created earlier on with a 23-lap race. But 22 is very, very impressive indeed.
I think we're in for a good race here. We've got Marawa again in blue, Rich in yellow. They both look very confident. They both look very experienced. And
Rich, driving the yellow car, is wearing a yellow T-shirt. He's sponsored by Ramen Noodle Soup.
That's right. New to the motor racing game, Ramen Noodle Soup. This is the first time they've fielded a team here. And Marawa, sponsored by the New York suburb of Brooklyn, who are more familiar to motor racing fans. Mr. Thompson there just reminding this pair of the rules. Crowd waiting in anticipation on the balcony above.
Mr. Thompson, when he looks you in the eye, he really means business. It's like a 1,000-yard stare straight. He drills straight into your skull.
Indeed.
And you know that there is absolutely no quarter with him. So he's a stickler for the rules.
We've got celebrity flag waver in today, and Mr. Thompson now just checks that everyone is ready.
And our celebrity flag waver, waving the checkered flag, is Melanie.
Ah, Melanie, familiar face in the Potteries shopping centre, of course, Melanie. And so she'll be delighted to be here today for this very special Stoke Grand Prix. We wait for Mr. Thompson's arm to go up. The arm is up. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off the blue car. Ooh, taking Robbie Williams a little bit too quickly there.
So this is looking good for yellow. Oh no, they stumble at Armitage Shanks, giving the blue car the advantage there. Maroa in blue, possibly with the advantage, but it's a shorter circuit for yellow. And if they can just maintain their concentration and keep the pressure on, but they just overcook it on Robbie Williams. Oh no, Maroa's come off as well, right over the safety barrier, but it's back on track now. So this is going to be very close indeed. It's all going to be about maintaining concentration, maintaining. Oh, there's an infringement. There's an infringement. Mr. Thompson's going to have to look at that. I think he's happy. Oh, again, blue comes off Maroa there on Robbie Williams' corner. So yellow could take advantage here if he can just maintain composure. They're both off the track. And stop. We're going to pause the race here. The safety car has come out, and we are just going to have to pause. So competitive here. They are watching from the window of River Island now in anticipation. They can't take their eyes off the track in River Island, so the race has been paused. How long's left, Mr. Thompson? How long is left? We've got 1 minute left, halfway through the race, and the crowd now are gathering here. They know they are going to see something special here today. Melanie, our celebrity flag waver, is still watching. She's going to restart the race. Oh, Mr. Thompson, shakes his head. He's not going to be happy with these two. He is just going to reiterate, calm down. It's supposed to be fun.
It's a little bit spicy at the moment between
the
these
arm
two
goes
drivers.
up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Melanie drops the flag. They're off, and they both come off at Robbie Williams. The pressure is on for both drivers here now. Who's going to get away the fastest? Now the blue car overdoes it again. If yellow can just maintain their composure, they might. Oh, over the newly installed soft crash barriers. No, this is rough and tumble, thrills and spills from Aroa here. He's not learning his lesson. He's really not learning his lesson. Has he learnt nothing from his previous race here? Now he's got it. That's better, but he still overcooks it slightly. Yellow comes off at Spode into Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. Nicely round there, and back into Spode and Armitage Shanks into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood. Bit of too much drift now. Blue takes the lead slightly, but I think it could still be yellow in the lead.
This is neck and neck, and we've hardly got any time of the race
beautifully
left,
done there by Maroa. Down Stanley Matthews.
Straights. Oh, and the blue car is off.
Oh, they're both off the track now.
Off at the Armitage Shanks U-bend.
They're now back on.
10
Just 10 seconds
remaining.
left. Pressure is on because yellow's now come off. They're both off at Spode. And that's it. Racing stops.
Both cars career off in a terrible accident. I hope neither of the drivers are injured there.
Let's
because
see what the
really
results are now. Mr. Thompson's just checking his records. The drivers look on in anticipation.
I think we've rarely seen a race that was as fraught and as badly tempered as that, quite frankly.
I know. The sponsors there, I think I was going to be interested to see whether Ramen Soup want to maintain their sponsorship after that. But Maroa in the blue car with 12 laps.
12 laps.
Rich in the yellow car.
Has he got 12 or has he got more or less than 12? That's the question. It was a very tightly run race.
14 laps
14
for
laps.
Rich in the yellow car, and the crowd applause now. Applause ripples round the arena. Ramen Noodle Soup are going to be pleased that they've invested in Rich now. We're going to see them back next year, I suspect, for the 2025 Stoke Grand Prix. The competitors shake hands. No hard feelings after that testy battle there. But they leave the arena, and we've got new racers arriving now.
Yes, absolutely. The ramen noodle soup was beef flavoured there. There was a lot of beef in that race.
It was a beefy race. We've got two new teams here. We've got another driver from the Hoodrich team. We had one yesterday. And a first appearance for the North Face sponsored team. They're just getting the measure of the track now. So Mr. Thompson just getting them signed in, checking their credentials.
We've got our drivers from Stoke and Lily here. Lily. No, Lily, this is Lily.
She's not from Lily, she's called Lily.
She's called Lily. And Anthony is, no, Stoke, yeah, Anthony's from Stoke and Lily's from, where's Lily from? Stoke. Two drivers from Stoke. Lily and Anthony. Let's hope that this race is a little better natured than the previous race.
We've got Anthony in the blue car. We've got Lily in the yellow car. Mr. Thompson there checking with military precision that they are lined up. And he just reminds the drivers of the rules. 2 minutes, most laps that we can do.
Lily, Penny. And our celebrity flag waver holding the checkered flag is Penny today.
Great to see Penny here today, taking some time out of her busy schedule to be with us to wave the flag here today for Friday's Stoke Grand Prix.
Penny's ready with the flag.
Penny's ready with the flag.
Ready with the flag. Our adjudicator, Mr. Thompson, is just about to count down 3, 2, 1, and then you can wave the flag. You get ready.
The arm is up.
Anthony.
3, 2, 1, go! And they are off. It's Anthony with a slight advantage.
Blue has the
Oh, this is
advantage.
stuck on the oil slick there, I think, for the yellow car. Anthony takes advantage there, and the pressure's on Lily now.
Back onto the Stanley Matthews as they scream round.
You've got to
Robbie
power
Williams.
up through Ridgewood in the yellow car. That's it. Blue with the advantage there. They took advantage when Lily got stuck in that little oil slick there, but she's now got the measure of the track nicely round Robbie Williams. A little bit slow there through Wedgwood, but she's safely through Spode and Armitage Shanks. She's back into Robbie Williams. Anthony now just slightly ahead, I think. Can he lap them? Lily there. Yes, he can. This is going to be tense stuff. Lily's got to maintain concentration, hope that Anthony has a crash, and to give her an opportunity to catch up. It's
But
a
of
tight
course that's
circuit,
quite
this.
possible because Anthony might get a little bit ahead of himself.
Oh no, this is catastrophic for Lily there. She gets caught out by Robbie Williams.
Down the Stanley Matthews straight.
Beautifully
into the
done
Robbie
there.
Williams, and the
Oh,
blue
this is
car
good
off.
now. This is the opportunity. Oh no, she blows it at Armitage Shanks.
Through
She
the
had the chance
chicane
there.
and around the
But
Armitage
Anthony
Shanks.
came off at Robbie Williams. But they're neck and neck now down Stanley Matthews straight. This is looking good for Lily. Can she keep ahead now? Yes, beautifully done. It's a shorter circuit for her there, going round there. Going round Spode, Armitage Shanks. Oh, beautifully done now. This is looking good now. Oh no, she blows it at Spode. And she will be disappointed with that. We've still got some racing though. Anthony only needs to have a crash, and there's a chance for Lily to catch up, but it's her that comes off at Robbie Williams. She throws her head back in despair. She's got to keep the power up round Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams, Wedgwood.
So
Spode,
easy to lose
Armitage
concentration
Shanks,
on this race.
Wedgwood,
Because it's
Spode.
a game of stamina, a race of stamina. The yellow car just slowing a little bit by the press box, and it's off the circuit.
Time, stop racing.
Well,
And
there was some terrific racing there, but I think, sadly, the yellow car, Lily came off one too many times. It feels like Anthony's got the advantage, but we'll have to take that to Geneva for the verification.
So, yes, just got the results back in. Very, very high scoring race that one was. And both drivers can be very pleased with their performance there. Ellie with 18 circuits.
That's a magnificent start for the first race.
Yesterday that would have been enough, but today it's not enough because Anthony goes to the top of our leaderboard for the Festival of Racing here with 23 laps. He joins Harry, Rich, Riley and Jade at the top of the leaderboard, and applause ripples around this magnificent cauldron of racing here today. The two drivers shake hands and hugs all round, and the support team gives them a pat on the back.
Goodness me, there was no hard feelings there. I mean, a terrific racing from both drivers there, but great to see Anthony going to the top of the leaderboard, joining an illustrious crowd of drivers there on 23 laps. And yeah, he looked very pleased with himself. So, we are halfway through day 2 of racing here at the Stoke Grand Prix. We're at the Hanley Arena here in the heart of the Potteries shopping centre. In this magnificent arena, we've got spectators up on the top deck looking down on the circuit. We've got people taking a special ride up and down the lift to get an eagle-eye view of the circuit. So this is the Hanley Arena, and these are the rules of the race. You have 2 minutes and no more than 2 minutes to complete as many circuits as you can.
Yes,
We
indeed.
are-
Sorry, Graham, just Mr. Thompson just signing in the competitors, the crowd gathering.
People are spilling out of River Island, coming to witness the next race. Originally from Rotherham, so we've got the Rotherham, the South Yorkshire driving crew.
The pride of Rotherham at stake here today. They're just going to have a little practice lap there. Alex a little bit overcooks it. Oh, it's going to be close, this, I think. It's a tricky circuit for yellow, but if you can keep your composure, you can win here. And Alex there, Mr. Thompson, just giving some friendly advice about easing off slightly round Robbie Williams there. Now he's got the measure of it. Nicely done round Stanley Matthews. Beautiful round Robbie Williams into Spode. And they coming together at Spode there at Armitage Shanks. And now Alex is cooking on gas now.
Well, that was just the warm-up round, so the crowd
We're
are
in
very
for a
excited
treat.
because
And
we really are.
the
in for a
crowd
treat
gathering
here.
on the balcony above us as well with a spectacular bird's eye view. They've heard that Rotherham racers are in town and they don't want to miss out. What a spectacle this is going to be. Mr. Thompson just reminding the riders of the rules and regulations to keep it friendly. And there's a lot of family rivalry at stake here. We've got Alex and Jade. It's a different Jade than our other Jade. We've got Craig on flag duty. Oh, hold on now. We've seen this a bit today. This typical South Yorkshire here, trying to go before they've got official confirmation. And
Yeah, they're kind of psyching each other out. There's kind of psychological one-upmanship here from the two drivers, just trying to intimidate one another, but they won't fall for that, and neither will Mr. Thompson, who's our adjudicator.
so we're settling down again now. Everyone is ready. Craig is ready on the flag. We're waiting for Mr. Thompson's arm to go up. And he's just making sure there that Jade doesn't inch to the arms up. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off.
And they're off.
Down to Robbie Williams'
Slow
corner.
start for Jade in yellow there. She's going to regret that later. And off she comes at Spode. Blue car now speeds around Spode and takes advantage of that. It's Alex who's got the advantage in blue. Jade's got some work to do in yellow. Can she keep her composure? No, she can't. She's come off at Spode. Mr. Thompson having to work pretty hard. And Alex now just keeping it nice and steady. That's the way to do it. He's just got to maintain that composure. We could be seeing a record-breaking circuit. Oh, no! He's overdone it at Robbie Williams. He saw that Robbie Williams corner and let it get to him. And again, he's come off the corner there. Just got to maintain his composure.
So going a little bit too fast into that corner. He's a little bit overconfident there from the young man from Rotherham. But he's back into his stride now, and as he comes around the Armitage Shanks U-bend and into the Spode corner, it's actually speeding around here at incredible
and there's
speed.
a tumble for Jade
I
at Armitage
suspect
Shanks.
we might be on for a record-breaking lap here, certainly for such a junior driver. And he keeps going.
Oh no, this is a chance for Jade now. But she can't quite take advantage. Yes, she can. She's in the lead. Oh, this is good. She's put the pressure back onto Alex now. She needs to maintain her composure. Beautifully done there around Robbie Williams. Wedgwood. Alex now again flips off at Robbie Williams. Round Spode into Armitage Shanks. It's getting closer, I think, if Jay can just maintain composure.
Just
power
a few
up through
more
Wedgwood.
seconds as we come to the
That
end
was a
of
good
this
lap
race.
for Alex there. He's got his rhythm back. And he's going to be taking over there. Oh no, but he blows it at Robbie Williams, giving Jade the advantage again. And he blows it at Spode as well. The pressure is back on Alex. Can't be long left. Just a few seconds. Now, can Jade take advantage from this last few seconds? Stop racing.
Good
Oh,
heavens.
I don't think. Oh, and Crow's careering over the barriers there.
Well, that was certainly
Alex. This is going to be close.
Spectator sport. The crowd were absolutely in raptures at that race there because it was.
Who's going to be
minute.
paying for lunch? Is it going to be mother? Is it going to be son?
Well,
Oh,
we have the
very
results
close.
through, and quite frankly, it's a bit of a surprise to me this, but Jade has come in with 18 laps.
Very respectable. Big round of applause from the
18
crowd for
laps.
18 laps
A
there.
terrific, terrific score. And Alex, 20 laps. So
It's a win for
is the
Alex
winner.
there. Managed to keep that lead. He got off to a good start and he managed to keep that going. He had a few problems, but Jade wasn't able to take advantage there. And they leave the arena full of smiles. Members of the some of the crowd having to leave here just because of the excitement. That's what happens. The Stoke Grand Prix there.
Yes.
And we got a member of the McLaren racing team flown in from Monaco. And yesterday, racing in Monaco just landed by their private jet today at Hanley International Airport. And looking confident. So Mr. Thompson just signing them in, making sure they got the correct credentials. Just because you're wearing the McLaren hat doesn't mean you're allowed to race, but it looks like he's passed the preliminary checks. I think we've got a family affair in our McLaren team today.
And sporting a T-shirt with
Ethan
lots
in blue,
of...
Julie in yellow. Ethan in blue, Julie in yellow, both from Stoke. It's a family affair. They're going to have a little practice first. Mr. Thompson's a little bit flustered.
Ethan, sponsored by Splunk and Dark Trace there on his shirt. I'm not sure what Splunk is, but I'm sure he's got plenty of it, and he's going to need it for this race because he is operating the yellow car today. And as the two vehicles make their way around the circuit, just testing the circuit, they have to pull back off the throttle close to the Robbie Williams turn in order to get round it. Otherwise, it can really come a cropper.
So just having to revisit the paperwork. So it is Ethan in the yellow car, Julie in the blue car. I suspect we are in for a tight race here. Ethan's got the measure of that yellow car, which has proved to be tricky today. But I think Ethan could be pressing his mother here to a very, very close race. Mr. Thompson. So it's Mercedes versus McLaren. Mercedes versus McLaren. And Ethan and Julie
The
just
Mercedes
being reminded
is
of
the blue
rules.
car, the McLaren is the yellow, of course, as the two vehicles rev up in front of the main grandstand and receive their final notices before the beginning of the race.
Crowd gathering on the balcony above for that spectacular bird's eye view that you get from up there. Mr. Thompson has the flag. He raises it aloft. We wait for those immortal words, and here they come. 3, 2, 1, go!
And
they're off. It's a good start for
Round the Robbie
Ethan.
Williams.
It's a good start for Julie in blue. Oh, but she comes off at Robbie Williams. They both do as well. No one able to take advantage there. And Ethan comes off at Spode as well, but he's not quite back on the track there. So he's going to be disappointed in the technical team there. But now is the chance for him to take advantage as Julie comes off just past Wedgwood. But he needs to just keep that throttle going. That's the way to do it. Power up past there. That's good. Now he can take advantage as Julie comes off, but he doesn't. He blows it at Armitage Shanks. He needed to just press home that advantage there while Julie was off the track. But he needs to keep his composure. Now he can take advantage. Power up now past Wedgwood. That's it. Take it easy at Spo, but he doesn't. He lets himself lose advantage there. And the technical team just need to make sure the car is back on track. Mr. Thompson might have to keep his eye on that round there. Or Julie slows down there. Now can he take advantage? Ethan, no, he can't. Too much drift at Robbie Williams. Too much drift.
And the yellow car
Now.
really struggling there on Robbie Williams' corner through
Now,
the
Ethan,
slow
now he
junction.
can take advantage. That's it. Keep your composure. That's it. Power up now, but he's off at Spo. This is it now. Now he's... Oh, no, he's blown it now. Armitage Shanks. He can't believe it. And it's neck and neck now.
But the blue car
around-
seems to take the advantage as it comes down the Stanley Matthews straight round Robbie Williams' corner and past the mini grandstand round the Armitage Shanks U-bend and has come to a stall. For some reason, there seems to be some technical problems through the chicane, back on track.
Oh, he tried to take over there. That was a big mistake. Worth taking the risk, but tricky. Oh, no, and he comes tumbling off. And time is up.
Well, that was a rather painful end to what was otherwise a magnificent race between these two.
Ethan full of smiles, waiting in anticipation for the result. I think he knows that he possibly didn't quite do himself justice.
He'll be frustrated with himself, Ethan, because despite a magnificent score of 16
Very
laps,
respectable 16 circuits.
it wasn't enough to beat Julie with 20. So 20 to 16. The two competitors give each other a
Fourth
hug.
on the leaderboard for
There's no
Julie.
hard feelings there.
Round of applause. No hard feelings there.
And now Ethan's going off to buy the winner a nice treat, I think, in H. Samuel.
That's right. There's a couple
Probably,
of jewellers around here. So Ethan may be wanting to congratulate his competitor there, Julie.
Yeah, the photographers, press photographers there, just taking an image of the racing drivers there. Excellent driving. Well, it's almost too much excitement for one day. Here we are, halfway through day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix, live from the Hanley Arena. We've got a magnificent thousands of spectators up there in the galleries.
Standing
watching.
room only up there on the gallery. We got the representative Ramen Noodles racing team up there as well, just thinking about what could have been. And he might be wanting to have another go later on in the day. The sun is out. It's not a cloud in, well, there are a few clouds in the sky, but it doesn't matter, of course, because we are in this purpose-built covered arena here in Hanley for the Stoke Grand Prix. If you're listening at home, it's day 2 of racing here. We had a spectacular day yesterday, and I would say today is shaping up to be just as spectacular again. We've had 2 people join our leaderboard, Jade and Anthony, today, joining Harry, Rich and Riley from yesterday with 23 circuits. 23, it's the number to beat. It's going to be tricky, I think, to beat that. You're looking at around 5-6 seconds a lap for that, and it can be done.
It can be done, but the temptation, of course, is to speed around the Robbie Williams corner when it's just proving too difficult, and has been the failing of many a driver on this circuit. So 23 seems to be the absolute limit. I'll be very surprised if we can reach 24. Anybody can reach 24 on this. But nonetheless, Ramen Noodles Soup team are just preparing themselves for a possible rematch. Just looking for another worthy competitor to join. And the clouds scudding by, a few clouds in this otherwise beautiful blue sky up above us through the skylight, scudding along. I think there's quite a bit of a wind out there, but there's nothing here, of course, because we're protected from the elements here on the ground level.
The cleaning team doing a magnificent job of keeping the circuit spotless here today. And Stoke Grand Prix, of course, renowned for the difficulty of driving, but also for how clean the stadium is kept as well. Standards very high here. Driving standards high. Hygiene and cleanliness standards also very high as well. And we thank them for that. We thank them for that.
Yeah,
today.
we're very grateful for that, because even a speck of dust on this this circuit can have an impact on performance of the vehicles.
So there's a little lull in proceedings now. I suppose it's lunchtime. Drivers wanting to take on board some fuel, body fuel that is, not car fuel. Ready for racing. Mr. Thompson just taking a moment to reflect on his earlier error. And racers just having a look at the circuit to see whether they want to have a little go at racing.
We've got a couple of drivers who are just checking out the circuit. Just to remind you, it's a time trial, 2 minutes only. How many circuits can you complete in the allotted 2 minutes? Our adjudicator, Mr. Thompson, is just introducing the two drivers to the regulations. On the yellow car, we have a driver sponsored by the Comfort Club.
That's right, Comfort Club, of course, new to the motor racing circuit, but pumped in a lot of money to their drivers. So Mr. Thompson just checking the paperwork, checking credentials, checking that they've reached level 4. Only drivers who've reached level 4 able to compete here today in the Stoke Grand Prix in this magnificent setting under this spectacular glass ceiling here in the Potteries shopping centre. They're just having a practice lap.
It's an important thing for the drivers to just have a little practice lap to see where the pitfalls are. Now here the blue car has just spun off Spode corner, as has the yellow car. This is a very difficult part of the track, so you need to slow down as you pass the little grandstand before we go into Spode. Round the Armitage Shanks, you bend down the straight, Stanley Matthews straight, and into the Robbie Williams corner, which also causes some drivers some problems. Control is often the key word here, because it doesn't always pay to go too fast through the circuit. You need to power up around certain parts of the circuit and then slow down in order to hit the tight turns. But the two drivers are quickly learning and getting the measure of this circuit here at the Hanley Arena. It looks like the two drivers are nearly ready for their race. Mr. Thompson is just checking the vehicles to check neither of them have been souped up illegally.
We've got Ruby and Ewan from South Wales, travelled all the way up. Just their private jet just landed in the Hanley Park earlier. And Mr. Thompson just reminding them of the rules. He wants a clean race, no funny business. Crowds gathering on the balcony and down here the side track side. So we wait for the arm to go up, and the flag being handed to our previous rider.
Mounting in the stadium. There's some anxious looks on the faces of the audience here. Spectators high in expectation. 3, 2, 1. And the vehicles are off round the Robbie
Ruby
Williams
gets the
corner.
best start there, I think, in the blue car. And yellow car comes off the track at Spode. And so Ruby now able to relax, take advantage of that. Ewan now has just got to keep his composure, hope that Ruby crashes as well. He's got to keep the power on through Spode, down Stanley Matthews. This is looking good, beautifully there around Robbie Williams. Look of concentration on both these drivers' faces here today. This is looking good now for Ewan in yellow. Oh no, but he loses control and comes off at Spode.
He's back
That's
on.
the chance there.
He has to speed up round Armitage Shanks now and into the Stanley Matthews straights.
A little bit slow there. Comes off again at Spode. Both drivers stopping there. So it could be very close here now if Ewan can just keep his composure. Hope that Ruby has a little crash. And yes, she stalls. She stalls there at Spode. There's something wrong with the oil slick on the track round there. So she's got to keep momentum to get herself round there, just as Ewan does there round Wedgwood. And so it's going to be very close. I think we're halfway through the race now.
Yeah, Ewan slowing
nice
up around the Wedgwood corner there. He's but he's off
he
the
comes
stop
off
the
at
track
Armitage
there.
Shanks. He could have pressed home his advantage there. It's going to be very close, this, I think. Oh, and again comes off at Spode. Temptation there is to throttle up. Now you've got to keep your composure. This is looking good. Slows up slightly around Wedgwood.
Meanwhile,
Takes
Ruby
advantage at Spode and Armitage Shanks. Takes the lead over Stanley Matthews.
Oh, Ruby really in a stride now. She comes around Armitage Shanks, U-bend and down the
Oh, but she comes off. Now's a
track.
chance for Ewan now. If he can just press home his advantage now, keep his composure. Down. Oh, but he doesn't. He comes off at Armitage Shanks. This is what so often happens, is that just when you think you've got the advantage, the pressure goes back on again, and you lose control.
Both
time
drivers,
is up. This is going to be close here, I
it's going
think.
to be terribly frustrating, I think, for these drivers who thought they were in for an easy ride of it then, but little points of the track just keep tripping you up like that. Spode corner just fell foul of them both.
That's right. It's all about staying on the track. And Ewan didn't quite manage to keep his car on track. So, South Wales today, can they go home with their heads held high back to South Wales? Ewan, I'm not quite so sure really, but he's got 13 circuits.
Which is a very respectable score, given this is his first attempt at this circuit.
Well, you say respectable, but I'm not sure. Ruby takes home the spoils to South Wales with 16 circuits. She pats Ewan on the arm. They shake hands.
There's no hard feelings.
No hard feelings, but
no hard feelings.
Afternoon tea is certainly on Ewan today, I think. Always is, he says. That's the way of the world. They're not going to trouble the leaderboard, but they've done themselves proud. And the crowd up above on the balcony appreciate that as well.
Great driving at the Hanley Arena. And the fun just keeps mounting as we come into the second half of the second day of motor racing here at the Stoke Grand Prix. We're broadcasting to the world from the Potteries Shopping Centre here in the heart of Hanley. One of the cinq towns, you might say, cinq villes, the 5 towns of Stoke.
Something for our French listeners there, and of course we can't translate.
Of course, it's controversial, Craig, because some would say 5 and some would say 6, because there are 1 or 2 towns that always don't get quite as much of a look in, do they, as the others. Trenton, Paul Fenton is the 6th town, always the one who gets the overlooked. The other towns, of course, Stoke and Hanley and Newcastle and Trentham, Burslem. Newcastle is its own thing, so it doesn't get counted as one of the 5 towns.
So if you're listening at home, you join us for coverage of day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix. We've got 2 familiar faces. If you're watching around the world, you'll recognise these 2. We've seen them earlier on in the day, and it's a rematch. We've got racers from Brooklyn team and from, of course, now very familiar on the circuit, ramen beef noodle soup as well.
Yeah, these 2 arch rivals coming back to, it's a bit like Djokovic and Nadal, isn't it? This is kind of a rivalry which has become legendary.
We've got Marua in blue, who had a thrills and spills Crasham race last time. We got Richard, who's consistent and careful driver around this circuit. He knows it so well, of course, being a local lad. And Mr. Thompson gets them lined up, reminds them of the rules. And we wait for that arm to go aloft. Craig's going to be on flag duty, of course. Craig, a very familiar face around here. Probably one of the finest flag wavers in the area, I think. We're lucky to have him here today. Mr. Thompson's arm goes up. We wait for the countdown. Those magic words. Three, two, one, go! And they're off. And Marawa again. He never learns his lesson about Robbie Williams, does he? And we're as Rich takes it nice and steady. Craig leaps into action there to get Marawa back on track.
There's an
Rich
opportunity
comes
for
off
Blue
again. Now it's an opportunity for Marawa now. Can he come back? As Richard goes round the track there, but Marawa again comes off. Richard's off at Armitage Shanks. And Marawa off again at Robbie Williams. Richard taking it nice and steady. His Armitage Shanks is his nemesis. Robbie Williams is Marawa's nemesis. They are neck and neck around there.
Marawa really struggling
oh
on
no,
Spode
it's
as
all
well.
kinds of chaos now. Everyone trying to put the cars back on the track. And Richard now back safely. Oh, that's nicely done there by Marawa around Spode. But again, he hasn't learned his lesson at Robbie Williams. He's got the measure of Spode. He's got the measure of Armitage Shanks. But he hasn't got the measure of Robbie Williams. Richards comes off at Armitage Shanks. He's safely around Wedgwood. He's into Spode. Marawa comes flying off the track at Armitage Shanks. So now does Richard. Where's the cars? We've got no cars on the track at the moment. It's absolute carnage here. It's thrills and spills. The crowd on the balcony above can't believe what they are seeing, bathed in sunlight with that magnificent aerial view. Richard's on the wrong track now. Marawa's come off at Spode. Richard safely through Stanley Matthews, but Marawa is off again, and he's off again at Robbie Williams. Everybody just needs to calm down here. There's too much excitement. Everyone just needs to take a deep breath and refocus. Can't be long left now in this track. We can imagine that Mr. Thompson's in control. There's just a few seconds left. Can anyone take advantage as we get to the final countdown now? And time, stop racing. Mr. Thompson has called it. He's checked his watch. He's checking the paperwork. Everyone just take a deep breath. Take a moment.
Well, we knew that this rivalry was a fierce one, and the previous encounter between these two drivers was itself carnage. But there was a real opportunity to kind of just take stock and calm down and take a more measured approach. But no, it wasn't to be, because the adrenaline was running very high in this match.
So in their last meeting a few minutes ago, Marawa had 12 laps and Rich had 14. In their most recent encounter, you've just witnessed it here, a race of thrills, spills, tumbles and crashes. Marawa did slightly worse than last time, maybe too much sugar. 11 circuits. Rich improved on his score with 15 circuits. Ramen Rich, they call him, and he gets a round of applause there. He's beaten his personal best, and he goes away happy there. Marawa just needs to go home and have a little think about his driving style, I think. We've got two new drivers now. They take their seats in the pit lane.
Ramen Rich will be very pleased. The sponsors, I think, will be quite pleased with his progress. Nice, steady progress as he improves his performance skills. He's obviously still a young driver, and there's a big, long career ahead of him.
Two new drivers being signed in by Mr. Thompson.
We've got a husband and wife from Stoke. Sham is in the blue car and Simi is in the yellow car. Sham and Simi.
Husband and wife racing team here. And having a little practice ride. Sham in blue immediately being caught out by Robbie Williams. There, that corner does wreak havoc. But he'll soon learn that slow and steady does it around the track. And he hasn't quite got the measure of the controls there. He's just being a little bit tentative. Simi there, though, nice and confident. And That's it. They're both having a little practice. Takes a while to get the measure of the track, of the car, out of the controllers. Sham now just stalls on the track there. Mr. Thompson checking they're okay. Jade's back, everyone. Good news, Jade is back on flag duty. Craig obviously does an excellent job, but no one does flag waving quite like Jade. Here we are, crowd gathering. They're up on the balcony above for that bird's eye view. We got Sham and Simi, husband and wife pairing. There's a lot at stake here. There's marital harmony at stake, as well as who's going to be Mr. Thompson making sure it's a nice, clean race. He's seen this before, husband and wife racing. He knows it can get a little bit feisty. Jade is ready. We wait for the arm to go up. And the magic words to tumble out of Mr. Thompson's mouth. 3, 2, 1. Oh, here we go. And this is what we were expecting. This is what happens when you have husband and wife racers here.
That was an absolute abomination. A terrible misjust.
Basic cheating, I think.
Basically, we could call it cheating. That's what it was.
We don't like to use that word, but I think that's the only word to describe what we've just witnessed there. Mr. Thompson says, calm down. 3, 2, 1, and go. Go on, go. Don't go on 3. Yeah. Don't go on 2. Don't go on 1. Go on, go. Yeah, they're laughing about it, but it's not a laughing matter.
It's not a laughing matter.
We don't see Mr. Thompson laughing, do we? No, we don't. Okay, we're ready. Mr. Thompson, his arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go. That's better. Nice, clean start. It's neck and neck. Into Spode. Oh, and Simi spins off at Spode. And Sham spins off
also spins off at the Robbie Williams corner. They're through the Wedgwood bend, and he's through. But at the moment, Sham seems to have the advantage, but it's not. Oh, and he's off. She's off. Simi's off at the Armitage Shanks bend. The two of them careering round now. I think Sham seems, in the blue car, seems to have got the measure of this, but there's a bit of an accident there on the Robbie Williams corner.
Oh, and terrible tumble at Spode there for Simi.
She spins off for Simi around the Armitage Shanks and trying to get into their stride. I think they might have got the measure of that now, but it's a tricky race. Now the two of them heading it. Oh, and she spins off. Simi spins off and crashes into the technical area. The yellow car round the Armitage Shanks, down the Stanley Matthews, tumbles off on the Wedgwood corner, and she's having all kinds of problems with her vehicle. I think it might need to take it into the pits.
It's carnage for Simi here. The crowd know they like to see a few crashes, and they're gathering in their thousands up on the balcony above here. They like the thrills and the spills. The balloons are out. Stoke City first team are back. They love the sport, even when it's off season. They can't keep their eyes off the sport. Probably put a little bet on it as well. Sponsored by Bet365, of course. So we don't encourage gambling, but only do it if it's fun. And it is fun here at the Stoke Grand Prix. Simi stalls a little bit. It's Sham with the advantage, going down Stanley Matthews, past Wedgwood, into Spode, round Armitage Shanks. Simi safely through Robbie Williams.
Terrible infringement.
Time's up.
There was an awful infringement in there. I don't know whether the adjudicator spotted
this
that.
This is mess. I think this is going to have to go to Geneva now to be confirmed. We're going to have to look back at the footage.
For those of you listening at home and watching from a distance, Simi actually used her foot to make an infringement on the track to prevent her husband's car getting through.
Mr. Thompson shakes his head. You don't want to see Mr. Thompson. Oh, a penalty has been incurred here. So it wouldn't have made much difference to the result, but it's more about self-respect as much as anything. So Simi did have 16 laps. She's been deducted 2 laps, so she finishes with 40. There's arguing. Back chat to Mr. Thompson.
Back chat.
Another one loose. She's down to 13 laps down to 13. It's too late. Don't mess with Mr. Thompson.
He's ex-SAS. I wouldn't mess with
No.
him. You know, he's
So-
actually a stickler for details.
If you're listening at home, watching around the world, you're going to be interested in this number now, because going to top of the leaderboard, joint leaderboard for the racing, we have Sham with 23 circuits.
23 circuits, which
circuits.
equals our top performance.
The crowds
for the
go
day.
wild here. Applause ripples around this magnificent arena here. Sham joins Harry, Rich, Riley, Jake and Anthony with 23 circuits. Who knows what might have happened if he hadn't been interfered with by Simi there.
That's right. There was a little bit of foul play there, but there's no hard feelings between these two. They shake hands and perhaps give each other a little hug. Because, love wins through all, doesn't it? Anyway.
Crowds gathering on the balcony above that spectacular bird's eye view. They're enjoying the day today. A little bit of cloud cover. Doesn't matter here, of course, since we have had the roof put on after last year when the rain caused the track to short circuit. We've had that glass roof put on since then, and quickly learning there, driver of the blue car, that you have to take it easy at Robbie Williams, and yellow car takes it nicely around there just to keep the power up going around there. We've got a stalled, I think, at Spode there, and just having a little practice lap. Mr. Thompson fills in the paperwork.
For those of you who have just arrived and are unfamiliar with what's going on here, welcome to the Hanley Arena, where we are watching day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix. It's a regular fixture on the Grand Prix calendar, wedged as it is between Monaco and Imola. And we've got a magnificent purpose-built stadium here in the Potteries shopping centre, which is multiple tiered. We've got thousands of spectators all lined up on several galleries above us, looking down and having an eagle-eye view of this magnificent new circuit.
So we have got 2 friends here. Will they stay friends at the end of this, what promises to be an action-packed 2 minutes? We've got Isla with the yellow car. We've got Ava with the blue car. They nod that they understand what's happening to Mr. Thompson. Jade, celebrity flag waver is ready. Mr. Thompson's arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go! And yellow takes the lead straight off the blocks there. And Ava comes a cropper at Robbie Williams. It's Isla now who has advantage in the yellow car. Can Ava catch up? It's going to be very, very close here. Beautiful driving there from Ava in yellow. Isla just needs to take it easy. She's being caught out by Robbie Williams there, so she needs to take it easy. That's better around Robbie Williams. Past Wedgwood into Spode. It's Isla who has advantage in yellow. Oh, they're coming together at Spode. They're both off the track. They started friends. Are they going to remain friends? Ava comes a cropper at Armitage Shanks. It's Isla in yellow who's got the advantage, but she kicks a tumble at Spode. Can Ava now take advantage of that? It's Isla now who's come a proper at Robbie Williams.
Yeah, there's a wheel spins from the blue car on the Robbie Williams turn there, but both cars now neck and neck as they come through the chicane round the Armitage Shanks U-bend and down the Stanley Matthews straight, and the yellow car spins up at Spode corner.
Isla there at Spode. This is very close now. They're neck and neck round Robbie Williams. Into Spode, Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood.
The first aid tent there. There's such excitement here that all the first aiders, the St John's ambulancemen, have come out to actually watch the race, and through the Wedgwood chicane and down the Stanley Matthews straights, round the bend, and round another bend as they hit the Armitage Shanks, where the yellow car spins off the track and rolls. But it's back on now, and this is a magnificent scoring race. The two of them neck and neck, I suspect, but no, the yellow car comes off at Spode and needs to be put back on the track. It's getting pretty exciting here as the clock ticks away. We've not got much left. Oh, the blue car spins off. just as the race comes to an end. But this is there's scarcely a hair's breadth between these two drivers.
Sorry, Graham, just furrowed brow there from Mr. Thompson, which I suspect means there's something interesting coming our way.
An infringement that we didn't spot there.
We've got Isla, of course, driving the yellow car. Ava driving the blue car. They look on in anticipation as we wait for confirmation from Geneva of the results.
I think
it's so close, it's had to go to video technology to see who is the winner. I can now tell you that Ava, Isla, you had 16 circuits, which is very respectable, and the crowd applaud that there. Isla, 16. Ava, did she win? Ava. 17 circuits for Ava. She just nicks it. She just nicks it there. Isla very sportingly applauds her rival there. It looks like they're still friends. They shake hands. Well, high-five each other. And it's all smiles here. So everyone leaves the arena happy. The crowd gathered on the balcony above. They know they've seen something special there. That spectacular bird's eye view as our next racers come into the arena.
For all the listeners at home, Jade, our celebrity driver, is back on the checkered flag. We've got the Stoke City team in the arena. They're in their special box, celebrity box, to get a front view of the action at the Spode corner, which is where a lot of the action happens, of course, because a lot of the cars spin off there. Not saying that our audience are looking for danger, but there's plenty of it on this circuit, let me tell you. And you can tell that these drivers are a little bit trigger happy at the moment. They need to just calm down a little bit because there's a danger of these cars spinning off the track. There are a couple of danger points there at Spon corner, as the yellow car has just found out to their sad demise. And also the second one is the Robbie Williams corner, which is this one, which is also quite perilous. So the drivers really need to speed up along the Stanley Matthews straights and then immediately slow down before they hit the turn. Otherwise, they're going to come a cropper. So there's a lot of skill needed in this circuit.
So
two drivers looking confident.
Come back to the start line. Mr. Thompson there lines them up with military precision. We've got Liza in the blue car. We've got Poppy in the yellow car. Two friends from Stoke. Will they still be friends? We've seen friendships made. We've seen friendships broken over the last 2 days. The crowd upstairs waiting in anticipation for what they are going to see. Jade is ready. The drivers are ready. Mr. Thompson's arm goes up. 3, 2, 1... go, and they're off, and it's a flying start for both of them. They come flying off the track at Robbie Williams. It's carnage here already, and we are going to see some thrills and spills. We may not see the finest racing, but we are certainly going to see some action. They're off again at Spode and Armitage Shanks. They're back on the track. That's better round Robbie Williams now. Into Spode. They both come off there on that tricky little corner.
Spinning off the
back
tracks.
on the track now.
Yeah, round Armitage Shanks.
It looks like Liza now has got the measure of it now. She's calmed down a little bit round Robbie Williams. It's past Wedgwood into Spode. Oh, and Poppy comes off again. Liza comes off at Robbie Williams. Poppy off again at Robbie Williams. She's just a little bit too heavy on the throttle round there. It's going to be close. She comes off at Spode. Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Wedgwood now for Liza.
Nice
in
and
blue.
easy does it as they come round the Robbie Williams.
Again, overcooks
again, the
it
yellow
at
car
Spode.
spinning off repeatedly at the Spode corner, which is a particular danger point. And the blue car getting into their stride now, seem to be much more in control. Has got the measure of this. Nice and easy does it, knowing when to put the throttle on and when to just pull back and slow down. The blue car round down the Stanley Matthews straights. The yellow car repeatedly spinning off at the Robbie Williams corner. and not doing themselves any favours. In fact, I'd be very surprised if...
Oh, they're
in
both
fact,
off at Robbie Williams. This could be a chance now for Poppy in yellow to take advantage if she can just keep her composure, but no, frustrated again at Spode.
I
You
suspected
can
a little
see
bit
the
of
frustration on her
foul
face now.
play
She
there.
can't believe it. She doesn't know what she can do. Liza's really put the pressure. Beautiful drift there coming out of Armitage Shanks for Poppy, though, in yellow, but she takes a tumble again at Spode. And it's processional now for Liza. She knows the pressure is off. She can take it easy. Whereas Poppy, that's time up. Mr. Thompson has called it. Mr. Thompson has called it.
That was Liza actually really in her stride there. A terrific race from her, and I think the results are in, and it's quite conclusive actually, because these two young drivers from Stoke, I can reveal that the results have been verified. And Poppy, you have scored 11 circuits, which is a great first race, but Liza, 19 circuits. So the blue car wins there. Great racing. The two of them shake hands. There's no hard feelings. They will remain friends despite... Pardon? They will remain sisters. They will remain sisters and they will remain friends. No, they don't need to be friends because they're sisters.
That's right. So bragging rights back home. They take their balloons. Everyone gets a golden balloon, of course, who competes here today. Golden balloon and a little cup of sweets. If you're just joined us, you're listening to live commentary from the commentators here at the Stoke Grand Prix in the Potteries Shopping Centre. And it's Dad, I think, Dad who takes up position in the pit lane.
Dad, of course, one of the Stoke City coaching crew.
That's right, a little bit, a rare Saturday off. Now we're in off-season. And he's in the yellow car. Ed in yellow. Poppy in blue. A change of car for Poppy. It's going to be interesting to see whether she does better, but no, she's still a little trigger happy going into Robbie Williams.
Poppy straight off at Robbie Williams, which is her bête noire of a point on the circuit. I think she seems to have just, caused some damage to the other vehicle there, so it's a quite strategic, quite cynical play there from Poppy, I think, as she's done some damage to the yellow vehicle. But anyway, it remains to be seen whether Ed can maintain control of his vehicle as the yellow car spins round Robbie Williams and into the Wedgwood and past the grandstand through Spode corner and around and down Stanley Matthews. The yellow car definitely having some technical issues there, and in fact it looks like Poppy might have really got the hang of this on the blue vehicle as well, because she is now in her stride, and it wouldn't surprise me actually if she beats her dad in this race. And I can't even remember whether the race has begun. I think they're just still warming up, aren't they? That's my over-keenness getting the better of me there. So Poppy has the blue vehicle and Ed has the yellow. The engineers are down by the track side making a few adjustments by Wedgwood curve, because there seems to be an oil slick or something which is impeding the yellow vehicle on that track. But the adjudicator has passed on his vital information to the two drivers.
Ed and Poppy, the arm goes up. Three, two, one. Flags down, and they are off. It's a good start for Ed there. Nice and steady. Round he goes there into Spodes. It's neck and neck. Stanley Matthews. Oh, this is going to be very close indeed. Poppy's got the advantage at the moment, but she might just lose it at Robbie Williams, but she doesn't. She has got control now, and it's going to be tricky for Ed to catch up. He's going to have to hope that Poppy loses composure and comes a cropper at Robbie Williams, but at the moment she is a picture of concentration now, and this could be a very high scoring round indeed. She's not making any mistakes at the moment.
We're looking at a complete transformation for Poppy. We saw her in that previous race and she was having all kinds of technical problems and spinning off, but now she's really got the measure of this blue car and is racing ahead. She's just marginally ahead of Ed in the yellow car, but Ed is determined. He's consistently and quite...
Oh no, he
he's
comes
off the
across at
track
Armitage Shanks. It's just when he was going so well
terribly
there.
frustrating for him.
That's
He's going to
the
be furious with
pressure,
himself
the pressure of racing, of course. Just trying to push it a little bit too much. But Poppy now, she can take it nice and easy. I think she'll be breathing
if she's up
sigh
on
of
the
relief.
leaderboard here.
We could be going on to the leaderboard if she can just keep composure. Round Spode, Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews, into Robbie Williams, back into Spode. Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews, into Robbie Williams. She is in complete control now. Nothing can stop her, I would say. Ed, can he do anything to catch up now? He's got a shorter circuit on that inside line, but it's a little bit trickier with those tighter curves. And he did come a cropper at Armitage Shanks here, which might have cost him dear. Can't be long now. Mr. Thompson checks the watch.
The crowd
He
are
keeps
absolutely
counting.
in raptures here at the
cameras
Hanley
are out.
Arena. We've got a full capacity crowd.
Oh, and he's come a cropper again
he's
at
come
Armitage
up.
Shank.
He's come
I
off.
think that could be the end of his race now, unless Poppy goes bad. Time is up. Time is up.
There's a huge
the
round
look
of
on Mr.
applause
Thompson's face
from everyone
suggests
in the stadium.
we might have seen
here
something
at
very
Hanley.
special here today. Poppy looks excited. Mr. Thompson, I think that might be a smile on Mr. Thompson's face. I haven't seen that
This is
for
extraordinary.
14 years, but we've got it today. Ed with a massive 21 laps, which does put him in third on the leaderboard. But if you are listening, watching at home, watching here in this magnificent cauldron of the Potteries Shopping Centre, we have a new leader on our leaderboard. Previously, top of the leaderboard was 23 laps. But Poppy here, our young driver from Stoke, 24 laps, tops the leaderboard, head of 2 days racing.
That's
unbelievable
extraordinary.
scenes. They're clapping in the arena up there. They can't believe it. They have seen a piece of history here today in the Potteries Shopping Centre. Poppy there.
Poppy sporting,
Big
holding her
smiles.
solid gold balloon as her prize for getting the maximum number of laps. This is unprecedented scenes here at the Hanley Arena. We've seen 23
24 laps.
but we've never seen 24 laps. And our celebrity driver, Jade here, who's been holding the checkered flag for the last few races, is impressed and aghast. It's making her want to come out of retirement and do another race, I suspect, to beat her own personal record, because 24 is quite unprecedented. Well, we've got some new young drivers. In fact, it looks like it could be a father and son team here at Hanley, who are just being given the protocols and going through all the paperwork with our adjudicator, Mr. Thompson. And Mr. Thompson has taken all the details. We've got Saji in the yellow car, and we've got Kavi. Is it Kavi? Kavi. Saji in the yellow and Kavi in the blue car, as they just complete their test circuits just to warm up the tyres, get the engines running, get used to the circuit, because there are a few little locations in this magnificent circuit here at Hanley which cause some drivers big problems.
Mr. Thompson lines up the cars. He reminds the drivers of the rules. He wants a nice, clean race. Father and son, of course, could get a little bit testy. But Jade is ready on the flag. We wait for Mr. Thompson's arm to go up. Oh, he's just spotted a little infringement there from Carvey. He's tried to sneak ahead there. But Mr. Thompson's having none of it. Puts the car back behind the white line. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. It's a good start there for Suji, but for Carvey, sorry, but he was a little bit heavy there on the track. You've got to keep the throttle down going round Wedgwood. That's it. And into Spode now. This is looking good. Nicely round Robbie Williams, but a little bit too fast. Keep going. Keep the throttle down. That's it. Into Spode. Down Stanley Matthews. Oh, a little bit of drift there. And and a tumble at
we need
Spode.
a little bit of attention there on the Spode corner as the yellow car spins off. But we need a steward permanently on that corner if that's possible to help put the cars back on the circuit if they come off. And at the moment, both cars just getting the measure of the circuit down the Stanley Matthews straights for the blue car and in past the small grandstand round Spode and the Armitage Shanks U-bend. And it's neck and neck at the moment. I wouldn't like to call it at the moment. Both cars have had minor accidents at the beginning of the race, but now they seem to be well into their stride. The blue car got the better of it, in my opinion, seems to have lapped the yellow car. And so it's young Sadji beating his dad at the moment, I suspect, but that's the way it seems. And he's got a terrific future in motor racing ahead of him, I can tell, because he's really, really putting the throttle down on the straights and then slowing down for those curves. He's really finely regulated. Oh, but he's...
Oh, no, this is a chance
off.
for Dad now. This is a chance for Dad. If he can press home in a bunch, but he doesn't really manage it. Oh, yes, now he can. Now he can. If he keeps going now. This is an opportunity for Dad now to catch up. It looks like the pressure got to Cavi a little bit there in the blue car, and he's come off the track again. So this is an opportunity for Dad. He could... Oh, but that's a lovely lap there from Cavi. Nice and calm round Robbie Williams past Wedgwood. That's time up. That's time up.
Well,
so
that
it was relying on crashes. Relying on crashes.
That was a splendid race. I wouldn't like to call that one, Craig, but the adjudicator has checked with our colleagues in Geneva and is now prepared to announce the victor.
So, with 16 circuits, it's Suji. Big round of applause from Jade there. She knows good driving when she sees it. But with 19, going home the victor is Cavi with 19. And a round of applause again from the crowd amassed here at the Stoke Grand Prix here in the Potteries Shopping Centre.
Welcome to the Hanley Arena, where we're on day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix here in the heart of the Potteries Shopping Centre. We've got a magnificent crowd of spectators here at the Hanley Arena, and plenty of competitors as well, although our current competitor in the yellow is struggling to get the measure of the circuit at the moment. Both new drivers just testing and they seem to be on the same circuit, which is a little bit worrying. Whoever's on the blue, we need a little bit of attention there from our steward on the track side at the Spode corner. And our adjudicator has let us know the names of the competitors. Our young drivers are from Stoke, I believe. And their names are Ronnie and Amy. So we've got Ronnie in the blue car and Amy in the yellow car. And they look slightly nervous. I suspect they're a brother and sister duo, part of an illustrious motor racing family. The crowd just taking a moment before the start of the race. Some excitement. Jade ready as ever with the checkered flag. Jade's ready. The drivers are ready. And 3, 2, 1. And they're off. And immediately the yellow car spins up the circuit at the Robbie Williams turn. Both drivers going a little bit too quickly at the moment. We need one of the stewards on the side, actually, if we could, to help us put the cars back on the circuit, because both treacherous conditions on the tarmac at the moment. Both cars spinning off. That seems, that was terrible. The car span off and smashed into one of the commentators, causing a little bit of winding there, but now finally both drivers seem to be getting a bit of a better measure of the circuit. It's not always a game of racing fast, of course. You need to tackle these curves and tight bends with some caution, so you have to speed down the straights, the Stanley Matthews straights, and then take your... Oh, that was a terrible, terrible and cynical challenge there from the yellow car and the blue car, smashing the other car off the track. And it's anybody's guess who's in the lead at the moment. It's absolute carnage out there as the yellow car keeps spinning off at every corner. I think, yeah, it's... I'm not even sure whether this driver's got their full license. Oh my good grief, that's a terrible, terrible, straight in the gizzard. I got that one. That was the yellow car again, as could be predicted. The blue car, meanwhile, has got a nice pace. It's not too speedy, but just taking it nice and easy, knocking the yellow car off the circuit, and once again the yellow car spins off and crashes into me, but there'll be a lot of bruising tonight. But oh, there's another one. Crikey, we need to slow down along this stretch. Yeah, be a little bit less trigger happy there. And the race is over. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a bit bruised after that one. That was absolute carnage. Well, the adjudicator, Mr. Thompson, has checked, and this competition between Ronnie and Amy. Amy, your results are you completed 5 circuits. So 5 complete laps of the circuit here at the Hanley Arena. And Ronnie, you got 19, which is a magnificent score. So it's congratulations to you two. Ronnie is the winner. If both of you competitors could shake hands, make sure that you're still being friendly with one another. And yes, there's a queue for the first aid tent after that race. Poor Jade has just had a little accident with her Mercedes GT, but I hope everything's okay there. Yeah, there's no damage to the vehicle. Nothing that can't be just buffed up with a chamois leather anyway. And we're just having a little moment now as we check to see who is next in the list to take on the driving challenge. At the moment, here at the Stoke Grand Prix, the leaderboard is headed up by Poppy, who managed 24 circuits during her race. You have 2 minutes and 2 minutes only to do a time trial. You need to complete as many circuits as you can in the allotted 2 minutes. And that is the challenge. If you go too quickly, you run the risk of spinning off at the corner. The danger zones being this one in the northwest corner. This is the Robbie Williams turn. And the other one is the Spode curve there, Spode corner, which has also been the cause of a lot of grief for a lot of drivers. But if you take it nice and easy, get the measure of the circuits, then you stand a chance of competing with Poppy's magnificent 24 circuits. Now our drivers at the moment just... We've got Ludwig in the yellow car and Jania in the blue car. Ludwig and Jania, who are both from Stoke. Ludwig and Jania. Ludwig's in the yellow car, Jania's in the blue car. And these two drivers, the blue car now going around the circuit, nice and easy does it, down the Stanley Matthews Straights, round the Wedgwood corner, the Armitage Shanks U-bend, and yeah, really good driving there. Oh, little tumble at the Robbie Williams corner. The yellow car still struggling a little bit to get into their stride, but once you do, perhaps we need a little technician, a little engineer, take a look under the bonnet of that vehicle there, because we got some technical problems, I suspect, with the yellow car. But meanwhile, the blue vehicle, apart from a few tumbles at Robbie Williams' corner, is making excellent progress under the knees of Mr. Thompson there, and straight round the circuit, round the Wedgwood bend, Spode corner, Armitage Shanks, and down the Stanley Matthews Straights, past the mini grandstand and the technical area, and back past the starting position, through the chicane, under the cable, past the Mike Rose in the technical zone, and the blue car really getting into its own stride now. And Ludwig and Janier, here we are. They're a bit too busy doing some TikToks at the moment, I suspect, to be concentrating too heavily on the vehicles. But we're almost ready for this race to begin. I think the test circuits are now completed, and our adjudicator, Mr. Thompson, just brings the vehicles up to the starting grid. The crowd is very excited here in the Hanley Arena. Lots of anticipation. People spilling out of River Island. 3, 2, 1, and the race has begun. Immediately, yellow car spins off onto the wrong track, which is a terrible, it could incur some penalty points, but the blue car, nice and easy does it. Oh, again infringed upon by the yellow car. The yellow car doing its best to play dirty against the blue car, I suspect, but and having all kinds of technical problems as it passes the mini grandstand. The blue car knocks over poor Jim, who's already sustained an injury earlier in the day. He's at the first aid tent, and he's still holding his back, but the blue car now on the outside track, really in its stride as it's come off at Spode corner, back on the track, and the yellow car has an opportunity to catch up now. The yellow car round Armitage Shanks and onto the main straight, where it overtakes the blue car, and he's overtaken again by the blue back on to the Stanley Matthews Straights. The yellow car spins off the track at Robbie Williams corner. It's anybody's guess who's in the lead at the moment. I suspect I favour the blue car, which overtakes the yellow car, but both cars still going speedily around the circuit. The blue tried to overzealously speed past, but came a cropper there on the Robbie Williams turn. Yellow car spinning off at the Armitage Shanks U-bend. Blue car well in its stride now. Dad needs to really catch up. I think he's well behind because he's spending too much energy trying to capture this on his phone at the same time, and it's always difficult doing two things at the same time, particularly when you're racing here at the Hanley Arena, where you need full concentration at every point in the race. But Dad seems to have finally got into his... Oh no, he doesn't. Both cars spin off at different points in the track, but the blue car, and the time is up.
Quite a race there.
Heavens, what a race.
Sorry, I missed that. And But it looked like it was full of action, full of thrills and spills.
Yeah, it certainly was, Craig. What you missed there, I don't know where you disappeared, but you missed an absolute treat there, because we have the results through from this race. Would you like to hear the results? Because Ludwig is on 12 laps and Joanna, Janir, 16 laps, and you're the winner. Magnificent driving there from the blue car. So congratulations. There's a great applause from everybody in the stadium. And the two competitors shake hands. There's no love lost there between them. Great sportsmanship. Well done, you two. Excellent. And Janir will be off to spend his winnings, I'm sure, in one of the local shops. Now we've got two more competitors. Two more competitors who've stepped up to the grandstand now. And Mr. Thompson just giving them the vital information that they need to race safely. Both drivers having a little test route, and I can tell just from how they're managing at the moment that this is going to be a really tight race. We've got the blue in the blue, and we've also got the yellow in the blue at the moment, but now they're in the right tracks. It's always better to race in the right tracks. For this particular race, we have two young drivers who I suspect are siblings from Stoke, two local drivers. We've got Serafina in the blue car and Alfie in the yellow car.
Elfin, and Seraphim. Serafina and Elfin.
Apologies there, Mr. Thompson wrote those down in his usual scrawl. It was difficult to read there, so we've got Elfin and Serafina. Serafina in the blue car and Elfin in the yellow car. And we've got family in the auditorium today, so there's a lot of good support for these two local drivers, and plenty of others who are just arriving in the arena for the afternoon's viewings. The drivers are ready, and here comes the countdown. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. Some splendid start. The blue car a little bit behind at the moment. Yellow car a bit overzealous on that Robbie Williams turn, and the blue car takes full advantage of that by catching up. So the two of them really not fight. The blue car chasing the yellow car at the moment. Yellow car made a brilliant first start, but had that accident, of course, and now the two of them have really got the measure of this. Excellent driving, consistent driving. They've understand the pitfalls and the danger zones of the Spode corner and the Armitage Shanks U-bend there. Coming down the straights is the yellow car, which goes past the mini grandstand and round the Armitage Shanks, round the Robbie Williams corner, and the yellow car catching up now with the blue car. This is a really exciting race. The excitement is mounting as they both race down the Stanley Matthews straights, and the yellow car seems to have the advantage at the moment, but the blue car is right behind. It's always dangerous to speed round those corners, of course. You've got to balance technical ability with the courage and speed to really put your foot down. And the yellow car's off. It's a tragic error from the yellow car, but it's back on course and is speeding ahead. I think the yellow car just has the advantage at the moment as they come down the Stanley Matthews straights. But the blue car is in hot pursuit. They just have to keep their nerve and make sure that they don't spin off the track. That's the real danger at this point. Hold their nerve and keep going and hope that the other driver perhaps has a mishap.
Well, this is spectacular racing here. This is some of the finest racing we've seen over the last 2 days here. Serafina and Elfin now. We could be looking at new people on the record. The yellow's come off again. Can blue take advantage? Yellow's got the slightly shorter circuit, but they've got the trickier corners, so it's pretty evenly matched here. And stop racing. Well, this is going to be pretty amazing, I think, here. I suspect we might be looking at new leaderboards here today with these two young pretenders from Stoke. Big round of applause.
Huge round of
applause.
Ripples
around the arena and up on the balcony above as well. So I can tell you that in the blue car, Serafina would have been a leaderboard topping 23 laps.
Good heavens, that's magnificent, absolutely magnificent.
Massive round of applause there from the crowd for that 23 laps. They want to keep those hands warmed up though, because we've got a new champion in the house. 24 laps for Elfin there, and the crowd can't believe what they have just witnessed here.
There's a big hug
24
from the two drivers, because they clearly love each other very much and really respect each other's driving.
So that matches Poppy. It's Poppy and Elfin now are our leaders with 24 laps. So
absolutely
we
magnificent.
are going to have to see if anyone can top that. We thought 23 might be difficult to beat. We've now got 24.
I think it's fair to say,
people
Craig,
with 24.
that we have not had a race with so many laps completed. That with 23 and 24, the combined efforts of those two drivers make for the most successful race that we have had in the 2 days that we have been here at the Stoke Grand Prix. So those two local drivers can be justifiably proud of their skills and grit and determination at completing this circuit. Of course, it requires great composure as well as courage, because this circuit is full of challenges, and you can quite easily spin off, as the yellow car has just done on Spode Corner here in the test circuit. We've got two brothers from Stoke, Dagon and Omar here. Dagon is in the blue car, I believe, and and Omar is in the yellow car. So these two young men from Stoke. Stoke featuring very prominently in our driver schedule, driver program here at the Hanley Arena. And that's always good to see, isn't it? Because there's lots of young drivers here who are really keen and eager and inspired by the magnificent performances that we've seen here. For those of you just arriving, we are on day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix. And here at the Hanley Arena, we've seen some magnificent driving. We're ready now. The drivers in pole position.
3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off.
Oh, both took it too heavy there. It's easy done when you're coming out of the start line like that. Oh, and yellow takes a tumble at Armitage Shanks. Back on the track though, so it's blue probably with the advantage at the moment if they can keep it in control. Comes off again at Spode. That's the trouble when you put yourself under pressure like that. You've got to try and keep yourself going on the track, just like Elfin and Serafina did. Keep calm, keep composed, and let the car do the work.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to wait for your opponent to make an error, and that's how you're going to win. You just have to keep your composure nice and take it nice and easy. Oh, and both cars
off at Armitage Shanks and off at Robbie Williams. Chance for yellow now to take advantage, but no, they come off at Robbie Williams too. It's all about now. This is a chance for yellow to take advantage. Can they? But will blue? Oh, and off again there. It's the pressure of having someone on your tail. Makes you just check the rear view mirror instead of thinking about what is coming ahead.
Yeah, the yellow car struggling a little bit there. Blue car into its own, but now the blue car tumbles over at Robbie Williams' corner, and the yellow car takes full advantage of that with a confident ride around the circuit. The blue a little bit overzealous there, a little bit trigger happy, too much throttle at the wrong point in the circuit. Round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews Straights they go, and we must be coming to the end of this race now. It's been a good race. There's been a few accidents, a few trials, particularly for the yellow car, but now they're in the home straight, and we shall see what happens here. My money would be on the blue car at the moment, but who knows? Anything could happen.
Oh, he's just trying to push it too much there at Spode. That's it. Stop racing. It's going to be close, I think. It's going to be the crashes that have it. I think that might be the difference between the two drivers there. It is very close. Omar, a very respectable 18 laps. And I can't read Mr. Thompson's writing, but the other driver, Dagon, with a winning 21 laps. Well done. And they're all smiles and handshakes and hands round necks there for those two. Very close indeed. We've got two new racers lining up for their practice lap. Mr. Thompson checks their credentials. The crowd now massing on the sidelines and waiting for their chance to drive.
Our drivers just doing some wheel spins on the circuit, a little bit of showboating there for the assembled crowd here in the Hanley Arena. It's very easy to spin off. We need a little bit of attention there on that corner, if that's okay. If our steward wouldn't mind helping out at Spode Corner, because my commentary cable won't quite stretch that far, but here we go. The blue car just warming up its tyres round the circuit. Seems to have got the measure of that. Round the Wedgwood, the yellow car taking a little tumble there on the Wedgwood bend. Round the Armitage Shanks and down. You have to approach the Robbie Williams turn quite gently here. Going to take your foot off the pedal as you hit that point. Right, we've got two drivers.
In the blue from Flash, and we've got Tambit from Stoke.
We've got George and Tambit from Stoke. George is in the blue and Tambit is in the yellow. George and Tambit. These two young drivers. Looking confident, I have to say. George in the blue is wearing blue. Tambit is wearing, and sponsored by Wellness Club, who are new sponsors, new to motor racing. But let's see whether her performance, success, will lead to more endorsements for her team. Now we've got a terrifically enthusiastic crowd growing here at the Hanley Arena. Lots of spectators. Mr. Thompson, the adjudicator, just giving some vital information to the drivers. It's important to stick to the rules and to check all the protocols. This race, of course, is run in accordance with the 1947 protocols, and which these youngsters may not be fully familiar with. They may not have read all the small print before signing up for this race, but they're certainly not short of enthusiasm. That's true enough. George looking very eager.
The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go. And they are off. Oh, both going too hard at it there at Robbie Williams, so they both come off the track. Yellow car has the advantage slightly, but then overcooks it at Spode. So blue now, again, too hard into Robbie Williams there. That's nicely done for the yellow there, round into Spode. And slightly takes the lead at Stanley Matthews, but they both come a cropper at Robbie Williams. They're both back on the track. So it's neck and neck now. Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews. Chance for yellow to take advantage now. If they can just stay on the track, but no, they come off again at Spode. Round Armitage Shanks and into Stanley Matthews. Round Robbie Williams. It's pretty much neck and neck. Not much to call. Possible advantage for blue, but yellow now pressing home ahead. And there's a collision there at Robbie Williams. And Ross past Wedgwood into Spode and Armitage Shanks. And comes spinning off at Armitage Shanks. Mr. Thompson there trying to get the cars back on track. Yellow now back on the track. It's neck and neck past
the blue
Wedgwood.
overtakes the yellow car and it comes round the Armitage Shanks bend and down the Stanley
yellow
Matthews
again
straight.
off.
Yellow spins off. And it looks like the blue's got the advantage at the moment as it comes round Robbie Williams' turn and past the mini grandstand, past Spode, and continues. The yellow car, meanwhile, having all sorts of technical problems, I'm afraid, on the straight. But the blue car is off at Robbie Williams, which yellow car tries to take advantage of, spins off and impedes the blue car. But both of them, oh yes, Spode corner causing all kinds of problems for the yellow vehicle. They're going to need to just pull back on the throttle a little bit to go through that manoeuvre. Both cars now seem to be in their stride. It's absolutely neck and neck as they come down the Stanley Matthews straights and round past the mini grandstand, the Spode junction. Oh, the blue
big
cars
drift
spin
off a blue. Chance for yellow now to take advantage if they can just press that advantage home and stay composed round Robbie Williams into Spode. Time is up.
And
It's
time is
gonna
up.
be
That
close.
is a magnificent race. It was super close, wasn't it?
It was
Greg?
back and forth, nip and tuck all the way through that race. Sometimes it was yellow, sometimes it was blue. We got the results in. It is very close indeed.
It is, but it might not be as close as one imagines because Tambit in the yellow car completed 14 laps, which is magnificent. Nice round of applause.
Big
from
round
the
of
assembled
applause from the
for
crowd
Tambit.
gathered here today and up on the balcony above there.
And what about George? George in the blue car, can he have beaten 14? My money would be on that if I was a gambling man, but of course I'm not. But in fact, yes, George completed 18. So Tambit 14, George 18 circuits. That's a victory for George. Well done, both drivers. Some terrific driving there from both of them.
Fantastic scenes here at the Stoke Grand Prix in the Potteries shopping centre. Big crowds now gathering both to watch and take part. People have flown in from all over the world to be part of this amazing festival of racing here today. Crowds gathered on the balcony above for that bird's eye view. Crowds gathered trackside as well. Drivers on their practice laps. Stewards working hard to get the cars back on the tracks. It's
from Winsford. We've got two young drivers from Winsford. We've got Caleb and we've got Freya. Freya is in the yellow car and Caleb is in the blue car. So
Mr. Thompson lines them up millimetre perfect
drivers
on the start line. Reminds them of the rules. 2 minutes, whoever's got the most laps. Nice clean racing, no funny business. And he gets the nod, checks with Jade. Jade is ready with the flag. Mr. Thompson's arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. Flyer off to a flyer. Both coming a cropper at Robbie Williams. And it's blue with the advantage now. But can yellow just take advantage as blue comes off at Robbie Williams' corner? Now take it nice and steady, yellow. And you might be able to catch up. This is looking good now. There's not much to choose between them. And it's looking good for yellow. Oh, no, but they fail to... they come off at Robbie Williams. But blue comes off at Robbie Williams too. So there's not much in it now for the two of them. They're both off the track at the moment. Engineers struggling to get them back going. But now they're back going. But off at Spode. Off at Robbie Williams. It's chaos here. Thrills and spills coming off the track all the time now. Can they keep their composure? Can they stay on track? This is better now. No, both off at Robbie Williams. The pressure's getting too much for them now. It's one thing to watch on the sidelines. It's one thing to have a practice. But in the heat of competition, everything goes wrong. They're both off the track now. They are back. Much excitement in the driver's pit lane as the cars again go spinning off.
There's incredibly dangerous work for the stewards on the trackside, of course.
That's right,
The
it's
cars
constant
are spinning
here.
off all the time.
Constant pressure for them to keep the race going. These two drivers sending their cars all over the safety barriers, flying around the arena. And I think we're not going to see any records broken for laps. But oh no, Jim's down again. Poor Jim. He's just come back from the hospital. And he's been knocked over again.
That's the third time.
Clutches his back in pain.
He'll be in first aid tent, and he works there, and he's going to end up in one of the hospital beds at this rate. That's the third
Just
accident.
a few seconds left. Can't really call this race. There's been so many crashes. I wouldn't like to say who has got the advantage. Time it's
And
up.
time's
Stop
up. Wow.
racing.
Goodness me, Craig, that was
exhausting
terrifying.
to watch. There, so many crashes.
It's very, very stressful here, and of course the stewards, like myself, on the side of the track, sustaining injuries ourselves.
That's
just from
right. But we do have a result. It has been confirmed. And we have a tie. 14 circuits for Caleb, 14 for Freya. And a big round of applause goes around the stadium here for that.
Me.
Not the most laps, but certainly plenty of entertainment there from those two drivers.
But it's going to cost those the car crews a lot of money actually repairing those vehicles after all those accidents. Absolute carnage. But we've got two young drivers now. And we'll see where they are from, whether they're local drivers or whether they've come from afar. Because obviously this is an international event. We've had drivers from Australia, and we've had drivers from Bangladesh, and we've had drivers from Market Drayton as well, not to mention Cheshire. But most of the drivers have been local drivers from Stoke, from Biddulph, from Newcastle, and as our young drivers just test their vehicles around the circuit, here's an opportunity just to remind ourselves of what we're watching. This is the Stoke Grand Prix, day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix, here from the Hanley Arena, this magnificent purpose-built stadium in the heart of the Potteries Centre, brought to you courtesy of Appetite, Stoke, our generous sponsors. And if you have any inquiries, then just speak to any of the events team here from Appetite, wearing the blue hoodies. All volunteers. Let's have a round of applause for the volunteers from Appetite, who've been so brilliantly attending to your needs and helping to entertain you all today. Now, I bet none of you expected this when you came to the Potteries Shopping Centre, did you? But, yeah, Grand Prix racing right at your door. People spilling out of River Island now to come and see what all the fuss is about. And we've got an enormous crowd here, thousands up on the tiers above us on the galleries looking down on the circuit. I think we're getting ready for the start of this race now.
So we've got Nerla and Nor. Nerla in the blue car, Nor in the yellow. Nerla in the yellow car, Nor in the blue car.
Rather controversially, they've decided to swap vehicles. I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
So we're ready to go. Mr. Thompson just amending the paperwork there. And Jade is ready. They're just having their little practice lap. We are here. Oh, we just come off into the engineering corner there. We're, while they're having their practice lap, Mr. Thompson's going to just get them lined up. This is day 2 of racing here today at the Stoke Grand Prix. We opened yesterday, we're here today, here tomorrow, 3 days of the festival of racing here in the Potteries Shopping Centre.
Non-stop racing action from the Hanley Arena here in the Potteries Shopping Centre. And we've got a terrific crowd.
3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. Takes a flyer, the blue car at the corner there at Robbie Williams' corner. Nice and steady though for yellow. That's the way to do it, I think. She's got the measure of it now, but Nor in the blue car. Getting a little bit heavy on the throttle there, but yellow comes off again at Spode, and blue is off at Armitage Shanks as well. They're a bit trigger happy there, need to take it a little bit steadier.
Yes, the yellow car seems to have the control of the circuit at the moment. The blue car is just speeding off, spinning off at every opportunity, and needs to just calm down a little bit. The adrenaline
That's better
flowing.
now from blue there. They've got the measure of the controls now. Much more sensible driving round Robbie Williams, past Wood, into Spode, round Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. That's it now, blue has got it. So the pressure's on yellow now to maintain their lead that we think they've got, but the pressure's starting to tell there for Nerla in yellow as she comes off the track at Robbie Williams, but that's a better now. Past Spode into Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. It's very close here now. Both these drivers have got the measure of the track. Too much drift there for yellow for Armitage Shanks, but the technician's doing a great job of getting them back on the track.
Yeah, nerves getting the better of our yellow car now because I think the yellow car keeps consistently coming off at the Robbie Williams corner and allowing the blue car the advantage. So the blue car very steadily now picking up the pace. Yellow car losing track as every circuit it seems to be falling foul of this Robbie Williams corner again and again. So she needs to really slow down at the end of the Stanley Matthews. That's it.
The way
She's
to
got
do
the
it.
way.
Beautifully done
she's
there.
got the measure of it now.
Lovely through Spode and
Just
Armitage
pull
Shanks.
back,
Time
take it
is
nice
up.
and
This
easy.
is going to be a
Well,
close
that's
one.
gonna be a
It's
terrific
going to be
race,
a close one. The drivers look on in anticipation as Mr. Thompson does the mathematics. He hands the sheet to a colleague. It is very close there.
It's very close, but I can tell you now that Noor has 16 laps. 16 laps for Noor, and for Nerla, 18 laps. So Nerla actually has won the race, 18-16, but terrific racing there from those young two from Stoke. We've got another couple of races come up to the starting grid. Now they're just testing, and yeah, some more experienced drivers, I think, here, just taking it nice and easy, getting the measure of the circuit. The blue car, really nice and easy. That's the way to go. It's a little
oil slick.
wheel spin
stuck on the
there.
oil slick.
Yeah, really having it. I think that's part of the problem with the Stanley Matthews. You have to put some welly into it there as you come round the Armitage Shanks U-bend and into that Stanley Matthews straight. But there are key moments where you need to put your foot down and key points where you need to brake sharply. And I think this is going to be a terrific scoring round, this one. The yellow car struggling a little bit at the moment, a little bit tentative, coming round the Armitage Shanks U-bend and into the straight. And yeah, there might be some clutch problems on that vehicle, I suspect, at the moment. But we'll see as they come round to the starting grid. And the blue car managing to lap the yellow car. But we haven't started the race proper yet. They're just still just testing the circuit.
So we got grandfather and granddaughter here. Steve representing Nantwich, Shaskia representing Wrexham. It's Wales versus England. It's the big one here at the Stoke Grand Prix, live from the Potteries Shopping Centre. Hope you're listening and watching around the world today, because this could be good. Jade's ready on the flag. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off.
And the yellow
It's a
car
slow
takes
start for both of them there. Slow and steady they go past Wedgwood. And It's Saskia slightly with the advantage now, but Steve just takes over now. They're going nice and steady through Spode and Armitage. Shanks, Saskia beautifully around Robbie Williams there, and Wedgwood into Spode. This is looking good. We could be in for some fine racing here. Steve there just trying to take advantage over the outside there. But they're looking very good here. Not much between. Oh no! And Saskia comes a cropper at Spode just when it was looking so good. So she's going to have her work cut out now to catch back up with Steve. I think he's just
Steve's taken his foot off the pedal a little bit. He's allowed it.
Oh, a bit of showboating there, I think, from Steve. He might regret that. Yeah. As the Saskia now takes the lead. The pressure's back on Steve now to overtake. That's when accidents can happen.
Steve slowed right down in front of the photographers there to try and get a photo opportunity, but Saskia took advantage of that opportunity there, and now she is in the lead, but it's neck and neck as they head into the Stanley Matthews.
Oh no, Saskia there thought she could steal a march on Steve there, but oh yes, nicely round Robbie Williams. Now she's off again into Spode. Armitage Shanks down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams. Past Wedgwood. Steve now coming back up to fight on that outside lane. Then neck and neck round Robbie Williams into Wedgwood. Into Spode. Oh no, she takes a stumble to Spode, but she's blocked the track for Steve. Steve waits, just a gentlemanly thing there, and it's very sportsmanlike. Say what you like about Steve, but he's a great sportsman there. Doesn't take advantage of that little accident.
Yeah, through the chicane and round.
Time is up. This is going to be close. Time
Steve
is
just doing
up.
a lap of honour, because Steve, I think, rather interestingly, thinks that he's won that. He thinks he's tipped that one, so he's just doing a lap of honour past the photographer's enclosure there, just to make sure that he waves to all the photographers. And now we have the results. We need verification from Geneva, and Mr. Thompson, we're going to need a little bit of a check here with the commentary box. There seems to be some controversy actually with the results. It could be that there's a penalty.
Sorry, just having to check with Geneva. It's coming through on my earpiece now. It has been independently verified, so this is an interesting one. We've got Grandad Steve representing England and Nantwich with 16 laps. Big round of applause for that. Ripples around the arena here. And Saskia representing Wrexham and Wales. 16 laps as well. It's a draw.
Oh, it's a dead heat.
Oh, beautiful. That is lovely there. And the crowd like that as well. It was difficult to call who was better there. So a tie seems like the best result possible.
Nobody's a winner, and yet everyone's a winner. It's 16-all, Wales versus England. The old match there, the old grudge race, of course, between Nantwich and Wrexham. And we've got two young drivers in the grandstand at the moment. Jade still on the checkered flag, doing a fantastic job there. And of course, Jade, as a celebrity driver herself, has been chatting to lots of the young drivers, giving them lots of advice on how to tackle this circuit with all its challenges and pitfalls. The length of the circuit, for those listeners at home, is it's a 3-kilometre circuit, and there are lots of real challenges to this circuit. The drivers come up to the starting grid. Mr. Thompson just making sure that the vehicles are equally positioned.
We've got Dagan back. If you're watching earlier, you might remember him from earlier, and he's joined by Samar in the yellow car. Two friends here. Jay's ready. We wait for Mr. Thompson's arm to go in the air. There it is. Oh, he's just spotted a slight infringement there. Just making sure that everything is as it should be here today. 3, 2, 1, go. They're off. Great start for yellow there. For Samar, who's a novice here compared to Dagon, who's raced it before. But now she's overcooked it on Robbie Williams. A chance for blue to come back now, but yellow still has the advantage. Into Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Spode and Armitage Shanks. It's yellow with the advantage at the moment, taking it nice and steady, whereas Dagon is just overcooking it slightly in Robbie Williams. So this is going to be some good racing here. I think we could have some high scoring. Now there's a chance now for Dagon to come back as he comes off a Spode. The car's not quite back on the track. Come on, technical team, need to just get that's it back on. Now she's panicking now. The pressure's got to her now. This is going to be very close indeed now. A chance for blue to come back now. And they're both off at Robbie Williams. That's it. Nicely done now. Now
Dagon
a chance to
spun the car over there, which is could be a great disadvantage at the moment. He's still ahead, but the yellow car is catching up fast. Dagon in the blue car, speeding up, trying to lap his rival here, but anything could happen. And if you go too fast, as we well know, you run the chance of spinning off at Robbie Williams' corner.
Got some great racing here now. Difficult to call. Both of them now compose themselves a little bit, but it's neck and neck as they go into Spode and round Armitage Shank. They've both come off at Robbie Williams, and they're both back on track. It's going to be very close to... the pressure again. Getting to Samar there on Spode. And I don't know now who has the advantage here. I think it's going to be very close. They've both come off at Spode. Everyone now trackside to get them back. Everyone wants to see this race come to an exciting conclusion. They're going neck and neck now down into Spode, but they're off the track in Armitage Shanks. Blue possibly with the advantage, but yellow staying on the track now. Past Spode, Armitage Shanks into Stanley Most. Time, stop racing.
Well, that was very exciting. There were some terrible, terrible collisions there. Spode corner proving particularly difficult for the drivers at that point, and repeated incidents at the Robbie Williams corner. It's going to be very tight, this one. I can't call it.
Very close.
Goodness
indeed.
me, you two. I think the two drivers need to stand next to one another just to kind of, while the results are announced.
Samar, a very respectable 18 laps. And she's celebrating there already. She's very happy with that celebration.
She thinks she's won.
She's a newcomer, of course. The more experienced Dagon there. Just slightly pipping into the post with 19 circuits for Dagon. He punches the air. And Samar says one. It was only one.
That was
not much in it at all.
So close.
I think Samar had it for quite a lot of the race there. But then just those few crashes meant that... she lost it towards the end, and the pressure went back on her. We've got two new drivers now lined up on their warm-up laps here today at the Stoke Grand Prix, here in this cauldron of racing that is the Potteries Shopping Centre. The crowd gathering on the balcony above. They know they could be witnessing history. They've got a bird's eye view up there, pulling in race fans from all over the country here today. Brilliant. And people watching around the world online as well.
We've got Cameron in the blue car and Cowan on the yellow car. These are two brothers from Stoke, and they will be competing against each other for the very first time. This is the first time they've encountered this circuit, and understandably they're both quite tense as they now receive instructions from the adjudicator, Mr. Thompson. Cameron in the blue, Cowan in the yellow vehicle. And
Jade's ready. She's working hard there. She's been on her feet all day with that flag. The arm goes up from Mr. Thompson. 3, 2, 1, go.
Straight off the circuit. Cowan,
hot
a little
off the
bit
mark for
overzealous
yellow there. So it's blue with the advantage at the moment over yellow. Beautifully round. Robbie Williams there, still blue with the advantage. Can yellow catch up now on that slightly shorter inside circuit? This is going to be interesting, I think, here today.
Cowan in the yellow.
It's
just spun up at Spode. He was doing so well,
there
just catching up there, trying to catch up his brother, but that was proving really difficult. He's taking a slow curve round the Witchwood and round Armitage Shanks. He's taking it nice and easy as well. He might.
Oh,
but
again off at
once
Spode.
again, Spode corner, causing all kinds of problems for him. His big brother, meanwhile, in the blue vehicle, just steaming through faultlessly. Some great driving.
Spode again there.
Little brother really,
Oh.
really struggling. I think nerves getting the better of him at the moment as he's trying to catch up here, but nice and easy does it.
Some beautiful practice laps, but once you're in competition, it's a very different situation. That's beautiful, though, there, through Robbie. Well, again, Spode. He just needs to ease off a little bit there, blocking progress of his brother. And too much drift going into Robbie Williams. Caught out again by Robbie Williams. Better round Spode, though. Down Stanley Matthews again, flips off at Robbie Williams there. Into Spode, Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams. This is looking good now, but is it too late?
A lot of rear wheel
too
drift
late
from the blue, but it's still staying on track,
again, Spode's
unlike the yellow.
brother ploughs through the wreckage there of that car. Doesn't even look back to check that his brother's okay. Ruthless racing here from the older sibling, laughing in the face of tragedy there. But, they're both back.
There's only 10 seconds left.
Can we get
blues.
a record-breaking number of laps here in the blue car? Tumbling off there, no, at Robbie Williams. That might be the last chance. Stop racing. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting.
I tried to race it at the end and came a cropper on the Wedgwood curve. We've got the results through, and they're being independently verified by Geneva, our colleagues in Geneva. And let's see which of these two brothers, Cameron or Cowan, will have won this championship.
So we've got Cowan with 15 laps.
15,
very
very
nice,
respectable
very nice.
15, although
that's greeted with a
quite
great
a few accidents
ripple
there.
of applause there. Cameron, though, with a majestic 22 laps. Earlier on in the day, that would have topped the leaderboard, but it puts Cameron second on the leaderboard. Currently, our leaderboard is at 24 laps. So third on the leaderboard for Cameron there with 22 laps.
Way out ahead at the lead is Poppy on 24.
Poppy and Elfin on 24.
Well, that was quite a race, I have to say. It's quite exciting. The assembled crowd here at Hanley Arena really loving their racing today.
Yes, indeed. Big race fans here, of course. And this spectacular arena couldn't be a better location for great trackside and bird's eye views of all the action the drivers are signed in.
Have you got a partner? Oh, okay. Brandon and Elijah. We've got truly international interest in the Stoke Grand Prix. We've got Elijah and Brandon who've come all the way from London. The reputation of the Stoke Grand Prix is reaching further and further around the globe. So Elijah and Brandon are next up.
Brandon in yellow, Elijah in blue. Father and son team, as Graham says, from London. Thumbs up from Elijah. Oh, he tries to steal a march there. Elijah, Mr. Thompson won't like that.
No,
he's only young, but there's no favoritism here.
Possibly incurs a penalty. There's no favouritism at all and no advantage for youth. The feckless youth, you might say, trying to steal.
We're ready.
March.
Jay's ready. The arm is up. 3, 2, 1, go. And Brandon's off to a flyer. And Elijah just coming off the track there at Spode. And Brandon nicely there through Robbie Williams into Spode. And stuck on the oil slick there for Elijah. He's nice and slow.
Yeah, we seem to have a few technical problems here.
So limping round the corner here at Robert. That's it now. Now Elijah's got it, and just a bit too fast around Robbie Williams. Brandon too, spilling off the track at Robbie Williams' corner. This is good now. This is good. Elijah's got the measure of the track now, I think. Beautiful control. Just stuck a little bit on Stanley Matthews. Let's keep pressing. That's right. Brandon now just limps round into Spode. Elijah needs to keep that button pressed to make progress. That's better. And Brandon being sportsmanlike there and just waiting. Oh, crashes through the barriers there at Armitage Shanks, Elijah. And it just seems to be stuck at the start line there. Just trouble with the accelerator. Possibly the cable snap. That's better now. Fix that there, trackside. And gets safely past the press box.
Yellow
Brandon
car
comes
spins
off the track.
off at Robbie Williams' corner. Now the two cars neck and neck as they come into the Armitage Shanks U-bend. Yellow car spins off and the blue car takes advantage through the chicane, round the Spode corner and down the Stanley Matthews straights as we go past the Wedgwood and the mini grandstand. And both cars now neck and neck. The yellow car just chasing the blue car. It's
Time is up.
Great end
Time
to
is
a
up.
race which had its faults earlier on because a few technical issues there on the blue car, but we've got the results through, and Elijah has a magnificent 11 laps completed.
Very impressive showing from the young man from London.
Whereas Brandon has 14. So Brandon has won there, but what a great race. And we've got two more budding young motor racing drivers come up to the grandstand here to take positions and, more importantly, take instructions from Mr. Thompson, who is our technical adjudicator, who is an absolute stickler and will lay down the law quite stringently here to make sure that all the drivers know what they're doing. They know what the rules are. This circuit is a 3-kilometre circuit which has a number of quite dangerous little corners that you need to be mindful of. Jade, our celebrity driver, is on the checkered flag. And we've got return visits for a couple of our drivers here who are meeting, I think, for the first time, these two.
Omar in yellow.
Omar in the yellow car.
Tebbit in blue.
Tebbit
Omar
on
salutes the
blue.
crowd with his customary hand wave there. They're gathered on the balcony above for a bird's eye view of this spectacle. Jade's ready with the flags. Mr. Thompson is ready. The drivers are ready. The arm goes up. It's 3. It's 2. It's 1. It's go. Oh, whoa. Steady on
Good
there, Omar.
heavens.
A little bit trigger happy. We're going to have a restart there, I think. False start. A little false start
Yes.
there. So
I think Omar might suffer a penalty for that. It might come down to that. It's tricky. We'll have to see.
Mr. Thompson has put him back there. The customary 4.7 centimetres penalty for Omar there for that false start. So let's compose ourselves. Jade's ready. Relax. The arm is up. 3, 2, 1, go. That's a nice clean start now. Omar there just suffering because of that penalty. But it goes off the track at Spode there. So it's Tebbit now with the advantage in the blue car. Omar put himself under too much pressure there with that false start and that penalty. So crashing at Robbie Williams. So he's going to be relying on Tebbit now making a mistake. Can he put the pressure back on them as they speed around the track? Now he's catching up. Beautifully done there. Past Wedgwood into Spode. Armitage Shank. Then neck and neck down Stanley Matthews. Through Robbie Williams. Back into Spode and Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews.
This is
yes, and it's
magnificent racing.
Omar now. Put the pressure back on. But oh, no! Oh, off the track there. Omar at Spode. And so he's put the pressure back on himself now. This is exciting stuff now, backwards and forwards. Here we go now with the lead changing constantly. And again, Omar there just overcooking it, going into Robbie Williams and into Spode
Now
as
the
well.
Stewart are actually working overtime to help Omar out here, constantly putting his car back on the track as Omar tries to chase the leader here. Tevitt in the blue car on the outside lane is going past the mini grandstand, through Spode and the Armitage Shanks, down past Robbie Williams and on as Omar is catching up steadily and surely and overtakes on the...
Jim's gone down again outside the first aid hut, and the poor old Jim now takes a tumble. This is going to be interesting now. Who has got the advantage? Beautifully done there by Omar through Robbie Williams, but again,
but he's
takes
off.
a tumble at Spode. Jim's back on his feet, thank goodness. And
that's
Omar
going to
there
hurt for
into
Jim.
Spode. Tebbit into Spode. Armitage just seconds left now. Can Omar pull something out of the bag
But
now?
no, Omar's come
to
off the track at Robbie Williams'
Williams.
corner. He tries to
Another
catch
lap
up,
there
but
for
no,
Tebbit.
he's off. And that's surely the end of his
another
race.
lap. Oh, just didn't quite make to finish that lap there. Omar, I think, is going to be ruining the day. He didn't concentrate going into Spode there.
It's
I
thrillingly
think.
exciting end to that match. And I can only imagine the two drivers looking
It's
anxious.
very, very close.
We can tell you now that Omar completed 19 laps, which is a magnificent score.
If he hadn't had that penalty at the beginning, I think we would have had a draw.
But what about
Because
Tebbit? What about Tebbit? Tebbit, don't run away yet because you need to know how many yours. Omar got 19, but Tebbit completed 20 laps. So Tebbit is the winner of that race.
Omar puts his head in his hands there. He can't believe he let that one get away from him.
He's in tears.
Just that little infringement at the beginning cost him dear. He'll be reflecting on that, what he could have done there. And will he be back for more later in the day?
We've not seen
be.
the last
He
of
might be.
Omar. I'm sure of that because he's a wonderful competitor and he's going to be back here to try and win back that pride.
We've got two familiar faces in the pit lane now. We've seen them competing before. It is Dagan and Samar again, of course. Dagan in yellow, Samar in blue. Who will have victory today?
Quick update from the first aid tent. Jim is back on his feet, but he's suffered a cracked vertebrae after that fourth incident. He's been knocked over 4 times by vehicles. One would think perhaps he should have learned his own lesson by not standing so close to the track, but it's so unpredictable what the vehicles are going to do on this part of the circuit. This is as they come through the Robbie Williams turn and into the Wedgwood curve. That's our position for the first aid tent, but which is where a lot of the accidents happen. Obviously, it's a perfect place to have a first aid tent, but poor Jim is suffering. He started out as a St John's ambulance assistant, and now he ends up as a patient.
Jay's ready with the flag. Mr. Thompson just double checking that all is in order on the start line. We wait for the arm to go up. He checks his watch. Up goes the arm. 3, 2, 1. Oh! And again, a false start there. Got to wait for go. You've got to wait for go. He's going to ask them to line up again.
You've got to wait for the flag.
Both
Go
guilty
means
there,
go.
so I don't think there's going to be a penalty. I think they're both guilty of that false start. You've got to wait for go.
That's right.
They're lined up again. We wait for the arm. Reset of the watch. Tension palpable here.
Meanwhile,
in
young
the
drivers
Potteries.
in the audience
Okay.
just watching
The
and
arms up.
learning.
3, 2, 1. Oh, and again.
No, another false start.
Whoa, dear.
That's going to incur a penalty, I should think. That's a 4.7
That's
centimetre.
Samar, I think they're a bit
Surely.
trigger happy.
Yeah.
So she incurs a 4.7 centimetre penalty there. Got to wait for go.
Go means go.
So we're third start on this race. Unprecedented scenes here. Everyone just needs to take a deep breath, relax, reset, and get ready. Okay. Arms up. 3, 2, 1. go. That's
they're
it.
off.
Nice clean start there. They're both cleanly through Robbie Williams. Past Wedgwood, into Spode. It's neck and neck into Armitage Stank. Down Stanley Matthews. Beautifully around Robbie Williams. Back into Spode. Oh, a little coming together there. And it comes off the track there.
The yellow car comes off after the Armitage Shanks.
So
but
the pressure is on.
he's
Oh, another
catching
little
up.
coming together there. I think they've stalled. There's an oil slick there. They've pushed themselves off the track going through that
Seems
little
to have
chicane.
sustained a
And
little
now
bit
come
of
off again at the engineering
axle damage, I
section.
suspect, there.
And it's carnage here.
But the yellow car has overtaken and went a little bit too vigorously round the Armitage Shanks U-bend there and came off the tracks and is now in hot pursuit of the blue vehicle, having another tumble at the Spode corner. So it's the blue car that has the advantage as it comes in through Robbie Williams' turn and up past the mini grandstand, past Spode corner, around the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews straights. The yellow car in hot pursuit. This is excellent driving from these two drivers. Obviously both very experienced from their earlier races.
Oh, bit of
a
drift
beautiful
there.
drift there.
This could be neck and neck now, I
It's
think.
very exciting stuff. And the
Oh,
blue
this
car
is
has
looking good
taken
for
a
yellow
tumble,
now.
but it's
Blue's
back on
off.
track.
Oh no! Failed to press home the advantage
Can
there
the
by
blue car
coming off the
catch
corner
up?
at Armitage Shanks.
And through past the mini grandstand, it's Armitage Shanks proving really tricky for the yellow car at the moment. A little bit over.
Oh, and Spode now, I
anxious
think.
there.
Samar's put a lot of
Trying to
pressure
catch
on
up
himself
there.
there.
Oh, wonderful driving there from the yellow. But both
They
vehicles
both
are
come
off.
off at Robbie Williams. Engineers get them back on the track. Off again at Spode. The engineers leap off the sidelines to get them back on the track. It's thrills and spills here
All the
in
way.
this race. The drivers just got to maintain their composure this last few seconds of
But
this
Spode
race.
again falling foul of the yellow car as it comes down through the Stanley Matthews and through the chicane
And
into...
time is up. Stop
Oh,
racing.
time is up,
Stop
but
racing.
Goodness me, we saw some thrills and spills. That was really exciting. End-to-end stuff there. We've got the results through from the adjudicator, and we can safely say that Dagham, you completed 17 laps.
It's a good score.
But Samar
It's a good score.
is the victor with 19 laps.
Samar there managing to keep
What
their
a
cool
terrific
during
race.
that race.
Wow.
Duggan
My
can't believe
goodness.
it there. I think had the lead for the first few moments of that race, and then a couple of crashes there gave the advantage to Samar in the blue car.
We're into the later stages of day 2 of this, the Stoke Grand Prix, live from the Hanley Arena, this purpose-built grandstand here in the heart of the Potteries Shopping Centre. If you've just arrived, we have been racing all day and it's been exhausting. So we've got Jan in the blue car. Jan in the blue car. Omar. I beg your pardon. Jan in the yellow car. Omar in the blue car. Omar in the blue car. Jan in the yellow car.
Regular viewers will recognise Omar. Has been racing before. Mr. Thompson brings the practice lap to a halt there, lines up the cars on the start line for this afternoon race here between Omar and Jan, the Stoke-on-Trent Grand Prix, the magnificent arena here in the Potteries Centre. It's a little bit overcast overhead, but that means a nice even spread of lighting here in the shopping centre. No wind to impede the racing. So Jade ready with the flag. Mr. Thompson raises his arm. 3, 2, 1, go. And we are off now. It's a good start for Jan in the yellow car, but they come off at Spode, blocking the progress of Omar in blue. So Omar now takes advantage. What can Jan do to catch up? Just needs to stay composed, but again, just comes off the track at Spode there, which does block the track for Omar in blue. But Omar again blocked at Spode by Jan there. Oh, and Jan comes careering off the track at Robbie Williams, and again just needs to take it a little bit easy. That's better through Spode. Nice into Robbie Williams, but a bit too much drift there. Sends them off the track. Omar with the advantage, I would say, there, with less crashes, keeping it nice and rhythmic, nice and steady around the circuit here. And Jan there just needs to relax a little bit. That's nice through Spode there, and Armitage Shanks, but again comes off the track. And it's looking good for Omar now, who's... Oh no, Omar's come off the track as well, so a possible chance for Jan there, but no, they can't quite press home that advantage. They stalled on that oil slick there, and too much throttle again through Spode, crashing into the engineering garage there at the far end of the track from our commentary position. Two titans of motor racing here now, Omar and Jan. But at the moment, it's Omar who has the advantage over Jan, who just can't quite keep the car on the track. That's nicely there through Spode, though, and Armitage Shanks. But again, toppling over there, not quite sure what's happening down there. And that's the end of the race there.
Goodness me, that was quite exciting at the end. We had a few collisions early on in the race, but the results are through, and we can confirm that, Jan, you completed 11 laps, but Omar is the winner with 19 laps. The crowd go absolutely wild. The assembled throng here at the Hanley Arena are absolutely in raptures. Omar once more proving that he's a terrific driver. And we have two more competitors. Jade, I think, might be willing to compete and try and see if she can better her previous magnificent scores of 18 laps. That's what she's...
23. Jade's on 23 this morning.
I do apologise.
She needs to get 24 if she's going to trouble Poppy and Elfin, though. We've got a new flag holder now that so Jade is driving.
She's looking to beat her own personal best of 23.
Sportsman like that.
I had a little blip there. I managed to completely forget that. Of course, you can get motor racing blindness after a while. It's quite easy to be blinded by the amount of data and stats that a commentator like yourself, Craig, needs to keep in your head. And being a novice as I am, then I'm still learning. So Jade is in the blue car, and Joanne.
From where?
So it's a battle of the J's. Jade versus Joanne.
Jade versus Joanne. Golden Hill is where Joanne is from. And the yellow car spilled out onto
a bit of drift there from Jade going round Spode there. A bit of showboating there for the crowd, I think. Just beautifully keeping control.
Joanne needs to just bring her vehicle round to the starting grid without taking it off the circuit, which of course she has just done. She's just spun off at Spode Corners. That's going to be her Achilles heel, I think. That's one to watch.
That's right. So Mr. Thompson lines them up. The crowd gather on the benches around. The flag raver is ready. So Mr. Thompson just reminding them of the rules. Nice clean fight. Battle of the Jays. Jade versus Joanne. Cars are lined up. Everyone's ready. Flag waver ready. Wait for the arm. There it is. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. Good start from Jade there. Joanne's off the track at Robbie Williams. Jade streaks down Stanley Matthews straight. Oh, nicely round Spode there. And Jade's come off. Oh, they're both on the Joanne's jumped onto Jade's track there. This could affect Jade's chance of getting 24 laps. She's got to keep composed now. But, they both coming off the track at Robbie Williams now.
A little bit too eager down the Stanley Matthews straights there for Jade.
Joanne now nicely round down Stanley Matthews and Robbie Williams into Spode. Down Armitage Shanks. Joanne now going nicely, but again a little bit too heavy on the throttle round Robbie Williams. It's looking cool, calm and collected for Jade though. On the outside lane, inside is Joanne going into Spode and Armitage Shanks. Oh, too much drift into Robbie. Oh, that takes Jade off the track as well. Can she just keep going off the track at Spode for Joanne there?
Spode corner round the Armitage Shanks, and Jade a bit of tail spin there as she comes round down to Robbie Williams. But
lovely lap for Joanne there though, lovely lap. Jade now down Stanley Matthews, I beg your pardon.
Jade having a few technical problems. Let's come off at Spode corner.
That's never seen Jade come off at Spode corner before. This
really
is unprecedented here.
I think, the pressure of this race is really mounting up. It just shows you it's a real game of psychology. This, you have to be consistent.
And can't rest on your laurels.
No,
every race is a new race. Every lap is a new lap. Coming into the dying moments of this race now.
Jade seems to be in
Mr.
her
Thompson.
element now.
Stop,
really got the measure.
stop.
Wow,
racing
there we
now.
go. That was some great racing. The kind of racing that we expect from Jade, but actually a few accidents there which will have set her back. It might be a bit frustrating for her, but here are the results. Joanne comes in at 16 laps.
Very respectable 16. A big round of applause from the crowd there for Joanne. And what's Jade got there?
And Jade hasn't quite managed her personal best, but has got 20 laps. So that was
nice
excellent.
Work for
So
Jade
20
there.
laps for Jade.
Didn't quite
Brilliant.
beat her 23, but 20, very respectable
Great
indeed.
racing from these two, Joanne and Jade there. Well done indeed. Magnificent. And Jade can... yes, well done indeed. It's exhausting stuff, isn't it? And absolutely gripping. We've got two new young drivers who are just about to take their places on the starters grid. With the blue car just revving up, trying to build up a little bit of power. Yes.
Sorry about that little bang on our effects mic there, little accident pit side, but all is good here, and the engineers put the yellow car back on the track.
Forgive me, Craig, I might just go for a little comfort break, if that's all right.
So Graham's going to leave our commentary position now, and Mr. Thompson comes over. He's signed up the Leela in blue. Leela in blue. Alex in yellow from Newcastle under Lyme. I'm presuming, rather than Newcastle upon Tyne. So Graham just leaves the commentary position, so you're just left with me here, Craig, bringing you live coverage from the Stoke Grand Prix here in the magnificent setting of the Potteries Shopping Centre. Jade is back on flag duty. Mr. Thompson just briefing the drivers. They need to just take it a little bit easy, a little bit trigger happy. And this is going to be a race of thrills and spills and action here today. I think we have got Leela and Alex. Is that right? Leela and Alex. Leela in blue, Alex in the yellow car. They settle down into their driving positions, make themselves comfortable. Mr. Thompson just reminding them needs a nice fair race. Don't want any false starts. We don't want any funny business. Oh, already we got some funny business from Alex there. I think Mr. Thompson is going to have words. Bring it back round to the start line. You have to wait for go. Gently brings it round, lines it up. Mr. Thompson's going to make sure. No penalty there. That's the first offence. So we're just waiting now for everything to be in order. At the start line, Jade's ready with the flag. The drivers are ready. We wait for Mr. Thompson's arm. There it goes, up in the air. 3. Oh, and this time it's Layla with an infringement. Mr. Thompson is not going to be happy with that. And the look on his face tells a story there. Layla and Alex really pushing their luck here today at the Stoke Grand Prix. They trying to smile, look all innocent, but you can't pull the wool over Mr. Thompson's eyes. He lines them up again. He's not going to want a third start. Okay, everybody take a deep breath. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go. Nice clean start there. Oh, but they come flying off the track at Robbie Williams. Both of them there. They need to slow it down a little bit. That's it, keep the pressure on now. That's nicely through Robbie Williams for yellow. Spinning off the track there for the blue car. But they're neck and neck there as they go into Spode. A tumble there for Spode for Alex in the yellow car. So it's Layla in blue at the moment with the advantage as she goes into Spode. Alex, can he catch up now? He's into Spode now. Good opportunity for him there now because Layla's off the track at Robbie Williams. So can Alex just take it nice and easy past the commentary position, past Wedgwood, into Robbie Williams. Now a chance to catch up into Spode, but no, he comes careering off the track into Spode. So it's Layla now with the advantage in the blue, going into Spode, coming into Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams. Again, Alex is off the track, just needs to take a deep breath, take control. Oh, now it is Layla off the track with a chance for Alex, but he too is off the track at Robbie Williams. They both going into Spode now, down into Stanley Matthews. A bit of drift there from Layla in to Robbie Williams. Nicely through Robbie Williams and into Spode. But again, Spode causing trouble for Alex. So it's Layla, I think, with the advantage here. Oh, but now it's Alex who could take the lead here if he can just stay in control. But now it comes spinning off at Robbie Williams again. Layla's off at Spode. And now she's off again at Robbie Williams. It's getting very, very much nip and tuck here. Not quite sure who has got the lead. I think it could be Layla managing to stay on the track a little bit more than Alex. Alex a little bit trigger happy here. We're going the dying moments of this race now. Beautiful there for both of them through Robbie Williams and into Spode. Lovely cornering there. Taking the foot off the throttle into Robbie Williams. It's Layla, I think, with the advantage. Alex is off the track. It's been abandoned by his service crew, and we are at the end of racing there. Alex looks like he is disappointed with his performance there. We've just had the results through from Mr. Thompson. They've been independently verified. I can tell you, Alex from Newcastle, is that right? With 9 circuits. Layla gets a good round of applause there from Jade. She knows good racing when she sees it. But it's Layla in the blue who can take home the spoils today with a very respectable 14 laps. And the crowd gives a very respectable applause. They're watching that there on the balcony as well for that spectacular bird's eye view that you get here in this marvellous cauldron of racing here in the Potteries Shopping Centre. They leave the arena. Alex head in hands. He can't quite believe how he got that so wrong there. But that's the racing. You can have one good lap. It only takes 1 or 2 mistakes and your whole race can come crumbling down. So if you're listening or watching online around the world or live here at the Potteries, you are tuned into day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix here, part of the Remix Festival. We have had a feast of racing here, and it's not over yet. There's still time to join us here today or tomorrow. So if you've been listening at home, you fancy having a go, you fancy trying to beat Poppy and Elfin's 24 laps, then there is still time to take part. We've got a new racer here now. Chance to take a breath. 2 new racers. Mr. Thompson there just signing the drivers in, making sure they've got the correct credentials. To be level 4, of course, to compete at this level. Just giving them some driving tips, and they're going to have their customary practice laps, course 1947 protocol. 2 minutes, whoever can complete the most laps in that 2 minutes. Our current record holders are Poppy and Elfin with 24 laps. 24 laps in just 2 minutes. 12 laps a minute. I make that 5 seconds per lap. So 5-second laps at the moment. What's going to get you the record? Mr. Thompson there just signing in the drivers, making sure all is in order. Jade is poised with the flag. We've got Arena in the blue car and Dominic in the yellow car, representing Romania. We had Bangladesh yesterday and Market Drayton. We've had London, St. Neots, and today we have Romania as well, competing in the Bucharest Grand Prix just last week. Flown in specially today to be here with us in Stoke. Truly is an international event here. And crowd just gathering some refreshments. So I think we are ready to go. Jade is ready. It's a thumbs up from Jade. Wait for the arm to go aloft. There it is. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, it's a flying start for yellow coming off the track at Robbie Williams. And now they are neck and neck, but it's off the track at Spode for Dominic with the yellow car. And again, comes off the track at Robbie Williams. Just needs to take it a little bit slowly there. That's it. That's better. Nicely through Spode there. It's Arena probably with the advantage in the blue car. But Dominic now doing nicely through Spode. Takes the lead into Stanley Matthews. That's beautiful driving through there. Back on the throttle. Oh, just too much through Spode there. So Arena takes full advantage now. Speeds through Armitage Shanks and down Stanley Matthews. And it's looking good for Arena. Dominic now, he's a picture of concentration. Oh, yes, beautifully, just stays on the track through Spode there. Will Arena crash? If Arena crashes, there's still a good chance for Dominic to take advantage here. It's, Dominic comes off at Robbie Williams. Arena now just can take it nice and easy. Off at Armitage Shanks. Oh no, she's come off at Robbie Williams as well, and the technical team are struggling to get the car back on the track. There is a chance for Dominic to take the lead, but he also has come off at Robbie Williams. Somehow, though, the team trackside put Dominic back on track first. Now Arena's, this could be close. Now, they both come off into the garages there at Armitage Shanks and Spode. It's looking good for Dominic now. If he can just maintain composure, pressure back on Arena now. Oh, this is carnage now. Both drivers feeling the pressure, the heat of competition here. Arena, fingers biting her fingernails as she goes. She's so tense. Dominic, a picture of concentration. Almost in hysterics now, Arena. Can she maintain composure as she goes past Dominic? Oh, time is up. This is going to be very close here today now. Who have we got as a winner?
Well, Craig, I just came in right at the end of that race and I could sense that there was enormous excitement in the arena. Lots of people just at the edge of their seats, biting their nails with that finish there. But have the results come through?
Results have come through. They've been independently verified. Dominic. 12 circuits for Dominic there. Big crowd, big round of applause from the crowd there. And now we wait Irina. Very close indeed. Not much in it. Just one lap in it. Irina, 13 laps. Irina takes victory. Just one lap there. Dominic can't believe it.
Lucky
He's
for
gutted.
some. 13 laps there
Absolutely
for
gutted
Irina.
there.
And for those who have just arrived here at the Hanley Arena, from one arena to another arena, we are celebrating the Stoke Grand Prix. This is day 2 of a 3-day programme of the Stoke Grand Prix. We've got non-stop racing, Scalextric racing throughout the day from 10 till 4, every day, today and tomorrow. We're now approaching our final hour of racing on day 2. And our circuit is a very complex circuit here, built especially in the heart of the Potteries shopping centre. There are 2 vehicles, the blue vehicle and the yellow vehicle, which will be driven round the 3-kilometre circuit, which I can talk through now. From the starting grid, you go down the Stanley Matthews Straights, hard into the Robbie Williams turn, which you have to really pull back on the throttle from in order to get round, otherwise you take a tumble. From the Robbie Williams turn, you go into the Wedgwood curve, which is a kind of double S bend, past the photographer's enclosure and down the straight past the mini grandstand into Spode Corner. From Spode Corner you go past the technical area into the very challenging Armitage Shanks U-bend before coming back to the starters grid. It's a challenging circuit, but a lot of our local young drivers have delivered with aplomb excellent performances, including our very own Jade here, who is now has graduated to the checkered flag.
So we've got 2 local racers. There'll be familiar faces to Stoke racing fans. We've got Courtney, who's going to be in the blue car, and we've got Harvey in yellow. Harvey looking a little bit anxious there, a little bit nervous. Oh, and he just overcooks that there. He's just trying to practice. It's a new, I think, very new experience for Harvey. Very novice racer in our novice category here today.
I'm just going to shift my position in the commentary box.
So Jade's ready with the flag. Mr. Thompson's arm goes up in the air. 3, 2, 1, go.
They're off, and the yellow car
Nicely done there. Nicely done by Harvey. Takes the lead. Oh, but he's come off the track at Spode. And he blocks the progress of his mum as well there into Armitage Shanks. Oh, she takes advantage there, going into Wedgwood. Keep pressing, that's it. Keep going, and then into Spode. Oh, you just got to ease off going into Spode there.
The blue car, meanwhile, round Robbie Williams in a very cautiously but comfortable, nice pace there, getting
now
around
Harvey's
the circuit
got it
without
now.
any
Oh,
faults.
a little bit too much drift there going into Robbie Williams. So that's beautiful though. Just got to ease off there going into Robbie Williams, but this is looking good now for Harvey in yellow. Courtney in blue though, just with the advantage at the moment, but it only needs one crash for the whole picture to change. Nicely done there, Harvey. Keep the power up through there. Lovely through Spode and Armitage Shanks. Oh no, just overcooked it in Armitage Shanks there. And
meanwhile, Mum has just paused.
And again,
almost.
the pressure's gone back onto
I
Harvey
don't know whether
there.
that was out of courtesy or actually taking the mickey by just pausing there as if to say, come on then, have a go at me, Harvey. But no, the yellow car having to be rectified once more and tumbling off at the Robbie Williams turn there.
That's nice lap there though for Harvey, just overcooking it again there. But, experience, driving experience coming to the fore here for Courtney. Oh, nearly over the new temporary crash barriers that were put in. And again, coming off there for Harvey at Spode. And Courtney taking advantage. No quarter given. You'd think maybe he would have slowed down a little bit for Harvey to catch up, but no.
No chance.
No life lessons learnt there. So it's cutthroat competition here. And Courtney, our time is
Spinning
up
off
there.
at the S-bend.
Harvey looks in a state of shock there. He can't quite believe that his mother didn't hold on for him there.
Well, the results are in, Craig, and we can confirm we've had this independently verified from our colleagues in Geneva that Harvey has 12 circuits.
It's a nice, respectable 12. Excellent
And
work. Round of applause
Courtney,
there from the waiting crowd, trackside.
Courtney, 19. So it's 19. Harvey's going to have to work a little bit harder. And
Puts on a
bit
brave
more
face
later,
there,
but,
Harvey, with a smile, but you can tell inside he's a broken man.
Yeah, Harvey's going to be doing the washing up later on, we can tell, but never mind, never mind. There's life lesson learned there, as you said, Craig. We've got two young drivers who are just having their licenses checked by our adjudicator, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson.
Oh, a bit fierce there in the blue and in the yellow. It's,
We're going to need a little bit of stewarding, I think, at that end on the Spode corner. I think I might have to go there myself, as I can tell that this is going to be the blue car spinning off into the, the yellow car spinning off into the commentary box there. If I hadn't moved at that last moment, I would have come a cropper myself.
Giving them some friendly advice, and that's better now for yellow through Spode and Armitage Shanks. This is better now. Still a little bit too vigorous on the blue there.
That's it. Nice and easy does it. Spode corner is causing all kinds of casualties there today. I think there are two very tricky danger points for these drivers to navigate through. One, of course, is the Robbie Williams turn, which our young drivers are just finding out about now.
Ralphie in blue, Michael in yellow, both from Newcastle.
And we've got two drivers from Newcastle under Lyme. Of course, we've got Maple and Alfie. Alfie? It is Alfie, isn't it? Ralph. And Maple. Ralph is on the blue car and Maple is on the yellow car. These two young drivers all the way from Newcastle. That's over the the A500 on the other side of the tracks, you might say. And each of them has their own track for this particular race. Ralph in the blue car, Maple in the yellow. And they're off, and the yellow car's team's ahead, beautifully taking that first corner. Cautious, you might say, an approach initially, but that could well prove to be very sensible as the blue car spins off on the Robbie Williams turn on that second circuit. And the cars are neck and neck as they come down Stanley Matthews. The blue car seems ahead, but oh no, through the chicane, and the yellow car is now taking the advantage as it comes through the Wedgwood and down past the mini grandstand, round the Armitage Shanks, and the yellow car has taken a tumble at Robbie Williams, but manages to come back and take the advantage over its rival, the yellow car. A few lengths ahead at the moment, but taking it nice and easy, determined not to race too hard at the moment. The blue car in the lead as it comes through round Robbie Williams and through the chicane, round the Spode corner and the Armitage Shanks. And now the yellow car's taken advantage, and the blue car again. Oh, the blue car stumbles at the Spode corner, and now it's the yellow car's turn to take advantage as it almost takes a lap ahead. The blue car has a lot of room to manoeuvre. Now it needs to really catch up as it comes round Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews, round past the mini grandstand. The yellow car is about 3/4 of a lap ahead at the moment, but anything can happen in this race, because if you get too cocksure, then you can spin off the track. You never know if you just lose concentration just for a moment. The blue car chasing the yellow car at the moment. And, oh, the blue car has come off at Robbie Williams' turn, and now the yellow car is almost a lap ahead. And will it take it? Yes, it will. The yellow car comes past the mini grandstand and past the photographer's enclosure, and comes through, back through the Armitage Shanks, past, and we've come to the end of this race. That was a magnificent conclusion. Neck and neck for most of the race, but I suspect, I could be wrong, but I think that the yellow one has taken it, has pipped it. And
it was a beautiful race, Graham. I was trackside down at Spode there just to get a different perspective, and it was wonderful to see the cars coming past the commentary position out of Wedgwood towards us down at Spode.
Yeah,
Beautiful
it's a great view from Spode, and we can now confirm the results that Ralphie has 20 laps, but up ahead, Maple in the yellow car, 22 laps.
Very
What
good. That's
a magnificent race.
second place on the leaderboard there with 22 laps for Maple there.
Has to be up there as one of the most top scoring races. Combined laps, 20 and 22, 42 laps between them. That's a really high score. And we've got some more contenders. We've got Sonic the Hedgehog now coming up to the grandstand. And well, we must be now just approaching the final hour of racing here on day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix.
It's certainly been spectacular, Graham, here today.
Oh my goodness, yes.
We've seen some action. We've seen
certainly
records
have.
tumble, and we've seen cars tumble off the track as well. Yes, just an hour or so left of racing here today. But, still plenty of opportunity if you're listening at home, watching online, to get down here to the racetrack here at the Potteries.
We've got a few broken bones. Jim is really feeling it down in the first aid tent, and we've got a few broken hearts as well, I suspect. There's a few disappointed people who have worked so hard at driving this circuit but haven't quite managed a victory. But there's an hour left of racing. We have been joined here all day by the magnificent celebrity driver Jade, who is now on checkered flag duty. And just to remind eagle-eared listeners that Jade was our Mercedes Petronas driver, fresh from the Monaco Grand Prix. She arrived yesterday for the day 1. And had 2 races yesterday and 2 races today.
So we just got a replacement driver there. I think previous driver saw the track and had second thoughts.
Yeah, well, that's an easily done. When you first get the measure of this track, you may think that it's easy, but if you have a practice run, then you realise that it's full of perils.
So we've got Will from Hanley in the blue car, and we've got Young Pretender in the yellow car. Oh, a little bit too fast there past Wedgwood for yellow. Ethan in the yellow car.
Yeah, this particular race is going to need a little bit of stewarding, I think, perhaps at Spode Corner, which is a particularly difficult part of the track. I myself will go near the commentary box, my preferred area here at the Robbie Williams turn, which is quite a dangerous place to be, actually, Craig.
That's right, Robbie Williams' turn. There's no coincidence that the first aid hut is based down there at Robbie Williams' corner. Jim, poor old
Sorry
Jim.
to interrupt you, Craig. I think we're nearly ready for the race. Oh no, we're not. Forgive me.
That's right. I think we're still on a little practice practice round, just lining up the cars. ready to go. Mr. Thompson likes it millimetre perfect. So it's
Such a
Will
stickler.
versus Ethan. And Mr. Thompson resets the cars. There's a hush in the arena now as we wait. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. And the
It's a
blue
good
car
start for Blue
immediately
there.
has a fantastic start. The yellow car's a few lengths behind as we approach the Stanley Matthews Straight, and the yellow car has taken a tumble outside of the Armitage Shanks U-bend. The blue car maintaining a consistent approach on the outside lane as it comes back round the Robbie Williams turn and round Spode Corner, which is a particularly dangerous part of the circuit. The yellow car a little bit behind, but is going to catch up. The yellow car perhaps hoping for a fault or a little bit of lackadaisical lack of concentration on the part of the blue driver, but no, the blue driver is holding his own at the moment and is down the Stanley Matthews
That was a
Straight.
nice
there's
lap
been a
there, but he's
terrible,
taken off the
terrible
blue.
crash.
This is looking good now. This could be a change in the race now. Will was looking nice and cool and calm, but there's a little coming together.
I
It's,
suspect a little
Robbie
bit
Williams.
of driver error was responsible for that collision.
Beautiful
there,
lap there,
which,
though, from yellow as they go back into Robbie Williams. A little too much drift there, sends them off the track. Got to keep the power up.
with a slight technical problem with the yellow vehicle, but it's back.
He's back. Oh, it just comes off, but Armitage Shanks, the technical team, leap into action. Just got to make sure it's in the groove there. Don't think it's quite in the groove. That's it, we're back.
And we're back in the groove, and
comes
yet
flying
out
off
of the
at
groove
Robbie
yet again
Williams.
as the yellow car takes a tumble on the Robbie Williams turn through Spode, round Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews Straight. And it's the blue car having the advantage at the moment, almost lapping the yellow car, but the yellow car can pick up the pace.
Nice, beautiful lap there for Ethan in yellow there. This is what the kind of lap he would have needed earlier on. Some beautiful driving, cool, calm, collected, nicely through Spode, neck and neck past the stand.
Magnificent driving as we go past the mini grandstand.
I didn't want that race to stop. That was such beautiful
excitement here in the Hanley Stadium.
Fantastic there from Ethan. What a comeback towards the end. What a comeback.
A magnificent end to that race. They went absolutely neck and neck. It would have been a photo finish, but for the fact that I think that yellow car lost a little bit of ground at the beginning of the race there.
That's right. But
terrific racing.
Ethan there can be very proud of a very high scoring 18 laps. Gives a high five to Will there, who is 3 laps ahead with 21 there. But what a comeback from Ethan. We're going to be seeing a lot more of him in the future, I suspect, here at the Stoke Grand Prix.
Brilliant racing there from those two drivers. And we got two brothers, I suspect, who have now approached the grandstand. This is their first time on the circuit, and I think they'll probably learn the hard way that it's not all about power and high performance activity. There is a battle of wills also to be played in the race. Just to reiterate, here at the Stoke Grand Prix, this is a time trial. So each race is timed at exactly 2 minutes, and you have to complete as many circuits as you can in the allotted 2 minutes. This means that you have to try and stay on the track. If you come off the track at any of those tricky junctions like Robbie Williams' turn down here or the Spode junction at the top end, then you will lose valuable time and risk not being able to complete a circuit. Thank you to our stewards at the other end there at Spode Corner for continually realigning the vehicles on the track. I think our adjudicator is ready now, and he's just going to line up the vehicles at the starters grid. So if the yellow vehicle can just...
Technicians just having a look there, making sure the brushes are okay.
No.
Hands it back.
both vehicles are exactly the same, but of course they do sustain damage. These terrible crashes that we've been seeing this morning do have an effect on the vehicles.
So we've got Caleb in yellow. We've got Ellis in blue. Will it be brotherly love? Or will it be blood on the tracks this afternoon here at the Stoke Grand Prix in the cauldron of what is the Potteries Shopping Centre? Jade is ready on the flag, of course, as always. We wait for the arm to go up. There it is, Mr. Thompson's arm. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. It's a good, strong start for both cars here. They are pretty much neck and neck. Oh, that's good for yellow there as Ellis comes off the track at Armitage Shanks, and now Caleb has also come off the track as well. So it's not much between them now as they head into Robbie Williams. Ellis spins off at Robbie Williams. Caleb goes nicely through there into Spode, down into Armitage Shanks, but topples over on the Stanley Matthews straight, giving the advantage back to Ellis in the blue car. It's pretty much neck and neck there, to and from, backwards and forwards, up and down. Put the throttle down, that's it. Into Spode, off the track at Spode.
Well.
Craig's down there now, making sure that the cars are back on track.
But the blue car has also tumbled off at the Robbie Williams corner there, excuse me. So now they're neck and neck. As they go, what a terrible,
careering over the
collision.
tracks. Top
It's
over.
so exciting, but one car just clipped the other one there and sent it careering off the track, I suspect. The yellow car definitely at a disadvantage now. It's a throttle down for the yellow car and straight into the Spode Junction round the Armitage Shanks
That's
U-bend.
beautiful there. Lovely
And
bit of
on.
drift into Robbie Williams, but a tumble again. The car goes onto its roof at Spode. Not
And
quite
the blue
sure
car
how to call this. We're
definitely
getting into
having
the
the
dying
advantage.
moments of this race
the
now.
blue car is over.
Keep pressing it, that's
Nearly
it.
crashed into Jim there at the first aid tent, but fortunately he was spared at least. But the car may have sustained some permanent damage. We will not know.
Caleb in yellow willing his car around the track now in the dying moments of this race. Ellis not far behind in blue, passes him there.
And it's a terrible spin
right in
there.
front of the media position there.
But it's not so easy for the blue. It's not an easy ride for the blue either, who also takes a tumble at the Robbie
Time up.
Williams corner, and that's
the end of racing.
the
This is going to be a
race.
close one to call. I think for a while Caleb had it, but I think possibly Ellis there, slightly more cool, calm and collected, may have called it their day there.
Brothers, I think you need to just stand next to each other and bear it out as the results are announced. No hiding from this, I'm afraid. But Caleb is completed 13 circuits and Ellis 20. So Ellis is the winner of that.
Big round of applause from the
race.
crowd assembled here trackside at the Stoke-on-Trent Grand Prix. We've got
Great
two
racing.
new drivers ready to go. Technicians just checking the brushes on the car and making sure that all is in order, and hands it back to the track.
One of Jade's teammates at Mercedes is on trackside as a technician who's been looking at the cars, inspecting the vehicles, making sure that they're tip-top condition. Both vehicles need to be exactly the same spec, of course, otherwise there would be a disadvantage, unlike in Formula One, where a lot of the teams obviously have a secret technology at their disposal. Tara in yellow, Miles in blue. And the two drivers from Hanley. Big round of applause for Hanley. We've got very local drivers. They haven't come far and they've come here to celebrate, hopefully, a magnificent race here in the Hanley Arena.
Indeedy-doody.
Tara and Miles. Tara is in the yellow car, Miles in the blue.
So, if you just tuned in, you are listening to the last hour of racing today here from this cauldron of racing at the Potteries Shopping Centre, part of the magnificent Remix Festival. We have 2 new drivers, 23 laps, the record today. Can these 2 beat that? Jade is ready on the flag. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1. They're off, and a lovely start from both of them there. Blue with a slight advantage heading into Spode, but it's a shorter distance for Yellow. That's beautiful. Yellow overtakes there, and they head into Spode. It is absolutely neck and neck, side by side, but Robbie Williams throw a corner causes trouble there for Blue, and Yellow car spins off, so it is neck and neck again. Down Stanley Matthews straight. Oh, comes a cropper there at Robbie Williams. It's the sight of Robbie Williams often sends people tumbling off the track there. And but now the Blues are off the track. They're both off the track. There's not much between these 2 there. Give it a bit of welly there. Onto the roof there at Spode.
And the yellow car veers off at the S-bend, and the blue car similarly at Robbie Williams' turn. The 2 of them have slowed right down now. There's a question as to whether the safety car might have to come out, but no, they're back on track now, and they're fully racing. They've got the measure of this circuit now, both drivers just taking it nice and easy. They've already discovered that to go too fast into these corners is very dangerous, and they're going to lose valuable time. So
that's what's great about the 1947 protocol of racing, isn't it, Graham, is that everyone has the same car. No one gets an advantage by having a car that's been specially created for them. So it really is a great leveller.
Absolutely. One might argue that the yellow car has a slightly shorter circuit being on the inside, but that's not necessarily true because you have to approach the corners a little bit slower in order to get through them. Both cars.
Oh, this is beautiful stuff. What a lovely bit of drifting there from the yellow. They're side by side into Robbie Williams. They both come off the track. The pressure turning in these dying moments of this race. Side by side through Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews. Yellow with the advantage now going in Spode and stop racing. Well, that was magnificent there. The crowd are very appreciative of that. We've got some racers who've stayed behind to watch that. They are jumping up and down with excitement. They know they've seen something very special there.
Well, it'd be too difficult to call that one. I don't think anybody would put any money on that one because it was absolutely neck and neck from start
all the way
to
through.
finish. But I've had this independently verified by the adjudicator and his colleagues in Geneva, and Miles and Tara. Tara completed 19 laps.
Oh, very impressive, and that is received with warm applause.
Miles crosses his arms and in anticipation. He's slightly nervous now. Has he got as many?
Has he done enough?
His mum, has he done enough?
Has he done enough?
What do you think?
I think it's going to be very, very close, this one.
I can tell you, Tara had 19, but Miles has 20 laps.
20 laps, Miles does it. He can't believe it. He punches the air. It's a high 5. I think he's gloating slightly there. That's not very sportsmanlike there. A little bit of gloating. Mum's taking it in good spirits there, and I think Miles is going to be taken off for his prize now by his mum there.
He's going to be chuffed with that, isn't he? I mean, that is a magnificent result, and I think Tara dinner's going to be on Mum, I'd say.
Yeah, dinner on Mum tonight, washing up on Miles.
Yeah, absolutely. Great racing here at the Hanley Arena.
Fantastic.
We are just coming to the end of
we
our
thank those 2 there
day.
for giving us some great entertainment. And we've got, I think we've got Elfin back, is it? Elfin back. Still Elfin. Joint top with Poppy, 24 laps. No one has beaten that. 5 seconds a lap, Elfin, they call him. And no one has beaten them yet. But, of course, there's still a little bit of time left today and all day tomorrow. We've got 2 repeat drivers, Caleb and Ellis. And it's Caleb in blue, I think. Caleb with yellow. Caleb with yellow, Ellis in blue, I beg your pardon there. So
hopefully they will have learned from their previous tribulations on this circuit. They know that if you go too fast into the Robbie Williams corner or the Spode curve, then you're going to tumble.
No practice needed much for these two, just a little re-familiarisation. The track hasn't changed, the cars haven't changed, the conditions haven't changed. We're in climate-controlled arena here at the Potteries. It's a little bit overcast overhead, but
yes,
perfect racing conditions, absolutely perfect. Jade is ready, of course, as always. The arm goes up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Go, they're off. Great start for blue there into Robbie Williams. Yellow there, taking it nice and easy through. Caught out by Armitage Shanks. The U-bend there, always causing problems. Just got to maintain their composure. This is an opportunity for yellow now. Just keep cool down Stanley Matthews. Beautifully round Robbie Williams. Into Spode. Down into Armitage Shanks. Round Stanley Matthews. Oh, overcooked it at Robbie Williams. Caught out by Robbie Williams yet again.
Take that. Oh, and similarly,
keep the pressure on. That's it.
Robbie Williams has also
taken a tumble there at Spode. It's all falling apart now for
for
Caleb in yellow.
Really
Ellis maintains his cool.
Yeah, the yellow car coming down the Stanley Matthews straights and round the Robbie Williams corner. Blue is in hot pursuit, but at the moment the blue is, it's stumbled off the tracks. It's lost
this
some
could be an
vital
opportunity
ground
for Caleb now if he can just press home that advantage, keep the pressure on. This is where it all starts to count in these dying moments of the race. This is where all those practice hours come to fruition. Can Caleb maintain his composure? Can he catch up with Ellis in the blue car?
He's doing his
darndest.
darndest.
It's neck and neck, side by side through Spode, and off they come the track at Spode. Unbelievable scenes here. And that could be the telling moment of this race here. As they go round.
Stanley Matthews, but the blue car has come
this
off.
is great now. Great news for yellow. This is looking good. Down Armitage Shanks into Stanley Matthews. But no, too much drift through Robbie Williams. Jim there by the first aid tent. Can't believe his eyes. Keep the pressure on.
We've got clutch problems on the yellow vehicle. He stumbles off.
Brother just knocks themselves.
But no, the blue
his
car
brother
is
off the
off.
track.
The blue car
what's
is also
going on now? It's all kinds of carnage down there. Mr. Thompson can't believe it. He shakes his head in disbelief. But everything's gone a little bit calmer now. Everybody just take a deep breath for these dying moments of this race.
Robbie Williams again.
Time is up. Stop racing. Well,
these drivers
was
to come across
all kinds of action here. The crowd very appreciative. Caleb and Ellis, what will it be this time?
That was very exciting conclusion to that race there. And can we see a new winner between these two rivals? There's fierce competition between these two. I can tell you that Caleb can...
Personal best for Caleb, though.
Yeah, it's a personal best of 16 laps. But beating him once more, Ellis with 20 laps. So 20 laps.
Head-in-hand stuff there for the Haribo-sponsored Caleb. Haribo will be reconsidering their sponsorship, possibly, of Caleb, thinking of maybe switching to Ellis. We'll see how that pans out in the future.
Yeah, we need to see some brotherly love between these two. A little bit of a handshake there between the two brothers, just to prove that there's still some brotherly love. Yeah, no love lost there. And no doubt we'll be seeing more of them. Perhaps on day 3, this is the very final half hour of day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix here at the Hanley Arena.
We're in for a treat, race fans, here now, because we've got Caleb and... We've got Elfin and Seraphim back. Elfin, of course, you'll know, has got joint lead with Poppy on 24 laps. Seraphim will be hoping that she can do something here to put a dent in that lead. Let's see how they do.
No strangers to this circuit over these two. They don't need a warm-up. They can go straight into the race, and the tyres are well warmed up. Warm rubber.
Jay's ready. We wait for the arm to go aloft from Mr. Thompson. He takes a deep breath. He knows this is going to be something special here today. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Go, we're off. They are neck and neck. Slight advantage for Elfin there through Spode, but they are side by side. Oh, Elfin comes a tumble there at Robbie Williams, and it's Seraphim now who has the advantage going into Spode. Elfin on the yellow circuit there, but he manages to sneak back the lead. This is nail-biting stuff there. I can't call this one. This is going to be very close. If they can both maintain their composure here, we could be in for more record-breaking stuff.
They need to hold their nerve at the moment. It's a slight advantage for blue, but both vehicles have taken a slight tumble, and the blue comes off again. So I think the yellow has the advantage there. It's not far off as they go through the chicane and round the Armitage Shanks New Bend, down past the mini grandstand and onto the Stanley Matthews.
Oh, and Elfin there in yellow just taking advantage of that over drifting there, bit of oversteer through Robbie Williams for Seraphin there. They're side by side there through Robbie Williams, but Seraphin comes off the track at Robbie Williams. Into Spode for Elfin, round Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. Beautiful there through Spode and Armitage Shanks. Heads into Robbie Williams, speeds there, eases off. This is textbook stuff. This is a lesson for all racers to learn from Elfin here. He's our current leader. With Poppy, but even he comes off there. The pressure of knowing what is at stake here gets to Elfin there, but he's back on track. They are side by side through Armitage Shanks. Beautiful there for both of them through Robbie Williams. Into Spode, Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams, Wedgwood, Spode. Oh, what happened there? This is unbelievable for Elfin. Drifted off the track there at Spode. This could be game-changing here for Seraphin.
Yeah, that's right. As they went through the chicane, the blue car nudged the yellow car off the tracks. It was it wasn't very sportsmanlike, but we shall
and he's come off the track again at Spode. This could be
the final result.
Turning the... time is up. Well, I don't know what to say here. The crowd know they had seen something special. Up on the balcony there, they look down in admiration. They know they have seen something amazing. Elfin there trying to get a glimpse of the score, trying to influence Mr. Thompson there, but you can't. There's nothing you can do or say to him. He is a stickler.
He's out ironclad, is Mr. Thompson. There's no getting past him at all.
Are we going to see a change to the top of the leaderboard? 24 laps at the moment. 5 seconds a lap is what gets you a result here. Whoa, this is unbelievable scenes here now.
Now, let's have a quick recap.
I suggest that if you're listening at home, watching online, you sit down.
Can I just ask,
get a glass
Craig,
of water.
Could we have a recap on the previous encounter between these two drivers?
No, you can't. 24 and 23, Dad
24.
knows, Sport Team knows. 24 and 23 last time, which that put them both on the leaderboard. It put Elfin at the top of the leaderboard with Poppy on 24. Seraphin was just below on 23. So if everyone is sitting down, Jade, you might want to sit down as well. Craig, I think you might want to sit down. Dad, you want to stay standing up? I don't know. No, sit down. Okay. Elfin, last time in the blue car, you scored 24 laps. This time, you were driving the yellow car. You got 24. Ooh. Staying on the top of the leaderboard. That's a big hug there from Sister Seraphin there. She knows she's been part of something special here. What makes it even more special is, though, Seraphin, you also got 24 laps.
Good.
You join
Gracious.
Elfin and Poppy at the top of the leaderboard. 5-second laps there. Unbelievable scenes. The crowd have gathered all around us here in the Potteries. They know they have witnessed history here today in the Stoke-on-Trent Grand Prix. The two drivers there just can't. They're exhausted after that. And slumped on the bench in the driver's position.
Little sibling hug there for these two drivers who were just egging each other on. That sibling rivalry, just pushing them ever closer to more astonishing feats and records being broken. 24 apiece. That is the record number of laps in a single race that we have witnessed in all of our 2 days here at Stoke-on-Trent. So you have truly witnessed history in the making here at the Hanley Arena.
So that has brought Caleb and Ellis back This time Caleb's in blue, Ellis in yellow, I think. So Alfin and Seraphine just taking on refreshments in the green room at the side of the track here. Getting some congratulations from their support team. Taking on some sugary drinks there. I don't think anyone here can quite believe what they just saw there. But
Yeah,
believe it we must. We saw it with our own eyes.
I can't remember, where do you live? Norton.
The two from Norton will be celebrating tonight. The streets of Norton will be, there'll probably be a cavalcade and a bus parade.
Open top bus tonight
bus
through the streets of
as
Norton.
these two return to the streets of Norton.
If it's big
this
enough to have an
evening.
open top bus, maybe an open top mini bus, maybe. Open top mini even. It's a small place, but what heroes they have given birth to there at Norton. Here we are, Caleb and Ellis are back. This time it's Caleb in blue, it's Ellis in yellow, I think, and Jade is ready. The arm is aloft. Without further ado, 3, 2, 1, go. They're off. Good start for yellow there. Oh, it stalls slightly on that oil slick. You've got to keep the, don't pump. Keep, no, it's not that. It's not that. It's because he's pumping. It's not that. It's because he's not pumping. Let's stop the race and start again.
Yeah, we've had a few technical problems perhaps with the yellow vehicle, but we had to bring the safety vehicle out there just to kind of make sure that everybody is safe. Jim still holding his back here with that broken vertebra. This is the right one. Yeah. There we go. I think we might have some mechanical issues under the bonnet, I suspect. It might be. Perhaps all the excitement of the previous race has actually caused some kind of issue with the track, because we've got the engineers out on the track for all you listeners around the world. Apologies for that slight break in the broadcast, but the intermission is necessary to just double check the track, because as these two young drivers began their race, we had a mechanical fault with the yellow vehicle. So we're just looking under the bonnet to check what the issue seems to be. Engineers working flat out at the moment at the track side. And this perhaps gives us a little opportunity to draw breath and to paint the picture, as it were, for anyone just tuning in from around the globe. We're here at the Hanley Arena for the end of day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix. This magnificent stadium has been purpose-built for motor racing. We've got a covered space. There's a giant skylight over the top of the arena. At the moment it's overcast, but not unpleasantly so. There's plenty of light coming through, so the drivers don't have any issues there. And this arena has 2 galleries above us with spectators up on the upper tiers looking down. They've got a magnificent view of the circuit from above. It really is a terrific vantage point from up there on the first or second levels, where you get an eagle-eye view of the race as it happens. And we are the commentators. We're bringing you minute by minute, second by second live action commentary of everything, all the action as it happens. So, currently, we've got Caleb and Ellis just waiting for their turn at the race. They're sitting patiently. They're no strangers to this circuit, obviously. This is their third race together today. Meanwhile, the engineers are on the track side just testing the track, which is working perfectly fine in the last race, but we seem to have sustained some minor issues here which are preventing a fluid transport of the vehicles. Part of the track has sustained some damage, it seems, perhaps a bit of an oil spill, which is hardly surprising because the last race was high octane and there was a lot of fuel burnt. Just a quick reminder that that last race between Serafina and Elfin resulted in a 24-lap draw. So both contestants completed 24 laps, which is actually a track record for this circuit. At the moment, the drivers just completing their tests of the circuit. There's always a fragility, you might say, with Scalextric racing. The peril, vulnerability is ever present. And we are witnessing this to our great cost at the moment. All the joys of the day's racing, and we're just having to take a little pause now while the track gets urgently repaired. That's one of the thrills, of course, of witnessing motor racing. There's always a danger. There's always an element of risk and jeopardy. And these two drivers know that all too well. Meanwhile, during this tense interim period, lots of spectators have gathered at the trackside to witness and check what's going on. But I think that we are nearly ready.
Yes,
Yep.
I've just been trackside with the engineers. There was a slight fault outside the media post there. That's been rectified. So I think we're good to go. We've got Caleb and Ellis again. This time I think we have, is it Caleb with the blue car? Ellis with the yellow. Let's see how we go. The arm is aloft. 3, 2, 1, go. They're off. Beautiful start there for... oh, no, it's gone again. That's right, hold it down. Don't pump it. That's it. Here we go. Oh, he's tumbled. That's bowed.
Actually, round the back of the arm.
No, he's on the wrong track. Oh, we're going to have to restart the race, I think. He's on the wrong track. Both on the same track there. I'm going to go down trackside just to assist down there.
Now, the spectators getting a little bit anxious. There's a considerable, what would you call it, disagreement, trackside, a little bit of anxiety just transmitting itself through the spectators here at the Hanley Arena. We've had a magnificent day's race, but here we go, 3, 2, 1, and they're off again. This time they're on the right tracks. And as they continue round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews Straight into the Robbie Williams corner, we have advantage for the yellow car. The blue car's fast behind, and a little bit of swerve there on the... Oh, and the yellow car has come off at the Robbie Williams turn, which gives the blue car a little bit of an advantage, but some stalling by the photographers enclosure there, perhaps grandstanding there looking for a photo opportunity, and now the cars are neck and neck as they come in through Spode Curve and down the Stanley Matthews, and the blue car veers off at the S-bend round Spode Corner. The blue car struggling a little bit. It seems to have just drifted off the track. It's throttled down straight down the Stanley Matthews Straights and past the mini grandstand. Oh, the yellow car has come off up the Armitage Shanks U-bend, and both cars neck and neck now. It's neck and neck, literally. It's anybody's guess who's going to win this, as long as those two cars can stay on the track and not stumble off or veer or spin off at the Spode Corner, which they don't. Oh, but the blue car has taken a tumble at Robbie Williams corner, which is always a risk, and it does so again for the second time running. That's a real problem area for the blue car. Meanwhile, the yellow car takes a tumble on the Armitage Shanks, and so they're both neck and neck again, except that the blue car is really not learning its lessons from that Robbie Williams turn. It seems that both cars have their own personal little bête noires, and for the yellow car it really is struggling around the Armitage Shanks, but both cars now in control, not going too fast, just trying to take their time. But oh, the yellow car nudged the blue car off the tracks there, which was not very sportsmanlike, if I may say so myself. Lots of strife, not very brotherly, I would say, for these two brothers. Now, these two have got a track record and they're arch rivals, so it's anybody's guess who is going to win this race. And I have the results now confirmed to me by the adjudicator. I can tell you that Caleb completed 16 laps. But Willie's big brother have beaten him. Ellis, 16 laps. It's an absolute dead heat, a complete draw. Same. Magnificent. That's a victory, I think, for Caleb, really. He's really catching up with his big brother there. So I think both drivers can be justifiably proud of
very gentlemanly there as well, nodding Ellis that he acknowledges the efforts of his brother there. And they had a tricky start there with those track problems, but they overcame those. And they're just having a little parade now for the fans.
Just for the fans, yeah. I might make a suggestion that Jade, our celebrity, who's been on magnificent duty on the checkered flag, actually has another go at herself at this next round. I think Jade needs a worthy competitor, though. So we'll see if we can find somebody who is a good racing competitor. I think we have somebody. I think we have... Or we could... I think we can find somebody. So, if you could be a little bit careful there, fellas. Okay. So, Jade, if you'd like to make your way to the grandstand. Boys, if you can just hold off there. We're going to pass the baton over. We've got, is it Pete? Will, yeah, we've got Will and Jade. So now, Will, I think you might have been on the blue, were you on the blue car last time? Well, if you go on the yellow now, Will, you be on the yellow. And Jade, you're on the blue. Now, we'd just have a little warm-up for the time being. because we're still waiting for our adjudicator before we can properly race. But if you have a little warm-up, you two, I suspect that this race will be a race of real champions. Kind of racing giants, you might say, because both Will and Jade have had magnificent results before. And I think the last race that Jade was in, she was at a certain disadvantage at being knocked off by some brutal gamesmanship by her competitor, Joanne. But with Will in the driving seat, I think that both of these drivers are going to be driving competitively but fairly. As we come to the end of day 2, we have had a magnificent day's racing. These two competitors now just getting the measure of the track. Of course, for both of these drivers, they'll be, as much as driving against each other, they're driving against their own personal bests, I suspect. For Jade, it is 23 laps. And I think Will might be similar, actually. What was 22 perhaps for Will. So we've got two very high scoring drivers here in the hot seat. We are waiting for our adjudicator, but our commentator, Craig, is going to step in and save the day. Is he coming? But I think we might be visited by our adjudicator. Oh, Craig is nobly stepping in. So we've got Jade in the blue car and Will in the yellow car. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
And both cars taking full control of the circuit, and the blue car comes straight off at Robbie Williams, but yellow car at Spo. This is not good for either of them. They're looking for high scores here, but both now.
Oh, that was nice there. Yellow just comes off at Armitage Shanks, and blue at Robbie Williams. They're back on track now, and it's Jade in the blue, and it's pretty much neck and neck. Wouldn't want to call this one at the moment. Both highly experienced on this track now. Will, we saw racing earlier. Jade, of course, a familiar face. She'll be hoping to break that record, get herself back on the top of the scoreboard. Mr. Thompson. Oh no, Will's come off. The wheels have come off for Will. He's neck and neck now, side by side as they go into Spode and round Armitage. Oh, and Will takes a terrible tumble there at Spode. We're halfway through the race now, 1 minute to go. It's difficult to call this one. Jade face a picture of concentration there. Will looking nice and chilled out as he guides his yellow car around this very famous circuit here at Stoke-on-Trent. Back on track there for Jade. Oh, and Will's come off. And we're trying to commentate count laps. Look at the time here. Mr. Thompson is going to be very disappointed with us here. I'm not sure how accurate this one is going to be. We've got 30 seconds left. And
absolute disaster. It's
degenerated
carnage
here. And, but the drivers still maintaining their focus. Jade comes off at Robbie Williams. There's 20 seconds left. Will's off now. Jade's off again. And there's just 10 seconds left. Who is going to take advantage now? There's dying seconds of this track. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop racing. Jane just crosses the line there, so she gets a lap.
That was total carnage.
We're going to have to really have the video to check on this one. So if anyone was filming that, we might just need to recap. But, Mr. Thompson is...
Forgive me, the commentator needs his specs on in order to count the number of lap counts here.
Jade and Will waits in anticipation in the driver's area now. Jade, of course, currently in second place on the leaderboard with 23 laps. Still Poppy and Elfin at the top there with 24. Oh, and actually Seraphine there as well, isn't she? She got that, so we've got 3 with 24 laps. I'm not quite sure whether these two here did enough. Will, he's looking very nervous there. Is he looking confident as well? He looking confident? Well, all cool, calm and collected there for Will as we count up the laps. So, Jade, 20 laps, very consistent, still not quite enough there. And Will, 19 laps, so not much in it at all. They can both be very proud of their achievement there. And
I think it was lucky for Jade that the minute, she just managed to pass the finishing line just before the minute, whereas Will was just behind, so he was just fractionally behind there, and he might, otherwise it would have been a draw. But great racing from these two stalwarts of the sport.
So you should, Jade there, recognising her achievement.
Justifiably proud of those achievements. She may not have hit her high score there, but there was quite poor quality adjudicating as well, although I say myself.
So terrific scenes here at Stoke Grand Prix. Just 20 minutes left of racing today. If you are in the shopping centre, you want to try and beat 24 laps, Poppy, Elfin and Seraphine, then get yourself down here. We are back tomorrow, of course, so if you're listening at home, anywhere around the world.
We've got 2 new competitors. We've got Craig. Well, our new contender has challenged Craig from Appetite to a race. Craig is looking a little bit nervous.
Oh.
He's posturing, pacing up and down. Thinks he's got it in the bag, but I'm not so sure.
Craig strides into the driver's area like a colossus now, takes his seat, and he's very good at flag waving. How is he at racing? We'll soon find out.
Yeah.
Cheers, Will. Nice
he can
one.
talk the talk, but can he walk the walk? Craig is on the blue car, and our new competitor,
Ryan in the yellow,
is on the yellow. Ryan's from Stoke, and terrible gamesmanship there as the blue car just smashes into the yellow one. Tries to disable the mechanical apparatus of his rival, but yeah, a little bit too cocksure there and spins off at the Spode curve. Let's see how Craig can do. Like we say, they're both vehicles now up to the starter's grid. The adjudicator makes sure that they're millimetre perfect in position. Of course, we haven't got much time left here. We're coming to the end of day 2 of our racing. 15 minutes, only 15 minutes left, so there's only a limited number of races. Here we go. Everyone's ready. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. And cautiously round the first bend, but very, very safe driving and very sensible driving as they come down this Stanley Matthews straight and round the Wedgwood corner into the Spode and down round past Robbie Williams corner. It's neck, and they're jammed out beside the mini grandstand. It's there's a little chicane there, and both cars just crashed into each other and jammed still, but no. The yellow car seems to have the advantage, but the blue car steams ahead around the Armitage Shanks curve. This is splendid driving from both of them. They're coming around the Armitage Shanks again, and the yellow car takes a tumble at the Armitage Shanks, but the blue car is just waiting there, patiently, is almost taking the mickey out of his rival there, saying, come on, have a go, have a go. But they're around the Spode corner and down to Robbie Williams' turn and through the S bend and towards the U bend now of the Armitage Shanks as they head round past the first aid tent and past the mini grandstand. This is excellent driving from both of them. This is going to be a high scoring round as they come round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews. It's neck and neck, and it has been right from the beginning, but the yellow car comes off at Spode Junction. And the blue car now has the advantage, but the yellow car is steaming past it. Can it overtake? Yes, it can on the Stanley Matthews straight. Around again, the yellow car has the advantage. It's neck and neck, but the yellow car is the... Oh, and it stumbles off. Oh, he's taken a tumble, and the blue car has a chance to really gain the advantage. Now it's a half a lap ahead, and the yellow car trying to speed too quickly round the U-bend. The blue car has a lap ahead of the yellow car, but... It's not over yet. Oh no, the humanity, the yellow car is now chasing wildly. Stumbles a little bit at the Robbie Williams turn, but is now chasing, and that's it. The time's over. The yellow car comes to a stop by the mini grandstand, and it's time for the adjudicator to see how we've done. And yes, as predicted, it's incredibly close. Some terrific racing here. Ryan in the yellow car scored 19 circuits, which is magnificent, but he knows he's slightly disappointed because he came off a little too many times there. And Craig has won the contest with 20 circuits. 20 circuits, but magnificent racing from you two. That sportsman-like handshake.
Lovely to see that at the end of such a fierce competition, the handshakes there, and what a lovely race that was. Side by side for much of the... Craig admitting there that he doesn't even drive. Not quite sure how that got past Mr. Thompson there. Normally he's a stickler for rules, but maybe it's the end of the day. He's getting a little bit weary and allowing things to pass. But so here we are. Last dying moments of the day here at the Potteries Grand Prix, the Stoke Grand Prix.
Would you like to come and race Scalextric?
We've seen some fantastic racing here today. We've seen yesterday's records, tumble.
I've got a suggestion
Seraphim.
here. I think we come to the end, but I wonder whether Ryan might like to take on the challenger Jade for this next race.
No, Jade's had enough.
Jade's had enough.
She's had enough.
Yeah, I think Jade perhaps has peaked. There's been too much racing for her today, but Ryan needs a challenger. I think Ryan's up for another race.
So we're here in the Potteries Shopping Centre outside the Entertainer, and we've seen some fine entertainment here today. So Ryan now takes off his gilet.
Yeah.
Puts his bag under the bench, takes his place at the driver's area now.
Interestingly,
is there going to be anyone willing to take on the mighty Ryan?
A slightly nervous looking
member of
contender
here we go, member of the England football team, just getting preparations for Euros. England youth team takes
Ryan
position.
He's used to the yellow car, and he has taken the yellow car. He's chosen the yellow car as his own vehicle. Just taking it for a little spin around the circuit just to test the tyres, make sure everything is in mechanical order. Meanwhile, the blue car is just coming around Robbie Williams' turn through the S-bend. Frank is the driver of the blue car. Frank is from Stoke. And Ryan is the driver of the yellow car.
So Frank into a cauldron here, dragged off the sidelines for River Island into this cauldron of racing. The crowd are gathering now. They've seen Ryan race before, 19 laps last time. I'm not sure Frank knows what he's got to let himself in for here, but here we go.
So, as the
Jade's ready on the
adjudicator
flag.
just checks in with Jade on the checkered flag.
Frank's
We are
support
now-
team are on the edge of their seats here. Mr. Thompson's arm is in the air. We know what that means. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. It's a good start for Ryan there in yellow, but Frank's hot on his tail there. Into Spo, there's not much between them. Ryan just with an advantage into Robbie Williams. Frank hot on his heels though. This is going to be very close indeed. Frank now catching up. Can he take advantage? Can he catch up with Ryan there?
He
Ryan
can
more
indeed.
experienced. This is looking good.
As they come through the chicane and round the Armitage Shanks U-bend, down the Stanley Matthews Straight. It's neck and neck, almost yellow having the advantage as they come through the S-bend and down past the mini grandstand, round the Armitage Shanks and round Robbie Williams' turn. It's neck and neck indeed.
Frank
it's
takes
terrific
a,
racing, but
he takes a
He's
tumble.
taken a tumble
He's
there.
killed Jim's wife Marjorie as well there at first aid corner. So this is now hot stuff here.
It's not a
in
good look for the
Potteries.
team. They've taken some casualties already, but here at the Stoke-on-Trent Grand Prix, this is really exciting stuff as we come to the end of day 2 of this magnificent programme of motor racing at the Hanley Arena. The yellow car takes the advantage at the moment down the Stanley Matthews Straight and round the Robbie Williams corner, and it's neck and neck. Who is going to be the victor? They're almost waiting for the other one to foul up. And
what
terrific racing.
driving there now. They are side
Absolutely.
by side. Oh, and Frank comes off at Armitage Shanks bend there. But ceding the advantage perhaps to Ryan in yellow. It's a trickier drive for yellow, those tighter corners, but it's a slightly shorter circuit. It's harder to call now. I'm not quite sure. I think it's possibly... Oh, no! Here we go. Ryan's come off. Unprecedented. Ryan never comes off the track at Armitage Shanks, but he has. And it's neck and neck, side by side through Spode and Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews. Ryan is off again. This could be good for Frank. Can he take advantage now? Can he? It's the last few seconds of the race. Who has got it here? It's hard to call. As Ryan goes through Spode, hot on his tails. Coming down Stanley Matthews in front. Time is up.
Goodness me,
Stop
and that's the
racing.
end of the race.
Oh, unprecedented to the crowd. No, they've seen something special. They're gathered on the balcony up above. Applause ripples around the arena now. They are all waiting on tenterhooks to see what the result of that one was.
Goodness me,
Frank,
well, Ryan.
Frank wasn't even expecting to drive today. He was just shopping in River Island. He wasn't even expecting to drive, but he's given us something special here.
Can I just quickly remind you that Ryan was on the previous race and got a total score of 19 laps in his previous race against Craig, and of course Craig won that particular bout. Now Ryan this time has got 21 laps.
Oh, broken his
21
personal
laps.
best in the
Broken
tricky
personal
yellow
best.
car.
But was it enough to beat Frank? Was it enough to beat Frank in the blue car? It wasn't, because Frank has got 22 laps and Frank is the winner
Well
of that
done,
particular
Frank.
race.
As I say, not even expecting to have to drive. Came in cold there, but what a driver. We're going to be seeing a lot more of Frank here in the future at the Stoke Grand Prix. We might see him tomorrow. If not tomorrow, we might see him next year in 2025.
He's
Thank
one
you,
to
Frank.
look forward to
He looks
in
very
the future.
proud. He goes
Big
back
round of
to his
applause
support team.
from everybody.
Applause
here
from
in
them
the arena.
and the crowd above. And he'll be going home happy tonight, as will Ryan, breaking his personal best there. Fantastic.
Right, we've got time for a little breather before the next race. Of course, we're coming to the end of day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix here at the Hanley Arena, this purpose-built stadium built in the magnificent Potteries shopping centre here in the heart of the 5 towns, or 6 towns, depending on what you actually believe. Whether you actually believe that Newcastle is one of the 5 or the 6 towns. No, it's controversial, but we'll just leave it at that. We don't want to get into that kind of argument, do we? But we've got 2 new contenders, and I think we've got Kim in the blue car, or is it Kim in the yellow car? We'll find out soon enough. Our adjudicator is just giving some vital information to the 2 drivers, because obviously licenses have to be checked and all the protocols have to be cleared before the race begins.
Tim from Newcastle, who's marked for Mark's from yellow.
So we've got Tim in the blue car and Mark in the yellow car.
Mark coming all the way up from Kent. It's been truly international, truly cosmopolitan here today. Mark at Drayton and Bangladesh yesterday. Kent today. No one can say that Stoke doesn't attract visitors from all over the world anymore, because we know different. So
That's
Mr.
right.
Thompson lines them up, millimetre perfect. Mark versus Tim. Tim versus Mark. Who will it be here this afternoon at the Potteries Centre?
We've got Jade on the checkered flag. Jade, our celebrity driver, of course, who has shown her mettle and her expertise earlier in the day and now has graduated to checkered flag duty. And Tim versus Mark.
Oh, a little bit of gamesmanship there from Tim, I think, trying to distract Mark. Mr. Thompson won't take that kindly to that. Jade is, of course, ready.
We've got their photographer, their personal photographer, TikTok manager, has just taken a little bit of footage there in preparation. And
Here
I
we go.
think
The
we're
arm is
ready.
aloft. 3,
Two,
2, 1, go!
And
Flag
off.
goes down. Great start there for the yellow car. And it's not much to choose between them as they go into Stanley Matthews. Round they go. Back into Spode, Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams' corner. Tim and Mark, brother-in-law, neck and neck. Now into Stanley Matthews. Oh, beautifully taken in the yellow car there. Oh,
there's
no,
a
off at
terrible
Spode. Craig
spill.
leaps, so they both come off at Spode.
I think
Craig
the yellow
leaps
car
into-
was
Oh, yellow
responsible
car's
for that
just
then.
got taken
Down the Stanley
advantage
Matthews
there.
straights and round the Robbie Williams corner as
I
it's
think
neck
it's
and neck back
Mark
through the
in
chicane.
the yellow car with the advantage at the moment. Tim now trying to catch up. He'll be regretting that gamesmanship from earlier because it's Mark at the moment who has the advantage going into Spode. But now they both come off at Spode. And
Round the
Craig
Armitage
leaps
Shanks.
into action. Nicely there through past Wedgwood
There's
for
a little
Mark, but he comes across
Tumble
at
on the track
Spode.
there, spills off its own track and
Oh,
down
and I
the
think they both come off.
down the Stanley Matthews straights and round the Robbie
Nicely
Williams
through
corner
Spode
into
there
the
for Mark.
S-bend.
Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams, Wedgwood into Spode and down into Armitage Shanks for Mark in yellow. Oh, lovely bit of drift round Robbie Williams there. This is getting very close there. Tim in hot pursuit now into Spode and Armitage Shanks. Oh, a little bit of panic there sets in for Mark.
That's
oh,
a
and
ferocious
off at
driving
Spode.
there from Mark. Or was it Tim? Yeah, it
Oh,
was Tim.
Tim's stuck on the oil slick there, but he's now back on track as we go into Stanley Matthews. They're side by side as
Anxiety
they go
getting the
towards
better of them, I
Spode.
think, as they come down through the Stanley Matthews straights. The yellow car stumbling off, and all
Oh,
picking
again,
up
Mark
speed,
comes
but
off at Spode.
it's too
Over
much.
the top goes Tim. Oh, off at Armitage Shanks as well. Bit of sportsmanship there, allowing themselves to get back on track and catch up. It's currently Mark in yellow, I think, in the lead, but it's looking very close. Time is up. Stop racing. Wow, fantastic
Goodness
racing
me.
that was.
That was
And
gripping
we
stuff.
saw some lovely stuff there from Tim and Mark. High fives all round.
This could prove very
Results come in.
controversial. We've got some independent confirmation from Geneva of the results here, and I can tell you that Tim, you completed 15 laps.
Respectable indeed. Respectable.
Very respectable. Mark, you completed 15 laps. It's
A dead heat there.
draw.
High fives and smiles and applause from the crowd and the support team here and from the balcony above. Tim and Mark hug each other there. They know they've competed in something very special. And what a way to bring
what a way to
our
bring
day to
our
a
day two
close.
to a conclusion. Excellent. Some superb support from the thousands gathered here in the Hanley Arena. They've had a terrific day of racing. And it's only just begun, really. We've got another day tomorrow. This is only day two of a
Last race.
three-day program. And we've got one final race before we conclude day two's program. We've got...
So we've got our two final races enter the pit stop area. A final race of the day. Mr. Thompson just briefing them. Poppy, Elfin, Seraphin at the moment are topping our leaderboard with 24 laps.
It's a tough
little
total.
practice now.
You have,
for
in
these
order
two.
to
it comes
complete
off at Spode
24
there.
laps, you really need to avoid any accident as both drivers take their vehicles round the circuit, test the circuit to see where the difficult spots are. The yellow car having repeated issues at the Armitage Shanks.
Crowd gathering on the balcony above their support team for these two drivers.
Brilliant.
Haven't seen them yet, so let's see what they have to offer. Who've we got, Graham?
Right, we've got two drivers, mates from Stoke. We've got Lucas in the blue car, Logan in the yellow car. Lucas and Logan.
Lucas and Logan, obviously very popular here in the Potteries because the crowd are gathering both trackside and on the balcony
as
above.
well they might for the very final race of the day. This is the last race of day 2 of the Stoke Grand Prix.
Is it going to live up to the hype? Is it going to live up to the hype? Have we saved the best to last?
Lucas versus Logan.
Lucas
Will they
and
remain
Logan.
friends?
They pumped
after
the air
this?
already. They haven't even started yet. They're already celebrating. The sense of anticipation is palpable here in the white heat of the Stoke Grand Prix. Jade is, of course, ready. Deep breath. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1. Go,
And
they're off.
racing and the yellow car
And straight off the
immediately
track
comes
there
straight
for
up the
yellow.
track.
That's the mistake you're going to make. You've got to stay on the track if you want to be in it to win it. And already I think the yellow car is in trouble here, but that's nicely through Robbie Williams there. Into Spode, down Armitage
Beautiful.
Shanks,
The yellow
into Stanley.
car
Oh, yellow
really
car
getting
now,
into
really
the
getting the hang
stride.
of it. Is it going to be enough though? It's going to be praying. Oh no, he's come off at Armitage Shanks. And again at... there we go. Also a chance there to take advantage for the yellow car. Beautifully there around into Spode and Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. Oh, this is good for yellow now. If they can just take advantage, keep it power on into Spode and Armitage Shanks. It's difficult to call this one. They both come off there at Robbie Williams. And back on track now, both of them. Deep breath. We're probably about halfway through the race now. Where is this one going to go? The crowd are gathering. Oh, we're on the wrong track there. Oh, now we're back. That's better. That's better. And we're a little coming together there
The
at
yellow
Armitage
car
Shanks.
determined to find itself
There's a little bit of
on the blue
showboating
track.
going on there, I think. A little bit more concentration needed. Little less chat, a bit more concentration, as they say in racing circles.
It's a friendly rivalry between these two, but
Oh,
they
it's
really are
all
testing
gone
each
to
other
pot
to the
here
limits.
now. It promised so much, this race. Can it deliver? Can it deliver?
And the yellow car seems to have taken a stumble. It's got some clutch problems round at the Wedgwood, and the blue car has taken full advantage of this, but then takes a tumble and spins over at the Robbie Williams corner, through Spode, round the Armitage Shanks U-turn, and then rolls over at the S-bend. And both cars now making their way back towards the finish point, but the yellow car spins
It's looking in the wrong
up once
direction
more
there.
on
And there's a lot of confusion now. That's it. Time
Wow.
is up. Well, thrills and spills for our last race of the day here. Who's it gonna be? The results are coming in now.
We doff
from
our
Mr.
hats to the
Thompson.
two, Lucas and Logan. The results are through. We've had them independently checked, and Logan had 12 circuits to Lucas's 18. So Lucas is the champion winner of the final race of day 2 here at the Stoke Grand Prix. And that concludes the racing here in Hanley Arena, and it also concludes our broadcast to the world. Thank you for listening,
Yes,
listeners
indeed.
around the world.
Come back tomorrow. There'll be more racing. 10 o'clock in the morning here, British summertime, and do join us. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for all our competitors. Thank you for our stewards. Sterling work throughout the day. We will see you here tomorrow. The Potteries Stroke Grand Prix. Good evening.